If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Sounds of the rustling crowds. In a particular street in Tokyo, one can see a boy, wearing a school uniform while carrying a box that has a lot of stuff in it. Ugh, this is so goddamn heavy. His name is Unko Takahashi. 18 years old. A student in a nearby college. His looks are pretty normal, not that handsome but definitely not ugly. His height was around 170 centimeters, has black hair and black eyes. He had a few pimples on his face but most of it was being covered by his hair. A typical look for a normal Japanese if you ask anybody. He doesn't have any noteworthy characteristics. In short, if this is an anime or manga, then this boy will definitely be a mob character. The type of character that you usually see in the background of the story that anyone has watched or read. Yawn. Oh man, I'm so tired already. Sigh. His classes had just ended. He was on his way back home. The books that he is carrying are the materials for their group project that they will present tomorrow. He is the one that has been assigned by his classmates to bring the materials tomorrow as they all have different things to do. Sigh, my arm is hurting already, this is so goddamn heavy. I wish I have teleportation powers so I can go back home fast. Unko continues to grumble as he walks along the streets. He is tired already and he feels that his arms are starting to sore, so he fastened his pace since right now, he wants nothing but to reach his apartment and get his well-deserved rest. After 5 minutes of walking, which almost looked like an awkward run, he finally arrived at his apartment. I'm home. Unko said as he swung open the door then enter. But as he expected, no one answered back. The only thing that welcomed him is an eerie silence. In fact, he'll be more surprised if someone answered him. He's alone in this apartment ever since he started living here. His parents died early, a couple of months after he was born. The cause of death was a truck. Truck-kun decided to do his parents when they are both outside for some unknown reasons. In short, it was a double kill. Yeah, pretty unfortunate. But Unko hated both his parents. Not because he grew up without them but because he was also hated by both of them. His everyday life was so difficult because of his parents. His parents weren't even good people in the first place. He tried asking his uncles and aunties about his parents but they can't tell any more than the basic ones since they are not that close in the first place. The only thing he knew about his parents is that they hated him. Of course, he is not sure about this since he has no way of knowing, but what can he say when they literally named him Unko, that means sh*t/poop. If it's not because they hated him so much and want to make his everyday life so miserable, then no one knows. Whenever he was being called by his friends or classmates, sometimes even his uncles, they can't stop themselves from giggling even though they don't mean it. Imagine that someone wants to call him from afar, but they're in a crowded area. Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing both for Unko and the caller. This causes him trauma that whenever he was being asked about his name, he is only saying his surname and never the name anymore. He's just saying it if it is really needed. Tud. After he enters his apartment, he throws his bag to his bed and slams the box full of stuff on his table, then immediately changes clothes. His apartment is small, that is if you compare it to the normal ones. Though small, it has all the things he needed for his everyday life so Unko couldn't ask for more. One of his uncle on his mother's side was supporting him ever since he was a child. He was the one that took care of him after his parents' death until he reached high school. His uncle has 2 daughters, his wife died early too, so Unko knows that raising him while also supporting his 2 daughters is hard, and yet, his uncle still did it. So after reaching high school, he decided to stop being such a bother to his uncle and decided to move to a small apartment near to his new high school. Of course, his uncle didn't think that he was a bother in the first place. Of course, someone might ask how did Unko afford to rent an apartment by himself since he rent this on his own? Well, simple, he has a good sum of money. It was his parents' money. Supposedly, it should go to his uncle for taking him in when he was still a child, but his uncle didn't touch the money and decided to just give it to Unko when he finally hit the right age. A good man and worthy of respect. That's how Unko thinks of his uncle. Clank. After he changed his clothes, he goes towards his small kitchen area to prepare some food for himself, then proceeds to eat after that. After he finished eating, he grabs the box full of stuff and started sorting it out. He needs to study these materials since he will also present some of this in front of the class tomorrow. Although he wants to do nothing right now but watch anime or sleep, he has no choice since he doesn't want to get scolded by his classmates. That's why even though the expression that Unko has right now is clearly stating that he doesn't like what he's doing, he still does it nonetheless. He simply doesn't have a choice. A few hours later. Yawn. I finally got it all. Good thing since my head will explode if I do any more of this. Sigh. After 2 hours of studying, he finally stopped. He stands up from his chair and goes to the bathroom to wash his face. Splash. After drying it with a towel, he stares at his face in the mirror for a minute before grumbling in an unchanging expression. Look at that messed up face. Why can't I have a good-looking and handsome face just like Takamura? Ah! The world is so unfair. Why is my life so boring? After a minute of shaking his head in the air, he stopped. Sigh. I'm so envious of all the good-looking guys in the whole damn world. My right hand was too tired already and the porn on the internet was too generic for my taste that my junior won't get up anymore. When will my future girlfriend arrive, goddammit? After a moment of big desperation, he finally got out of the bathroom with a tired expression and goes towards the bed and lazily slam himself on it. My brain is toasted, I'm going crazy. He continues to mumble some things for a moment and finally, silence had enveloped the whole room as he closes his eyes and falls asleep. Next morning. Unko wakes up early and takes a bath after eating breakfast. He changed his pajama to his exercise clothing and goes outside to do his daily morning exercises. Even though his face was relatively normal, his body is really athletic and fit compared to others. He is really taking care of his body just to make up for his bland face. He is doing all this just so he can at least brag something about himself. This is his routine for every single day. He never missed doing one except when he really needs to do something much more important or if he just can't. After an hour of jog and a bunch of workouts, he finally decided to stop. He sat on a bench in a nearby park to just take a break before going back to his apartment to get ready for school. But while he was sitting on the bench, drinking some bottled water, he suddenly heard some commotions from the people in the near block. Curious about what is happening over there, he stands up from the bench and goes towards where the commotion is happening. He slowly walks towards the bunch of rowdy people and tried to take a glimpse to see what is going on, but failed cause there are just too many people blocking the view. He saw a middle-aged man in the far back of the group. He is wearing a working suit and it looks like he got there before him, so he decided to approach the man and ask him what was going on. Excuse me, sir?" he asked, but the man didn't respond or even look at him like nothing is even happening. Sir?" He tries to tap the man's back just to call his attention, but when his hand touches the back of the man, his hand suddenly passes through the man's body. Wah! He didn't even have time to be confused as the man's body started to fade like he was Thanos snapped. The man's body has shattered and turned into dust as it disappears in the wind. What? He immediately looks at the people around him. He plans to call their attention to see what is happening in front of him, but when he looks in their direction, there's no one there, he is alone. What the f*** is happened, but Unko didn't even manage to finish what he was saying as he suddenly heard some mumble noises. Oi, geoy of there. What is tha kid do? He looks towards the direction where the noises are coming from and there, he saw a crowd of people, and from the looks of it, they were all looking anxious while shouting in his direction. Unko can't hear what they're all saying since their voices is really distorted, like someone is pressing the mute button repeatedly inside his head. But as seconds go by, the voices that he's hearing have started becoming louder, and as it becomes louder, the voices become more clearer, and as it becomes clearer, the more he started realizing the situation he's in as realization had started kicking him in the butt. It was like he lost his ability to hear things and slowly get it back as the voices of the people and the different horns of the cars he is hearing are getting louder and louder as time goes by. When he saw this, it was like waking up from a long dream and he suddenly realized where he is. He is in the middle of a highway, alone of course, since this is not a place that ordinary people should go to. He glances at both sides and saw all the people there, telling them to get out on the spot he's in. He also saw some of the cars that have stopped since he is blocking the way. The drivers inside of the cars are shouting for him to get his ass out of the way. But that's just some, since there are also some cars that didn't stop and continued speeding up. How did I get here? OSH*T, I need to get out here first. He is so confused about how did he get here as he was just sitting on the bench of a park a couple of seconds ago. But he decided to not think about it for now and was about to run back on the sides of the highway, where it is safer, but as he was about to do so. Honk! Honk! He suddenly heard a loud horn behind him. He looks in the direction of the honking sound and sees a big truck rushing in his direction. He saw the panicking driver inside the truck repeatedly honking and gesturing for him to get out of the way. Based on the expression of the truck driver, he cannot control the truck. In his perspective, it looks like someone is controlling the truck. The driver stepped on the brake repeatedly but it just won't stop. OF*CK. When Unko saw the truck, it was close already and was coming at him at almost full speed. He knows that he won't make it even if he tries to dodge by running in any direction. So he has no choice but to just immediately duck and hope that he is small enough to fit under the truck. It was all nothing but survival instincts. He didn't even think if he can really fit under it. When the truck was about to pass above him, he heard some panic shouts and screams of the people. Some even cover their faces and choose to not look at the scene that was happening in front of them. Unko just ducks on the concrete floor with all his might, trying to stay flat as he can. He saw the front wheels of the truck passing through his far sides. Meaning, he successfully fit under the truck and saves himself, but he didn't even have time to sigh in relief when he saw the truck, steers its wheels, and immediately change direction. God damn it! When he looks at the back wheels of the truck, he saw that it was rolling on his way, fast. Ugh! He rolls his body to the right side as fast as he can so he can avoid being splat by the truck wheels. But he didn't notice that the space between him and the bottom of the truck is not big enough, so when he rolled, his left shoulder got caught and hit the bottom of the moving truck, which caused his rolling momentum to be interrupted. He still manages to dodge the wheel of the truck but his right hand got caught up and was rolled by the wheels. Aik! He felt that his hand was crushed as it got limped and can't feel it anymore, but he didn't felt any pain as his adrenaline was rushing throughout his body like crazy. So when he saw the truck that finally overpassed him and crashes to the side of a building that is under construction, he sighed in relief. Luckily, the driver manages to jump out before it hit the building and no one other than Unko got hurt, which sucks for him. Ack! F***CKU truck kun. Not cool. Ack! God damn it! Even though he's in a miserable state, where his hand got crushed by the wheels and the other one is full of wounds, he can't help but compare himself to some light novels that he had read where the MC was being isekai'd by some truck. He immediately stands up and ran to the side of the building to avoid any further miracles. He was so glad that he didn't die there, but his happy thoughts were suddenly interrupted by some loud noise. *K. Now what? As he was running, he suddenly heard a sound coming from above. It's like a sound of a turning metal that you usually heard in big metal machines. When he looks up, he saw a big crane above the building. That building is the same building where the truck crashed. The crane suddenly turns its direction and the rocks below it suddenly cracked. Crack! Crack! Boom! The rooftop of the building where the crane was, suddenly exploded for some unknown reasons and causes the crane to fall below the streets. The people below started to run in different directions. But, weirdly, the crane is falling exactly where Unko's direction is. He didn't wait any further as he ran already in opposite direction. He ran as fast as he can. He looks back and saw that it was about to fall on him. F***ck. What is happening today? Am I cursed? He looks everywhere for a possible chance of survival and saw a maid cafe near him. He didn't waste any more time as he ran in that direction and immediately throw his body towards the door and bash himself inside. Boom. The impact of the moment when the crane crashes on the ground, causes the ground to shake a little. All the cars in its way were immediately destroyed and flattened, but all the drivers inside it managed to get out before it crashed towards them, and miraculously no one got killed and only a few got hurt. Ugh! I'm still alive. I'm still F***king alive. Wahahaha. Crane-chan ub**tch. Unko immediately stands up and laughed and shouted like a madman. He looks around him and saw that the people inside the cafe were looking at him with strange gazes. Oh, I am sorry. I didn't mean to shout. And no, it's fine. Rather, you look hurt, are you all right? You should sit here for a moment, your shoulder is bleeding and your hand. One of the maids has stepped forward and talked to him as she saw he was hurt. Unko realizes it and was about to sit, but he suddenly remembers that for some reason, he was like getting hunted, and even though it was just his imagination, it's really bad that if these people got caught up if what was his thinking is correct. Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll just go. Don't worry about this, it's not as worse as you think. I'll just head straight to some hospital later. Goodbye. Okay, be careful. The maid was about to try and talk to him as she was worried about his state, but she saw that Unko immediately run outside. She couldn't say any more and just wave him goodbye. Damn. It was still the first chapter, but non-stop actions are coming already from here and there. When he goes outside, he immediately scans the area and saw that the whole streets are blocked by traffic of cars, so no potential running trucks that are going towards him so soon, and also no cranes at the top of the buildings are to be seen. He stepped completely outside, but he was still wary of his surrounding. His feet and muscles are all tied up and were always ready to run back towards the cafe just in case something comes flying at him. He warily walks towards the streets, but he was still on the corner of the street near the open buildings where he can run to just in case he needed to. He just passed through the traffic of cars and goes towards the open streets, but at that exact moment. Screech. Suddenly, a sports car was rushing through him at full speed. Ha! I knew it. He immediately runs back at the traffic of cars and jumps at the roofs of it to have some covers and protection from the devil that was coming for his life, that is called Lamborghini. Xieeaeni. Boom. He almost falls from the roof of the car he was standing in from the impact of the crash. A victorious smile appears on Unko's face and stands up with his chest up proudly. Bahaha! You failed. Again. You thought that I didn't know what's going on? Even if I look like this, I am smart to know what's you're up to. Wahaha! You can't kill me, **ing bitc. Boom. Suddenly, a lump of metal that looks like a satellite comes rushing from the sky and immediately crashes to the position where Unko is. The whole street was destroyed, and some of the cars have been flattened completely. **ck. But miraculously, Unko was still alive even after that. The lower half of his body was crushed, but he is still alive since his upper body was in a direction where the gap between the satellite is positioned. Satellite? Are you kidding me? Whoa, whoa. Suddenly an ambulance's sirens can be heard coming in his direction. If this was an isekai'd story, this must be the most painful isekai'd story ever, haha, cough blood. OF*CK. When the ambulance's siren was getting close, he looks up to the sky. After all these unfortunate events, there's no way that this is the end of it. Alright, NHG, now what? Suddenly, just the moment when he asks that question, he saw a lot of liquid coming out from the crashed cars near him, and it's almost flooding the whole floor with it. TIKS. 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 He heard some noises near him, and when he looks towards it, he saw a sparking live wire from the broken satellite. The satellite was still shaking due to its position, causing the live sparking wire to fall on the concrete floor that is full of gas that is leading towards the cars. The exterior of the cars might have been destroyed, but the engines inside are still alive and intact. He knows because he can still hear the engine of the cars roaring as it was still running when the driver immediately leaves their cars earlier. When the live wire drops on the floor, the gas on the ground ignited and the flames immediately spread and entered the car's gas tank. And immediately after that happened. *T. Unko said with an unchanging expression. *Boom. From a far distance, a loud chain of explosions can be heard. It lasted for a minute before the explosions finally stopped. After the end of that day, the police have finished their investigations and everything was starting to be put back to where they were supposed to. Yesterday's event was still unexplained and a lot of mystery was going on. But thankfully and surprisingly, only a few people got hurt and there's only one casualty. The media asked to name who is the person that died in that big accident. The boy who died in a mysterious accident was named Yuunko Takahashi. May he rests in peace. And at last, for the very first time, no one laughed when they heard his name. /N, press F in the chat. Chapter 2, Chapter 2. In a place where anywhere you look you'll see nothing but white space, a black-haired man lying down on the floor while looking unconscious are to be seen. Of course, this is Unko. He was lying on the floor for a couple of minutes already, and even though he looks like unconscious, he was awake from the very beginning. He was just pretending. But after a few minutes, he realized that what he's doing is practically pointless, so he finally decided to stand up while acting like he just regained his consciousness and also a bit confused. When he tried to look around, he saw nothing but pure white space. He was all alone, no one can be seen within the range of his eyes. He didn't know whether this space is infinite or not, but he didn't dare to know. He just stays still and waits for something to come. If ever there is. I'm not supposed to ask, but where the hell am I? After a couple of minutes, he finally voices out his question. But no one answered. He waited for a couple of minutes more, but when he got tired of standing and looking around, he decided to just sit still and relax. Hello, how are you doing, child? When he was about to sit, a voice of a woman suddenly rang out from his back. He was startled by it and immediately turned around to look who it is. Whoa! Wait, who are I mean? Can I ask who are you? Please. Unko said with an awkward tone. The moment he heard a voice, he most likely know his situation already. No, actually, he already know it ever since he arrived in this place, that's why he is waiting for something in the first place. He just let his guard down since the woman that appeared behind him decided to appear when he is already planning to rest and take a break. So if his isekai'd knowledge is right, since all the things that had happened to him till now is pretty much a perfect formula for an isekai'd story, then right now, the being that appeared in front of him is a god, or at least something like that. That's why Unko immediately changed his tone the moment he realized this. Both his speech and tone became respectful in an instant. He can't afford to offend this woman by speaking in an informal tone. So after he threw the question to the woman, she immediately answered back with a slightly amused tone. Well, of course you can. I am an avatar of the god that was assigned to be your guide until you leave this realm. She suddenly raises her arms wide and a light suddenly appears around her. She maybe thinks that it makes her look holy. Meanwhile, while this is happening, Unko is staring to the so-called avatar of the god, really serious. The moment he saw the god's face, he was immediately hit by a familiarization. Yet, for some reason, she looks very familiar for Unko. Unko tried to think hard as he looks towards the god's face really intently, and as seconds goes by. He finally realized why. God? Can I call you that? Yes, you may. The god answered with an unchanging expression. Okay. Then, my question is that your real form? Unko throws the question with a nervous tone. The god looked at Unko for a moment before answering his question. No, my child. I don't have a real form. This form of mine was nothing but an image that came from your mind. Before I appeared in front of you, I look into your mind and find the image you adore the most and like and took it as my current form. Is that so? Good thing that it's not. When God heard this, a confused expression appeared on her face, wondering that maybe, something is wrong with the image she used. What's wrong with the image? I thought that you'll like it. She tilted her head while questioning him. I mean, it's true that I liked it. But I think that seeing an image of a porn star is really not suited for me in this situation, as it is giving me a really weird feeling instead. Unko said with an awkward expression. The god stares at him for a moment and she suddenly closes her eyes, and once she opens it again, her eyes are completely different. It looks like you are looking at the stars in the night sky. It was pitched black with a shining dots of lights around it. She stares at Unko for only a couple of seconds before she closes her eyes again and turns it back to normal. I see, I understand. If that is the case, then... She snaps her fingers and suddenly, a light covered her whole body. It only lasted for a couple of seconds and the light slowly died down. When the light completely died, the look of the one that is standing in front of Unko changed drastically. Now, would this be fine? The look of what used to be a woman changes and is now exactly look like Unko's uncle. Yeah, the same uncle that raised her ever since he was child. Unko was a bit surprised when he saw this, but it was immediately replaced by a genuine smile on his face. But when remember he just died, he felt a bit sad. He didn't manage to fulfill his promise to his uncle or even say his farewells before he died. Yeah, thank you for your consideration. It's really perfect. Unko replied to God that has the image of his uncle with a smile. That's good. And also, no need to talk politely to me, it's completely fine. Don't worry about it too much. There's a reason why I picked the image of the person you adored and liked the most. It's so you can develop a feeling of familiarity with me and converse with me more casually. So you can stop worrying too much now. The god said to Unko like he already noticed the worries he has the moment he spoke towards him. Alright. Sigh, Unko said with a sigh of relief. He finally got a pass to speak more casually right now. So with that, let's start already, shall we? Yes. Although Unko doesn't have a single idea on what exactly are they going to start. He just agreed nonetheless. Don't worry, you will not be hurt anymore. So be at ease. Said by the goddess while looking at his slightly worried expression. No worries. I'm totally fine. Unko said with a weird tone as he remembered that he was just brutally murdered not so long ago. At least that's how he precepted it. But even so, it's not like he can throw a tantrum here, asking who sent those things that killed him. Even though the god told him to speak casually, Unko knows that being rude and informal is still a red line. So even though he has a lot of question about him being killed, he just pushed it all behind his back since it's not like he can do anything about it anymore. And the event that had happened to him a while ago didn't traumatize him anyway. In fact, he's not bothered at all, like dying for him is just a casual thing to happen every morning. That's how calm he is. So when Unko said that he's fine, he is really fine. Mentally, that is. Okay, then. To make things official, let me introduce myself again. Welcome to my very own white space, my child. I'm an avatar of the god that was assigned to be your personal instructor. Starting from now on, and until you leave this space, you are not called human anymore. All the creatures that have managed to come here are called the guarantors. They are the ones that have been challenged and tested by the gods. It is before they died. Do you have any questions? The god asked Unko. I'm too speechless. Everything was too sudden for him, all the information was flooding in his mind. It keeps coming and coming that he was having an imaginary slight headache as he keeps on processing all the new information on his mind. Well, I think that you already have a vague idea of what we're about to do. Can you guess it? Asked by God. Yuh, if it's the same to the novels that I have read. Then, reincarnations and 3 wishes, maybe. Oh, you are slightly correct about that. But when it comes to the reincarnation, it will be your own decision if you wish to do so, as this matter is really complicated. You are correct about the wishes, but it's not exactly 3 wishes. It can be less or more than that. Sometimes, you won't get wishes as your reward, it can be other stuff as well, it can be different for every other guarantors, such as yourself. Now, can you guess where the results are being based on? Is it based on the karma thing? Unko said as he remembers that, the MCs of the isekai'd novels that he has read was usually being judged by their karma on their past or present life. That is the most common thing he can remember. And sometimes, for some reason, they get like a f*ck ton of karma, that resulted in them being so goddamn OP. Actually, we do. But not for every guarantors we've met. Every guarantors have different types of challenges that they needed to pass through before they can become an official guarantor. And be rewarded based on their results. For example, let's have a look at yours, shall we? The god snapped his fingers and a HUD-looking screen appears above them and displays a different bunch of text in it, but Unko can't understand any of it. That's actually impressive. I have met a lot of guarantors that have faced the same challenge. Let me guess, you didn't get any notification first beforehand, right? Asked by God while still looking in the HUD screen above them. Notification. Unko was confused about what kind of notification he was talking about. If it was on the phone, he gets a lot of notification every day. He didn't know which notification the god was referring to. Just what I thought so. It happens a lot actually. Sometimes if your race was too weak or doesn't have a single affinity on any type of life energy, you won't be able to sense or even see the notification. Okay. Life energy. I have a rough idea. But I will ask anyway. What's a life energy? Okay. Let's put it in more humanly terms. For example, smartphones back in your world. Even if you do have a smartphone, no matter how much I emailed you, you won't be able to receive it or read it, if you don't even have a life energy, or in this case, an internet connection. Now, do you understand it? Oh, okay. I understood it now. That's great. Now, since you haven't received any notification, I'm pretty sure that you don't know exactly what's your challenge in the first place. The god snaps his fingers again and the text in the HUD screen changed into Japanese characters. Now, Unko can finally understand what is written on the screen. Type. Survival challenge. Content. Survive the incoming. Different types of disasters that are coming for your life. Survive as long as you can before you die. Difficulty. Easy impossible, growth. Time completion. Infinite, PS, it means, it's non-stop until you die. Rewards. 1 wish per level achieved. End results. 5 levels achieved. 5 levels. I was attacked 5 times if the explosion counts. Is that the level? Unko said as he realized what was the level is. Yes, you have achieved 5 levels before dying. And that is impressive. I have met a lot of humans already, and most of them only manage to achieve 1 level or 2. Rarely I have seen some who achieved 3. But I've only met 6 humans so far that managed to surpass 4 levels and above. Unko thought about it more and agreed to it. Even him, if he was not alert enough, he would have died instantly just from that truck who almost hit him not so long ago. Whoa, that was really shocking. I mean, you have met someone who passed that falling satellite? Wow, maybe that man was a legend. I mean, I survived that falling satellite by nothing but pure luck. It still hit me though. Said by Unko, while being amazed that someone had survived that madness. Their luck must have been maxed out. Is that what it is to you? Well, like I said, all the type of challenges that every guarantor have faced was different in its own way. For the survival type, the only similarities that you, human guarantors have faced was the thing called truck at the first level. I heard that the other gods that have been keeping an eye on your planet loves to send out some trucks as a human's guarantor first level. Oh, okay. I guess they are the ones who started that fuss, hey? Unko pondered to himself. Well, with all of that explained, I think we should proceed with the rewards already. Said by God as he waves his hand and makes the HUD screen above them disappear. Ah yes, I've been waiting for this. After all the pain I have been through. Said by Unko while looking so excited. Someone's excited, hey? Well, I can't blame you for that. Alright, since you have reached 5 levels, you are obviously to be granted an exact 5 wishes. But before we get on that, I need to tell you something first. Before you used all of your wishes, you need to use at least one of your wishes to choose your type of departure from this realm. It can be either of the 3. Reincarnation, transmigration, or you can just be transported to the place you want to go. And also, remember that the wishes is not perfect, so some results may not be what you expect them to be, so when using a wish, be direct about it as possible. If you have any questions regarding about any of that, go ahead. Said by God. Okay, I only have 2 questions. 1. Can I choose to go back to where I came from? I mean, to Earth? 2nd, does the option of getting transported, reincarnated, transmigrated, to a fictional world is possible? I mean, like an anime or movie world? Asked by Unko while hoping that the 2nd question is possible. Honestly, I was actually expecting that kind of question. 90% of human guarantors I have met have asked the same question and wished almost the same wishes. I believe that you humans called this kind of thing as cliché stuff. Hehe. Well, what can I say? All those things are too good to be true, that it only exists on the dreams of every ugly fat bastard in the whole earth. So when they know that you can have a chance to do all that, you can't blame them to ask if that was really possible or not. Alright then. Well, regarding your questions. Yes, all of that is possible. Yes. The god was suddenly interrupted by Unko's sudden outburst. Cough. Oh, I'm sorry. Just feeling too excited that I can't help myself. Please, continue. Unko was embarrassed by his actions, but the smile hasn't left his face yet as he was extremely happy to know all this. As I was saying. Yes, all of that is possible. But, if you choose to go back on Earth where you came from, you can only choose the choice of being reincarnated back to Earth with your memory, completely wipe out. Of course, you can use a wish if you want to keep your memory intact. But still, multiple conditions are still to be met after that. It's not really a wise choice, let me tell you that. But still, your decision is what matters. It's fine, I'm just checking if that's possible or not. Especially now that I know that my 2nd question is possible. Alright, let's get on the wishes already as I still need to go somewhere after this, so, shall we? The god seems to be in a hurry, so Unko just immediately nod. Alright, let's get on with this. After saying that, The god clasps his both hands and a big rectangular glowing violet crystal appears above them. It looks really majestic and beautiful as it continuously shines above them. The god raises his one hand and suddenly, 5 magical circles appear on every corner of the glowing crystal. While all of this is happening, Unko suddenly questioned something in his mind. Wait, why am I called a guarantor if the god in front of me was the one who will grant me a wish? That is so weird. But of course, he didn't voice it out. The god that looks like he finished the things he was doing, lowered his hand, and looked at Unko with a passive look and said, "Now, state your wishes, guarantor." Unko closes his eyes and started to think about the real things that he will really need and the right world to go to. His desire was completely different from what a normal person would want, as he was thinking of something much more appropriate and will grant him much better things in the long run. After a couple of minutes, he has already thought of the wishes he wants. After talking to himself like crazy person would do, he opened his eyes and looked at the god in front of him, waiting for him to say his wishes. Okay, for my first wish. Chapter 3. Okay, so for my first wish. Unko hesitated for a moment but decided to say it anyway. It is to live a comfortable life. For the next couple of seconds, the god said and do nothing but stare at him. Feeling awkward of the situation, Unko tried to explain his first wish. What I mean by that is. Unko tried to explain, but didn't manage to do so as he was suddenly interrupted by the god. I understand. You do. Of course, I can see your intent for that wish. But there's a lot of things you need to know. This wish is possible, but like I said earlier, wishes is not perfect, so all your intent about this wish couldn't be implemented. But I do admit that your intent is extremely well thought, unlike any other human I have met where they immediately ask for things such as M's, Super Saiyan Bloodline, Rin Egan, and Gate of Babylon. The god said with an amused tone. Unko almost bursted out after he heard this. He already expected that those powers are probably to most wished powers if some other otaku is in his current position. Oh well, to explain what I just said about your wish, it's like this. Your comfortable status can't be applied to everything that surrounds you or linked to you. Remember that it will only be applied on a personal level. For reference, let's just that you choose to be reincarnated in a medieval type of world. Normally you need to use another wish if you want to choose your status before you reincarnate, since the reincarnation departure is actually random. You can be either a boy or a girl, a peasant or a prince, a nobody or something that will bring an impact to the whole world in your next life. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. Unko said as he listened to the god's explanation hard. But with your comfortable status, you pretty much don't need to use a wish about your reincarnation status, since the status you will have on your next life is a personal level. So with your comfortable status, it's hard to see you being born in a poor family, since it won't make your life comfortable. So the chance of being reborn with a high status is really high. You can either be a noble or a royalty. But for example, you were born as royalty, as a prince of a certain kingdom. Living a life where you have all the riches in the world, wouldn't you agree that your life will be comfortable? The god asked Unko, but the god didn't even wait for his answer as he speaks again. Seemingly to answer his own question. Well, it can be both comfortable and uncomfortable, since being a prince of a certain kingdom, comes with a lot of responsibilities. Personal level is the things that will only affect you living your life in that particular world. Also, just to let you know that wishes is also a personal level, so it will naturally be affected by your comfortable status too. But the work and the things that will happen to you while you were living your life will not be part of your personal status, since only you can decide your own fate. If you were killed by someone in the end, then you can't blame your status of comfortability, since all the things you did in that world are the reason why you are killed. Your fate after you were born will not be affected by your comfortable status, since you are the only one that can drive your life. Do you understand the concept now? Yes, I kinda get it now. Unko is still pondering and processing some of the information he just got but answered yes nonetheless. So, do you still want to choose this as your first wish? The asked Unko with a serious expression. Unko didn't answer immediately as he keeps pondering for a moment. A minute have passed after that, he finally raised his face and looked towards the god. All right, I'll take that as my first wish. Unko stated with a nod. After receiving his confirmation, God raises his hand and pointed towards the floating crystal above them. And to seemingly respond in one of his wishes, one of the 5 magic circle that is hovering around the magic crystal disappeared. I see, so that's what it represents, Unko thought to himself as he observes the magic circles. After all that happened, the god faces him again and say. Granted, now state your second wish. Okay, I will now choose my departure. Alright. The type of departure and the world you will go to is both included in one wish. You can say that it's like a package deal. I see, that's convenient. Then I will choose the transportation as my departure. Some might thought that being reincarnated or transmigrated are a much better choice. But Unko thought that in his case, being transported is a much better case since he doesn't want any connection at all. Being reincarnated or transmigrated means he will have a family, choosing a certain someone that has no such thing as family or relatives will consume one wish, he can't rely on his luck too since his comfortable status will intervene. It will surely transmigrate him or reincarnate him in a rich family since being alone and has no one to depend to are really not comfortable. Surely that's a good scenario for everybody, but Unko has plans, and he can't have someone that he might be attached to. It will just make things hard for him. Unko has some question regarding about his departure, but before he can even ask or throw his questions away, the god smiled and beat him to it. Like I said, my child, I can read your intent like an open book. I know your worries, so let me tell you that yes, you will have an identity if you choose to be transported since an identity is a personal status. Living in a world as a person that has no identity is not comfortable, is it? I see, thank you for explaining. Then for the world. Before I say the world, can I ask if I can choose what date I will be transported to? Or it is also randomized and I need to use one wish for it? No, you have the right to pick the exact date you will be transported. In fact, not just the date but also the place. Alright, then for the world. I choose the world of 2138. In year 2125, the exact date isn't important but it should be at least mid-year. Then about the place, it's in Tokyo, Japan. This time, Unko stated his wish clearly since he's expecting for the god to understand his intentions just like he said earlier. With this wishes, I already know where you're going with this one. But before all that, I need to tell you one more thing since the path you're trying to take is a really complicated one. The god said with a plain tone. Just as I said earlier, the wishes are not perfect. But that's not all, the wishes are also one-dimensional too. Meaning, you can't bring the wishes in another world. The wishes will only be usable in the world you chooses from your wish. So the moment you hop in the new world, all your wishes will be gone. The moment Unko heard this, he was stunned. Some of his plans have been ruined immediately. Sigh. But of course, he just accepted the painful fact since it's not like he can do anything about it. I see. It's a large loss and a depressing one, but I will still choose that world with the same date and place. Unko said with a resolute tone. I see. Then as for your concerns, yeah, that particular event will surely happen, only if you meet the conditions, which I know that you know it already, right? Oh, yes, of course. Then about the pollution? Unko asked worriedly. Yes, it's a personal level. But note that your comfort status can't get rid of the pollution completely since the pollution itself is a part of that world's background and an important factor of that world's upcoming story. But rest assured, since your comfort status will find a way where the pollution can still stay while also not affecting your everyday life. I see, then I will be fine with that. Unko said with a sigh of relief. The god raises his hand again in the air and one of the magic circle, hovering around the crystal have disappeared. Now only 3 magic circles are left, same for his wishes. Granted. Now, state your third wish. The god said as he finished granting Unko's second wish. I have a question first, does having a lot of money, includes on the comfortable status? Unko said with a hopeful expression. No, it's a material level. I see, that's sad. Then is having unlimited amount of money a possible wish? Unko with an even more hopeful expression. Of course it does. The god said with a plain expression. The moment he heard this, a smile have appeared on Unko's face, but it immediately disappeared as he heard God's next words. But as I said, the wishes are not perfect. Having an unlimited amount of money has its ups and downs, but in your case, you'll surely have a problem with this if you choose to have an unexplainable unlimited amount of money. But, it's your decision. Sigh I see, then I guess it's a bad option. Alright, for my third wish, I wish to have a lot of money. Like tons of money. At least an amount that will not be extinguished even if I continue spending a large amount for the next 15 years. As Unko said this, he already have an expression that is clearly saying if what he just said is possible. Of course it's possible. Owning a large amount of illegal money will go against your comfortable status, so you don't have to worry, your identity will make out for it. The god reassured the anxious Unko. I see, thank you very much. The god raised his hands again and the same thing happened. The third magic circle broke and only 2 are left. The god faces Unko again and asks for his fourth wish, but unlike the earlier, Unko didn't say anything immediately. He just keeps pondering as he thinks of some things within himself. After a whole minute of thinking, he finally faced the god in front of him. So I can't take the wishes with me in the new world, right? But what if you so wish for that to happen, is that possible? Unko asked a question while still pondering about something. Yes. It is possible. Then, is. After that, Unko did nothing but ask a bunch of questions about the wishes and the god answers all of his questions truthfully. He didn't say his wishes immediately as he keeps asking a bunch of questions. And finally, after 2 minutes of doing nothing but asking question, Unko finally decided to face the god with a satisfied expression. Okay, so for my fourth wish. Chapter 4, Chapter 4. In this world, in the year 2138 AD, there was a term, DMMORPG. That word was an acronym for Dive Massively Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game. These games were played by connecting a dedicated console to the brain via a neuronal nano-interface and intracerebral nanocomputer network, created from the fusion of cyber and nanotechnology. These were games that allowed one to enter a virtual world and experience it as though it were real life. This system was originally made in the year 2079. The purpose of its creation was for the military. And then it was developed for the field of medicine, but the cost was absurdly high. It was then simplified after 10 years and now every home has it. Although many techniques were created by net shops and tourist sites were used to lower the development costs, it still took many years before the very first DMMORPG was born. After the very first DMMORPG was created, many more have followed throughout the years. And among the myriad of DMMORPGs that thronged the market, one of them stood head and shoulders above the other. DMMORPGs. Igdrasil. This game had been painstakingly developed and released 12 years ago, in 2126. Compared to other DMMORPGs of the time, Igdrasil's selling point was player freedom. It had over 2,000 basic and advanced job classes. Every class had a maximum of 15 levels, and so in order to reach the overall level cap of 100, one would need to take at least 7 different classes. However, players could take as many classes as they wanted as long as they met each class's prerequisites. A player could even take 100 classes at level 1 each, although that was very inefficient. As such, in this system, it was virtually impossible to make identical characters unless one was deliberately trying to do so. In addition, one could use various creator tools to fully customize one's armor, weaponry, flavor text, appearance, and other cosmetic settings. A vast playing field awaited its players. There were 9 worlds in total: Asgard, Alfheim, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Helheim, Muspelheim. It boasted a massive world, numerous classes, and freely customizable appearances. These features ignited the creative spirits of its Japanese players and sparked what would later be known as a stylistic revolution. So popular was it that whenever the word DMMORPG was mentioned in Japan, listeners would immediately think of Igdrasil, Tokyo, Japan. Year 2125. At this time, the night streets of Tokyo is really busy and crowded. You can see some people are just having fun, some are just walking around or just passing by, and some are shopping or buying some items for their family, friends, or just for themselves. It is the year before the creation of the phenomenal DMMORPG, Igdrasil. In the current and past years, DMMORPG has already made an impact on the everyday life of every Japanese people, even before the release of the Igdrasil. But still, the impact that it made is still incomparable to the one that Igdrasil will make in the next upcoming years. It is already midnight. The streets are less crowded and few people are to be seen. Some stores and buildings have already closed, a few only are still open. On the secluded area of a certain public park, where no people are to be seen currently, you can see a teenage boy, laying on the grassy ground, looking unconscious. After a couple of minutes, the boy started to wake up and immediately stand up and look around his surroundings. After a minute of looking around, the boy sighed in relief for some reason. Well, good thing I was transported in a very convenient place at a very convenient time. Looks like I was worried about nothing. Of course, this boy that was standing alone and talking to himself like a crazy man would do in the most secluded part of a public park was no other than Unko himself. At first, he was really worried that he will be spawn in the middle of the city in midday, as he just chooses the Tokyo, Japan as his spawn place and the specific date was unclear. He actually forgot to tell the exact place. That's why when he regained his consciousness, he immediately stands up and looks at his surroundings just in case the things that have happened were the things he wishes to not happen. But due to his comfort status, he was transported in a place where no one will be able to see him. Just next to where Unko was standing, he saw a briefcase lying on the ground. It has a plain matte black exterior and it doesn't have any noticeable features or design, it's just smooth and very ordinary looking briefcase. I guess this is mine. Unko walks towards it and pick up the briefcase. He goes towards a near bench and place down the briefcase. He opens it and looks at the contents inside it. Inside, there's a stack of documents, a bunch of IDs, cards, a single 10,000 yen bill with a small note above it, and many strange things that he couldn't recognize. He took the note above the 10k yen bill and read what's written on it. On the note, a certain address was written with a message that says, the rest was on the red cabinets. Of course, this is a part of his wish. Or to be exact, a benefit of his comfort status. The things inside the briefcase were obviously the things that proves his identity as a citizen of this world. Finally. After all this years, I can finally escape my curse. Unko said with a very happy and dramatic tone as he picked a single item inside the briefcase. It's an ID. His ID. Of course, this is not the one that made Unko happy but the contents of it. If someone were to read the ID, the name beside his picture was different, it wasn't Unko anymore, but instead, it was Yuki. His name on his ID was Yuki Takahashi. This what makes him so grateful and almost made him shed into tears. Sniff, I guess that having a name that means sh*t won't make my life comfortable. He's extremely grateful for his comfort status. For the very first time in his life, he can finally say his name proudly without getting laugh at his face. It was like in a game. The moment he saw this, he quickly throws away his garbage name and equipped his new one. He doesn't hold any attachments to his old name. He was planning on changing his name anyway back before he died the moment he earned some extra money. For him, it was the most shtiest name that could ever think by the most shtiest parents ever was. That argument was supported by all the people he have ever encountered. Starting from now on, no one shall call me Poop. As my new name, Yuki, shall take over the world, mwahaha, Unko said with a creepy voice as he continued laughing until a mosquito flew inside his mouth that causes for him to cough several times. So just like a thing, he quickly throws away his name and uses the new one on the spot. And also, I'll be using that name starting from now on. At that moment, after getting rid of the mosquito inside his mouth, he felt like he was reborn. He felt like he was a new person. While standing with his arms wide open and repeatedly saying his name like a madman would do. An imaginary light was surrounding him in his mind. He really felt like the stars were also rejoicing with him at this very moment. Clears throat. Wait, I completely forgot. After Yuki said that, he opened up his mouth and inhaled a large amount of air. Well, the air looks pretty normal. I wonder why is that? Yuki said and looked towards the sky after that, and there, some of his questions have been answered immediately. A dome. In the sky, even though it's already dark, a dome made of what looks like a glass had covered up the whole sky. It spread wide across the sky that Yuki can't even see where it ends. I guess this what keeps the pollution out. Hey. After a minute of admiring the glass dome in the sky, he finally decided to close the briefcase and walk away. It didn't take him that long until he finally got out of the public park he was in. I can't believe that the year on this world was already 100 years advance compared to where I came from, but it still looks quite the same. Only a few things have changed. No flying cars, no robots everywhere, no person with a jetpack flying above the sky. It's just that, the buildings look quite flashy and advanced, but other than that, it's all surprisingly normal. I'm disappointed. After pondering for a moment, he goes towards the nearest sidewalk and waits for a taxi. He didn't wait long until he got himself a taxi. After that, he gets in and he told the driver to go to the address that was written on the note. It only takes a 30 minutes trip before they reach the destination that was written on the address. It was quite a bit far from the park where he came from, but due to the futuristic highway system where everyone can avoid causing traffic, they arrived earlier than to be expected. And also, Yuki gets to know from the taxi driver that the glass dome above the sky covers the whole city of Tokyo, and every major city in Japan has this. Of course, Yuki made some strange remarks so he wouldn't look suspicious while asking this, since no normal person would ask something like this. So after Yuki pays the fees and got out of the taxi, he now faces the massive building in front of him. The building might look different and fancier than the ones where he came from, but one can see from the outside that it looks like a residential apartment building. He looks at the note again and sees that he need to go on the 25 feet floor as it was where the pointed address is. He proceeded to go there using the elevator, and once he arrives, he begins searching the code of the room that was written on the note. It should be this one, right? It didn't take a while when he finally saw the door where there is D345 written on it. It was the same apartment code that was written on the note. Yup, it must be this one. Now what to do? He looks for a doorbell and presses it. He waited for a minute but no one answered. He tried it again just in case, but still, no one responded. Okay, no one seems to be inside. Yuki pondered for a while. He looks at the door handle and decided to try and open it, but as he expected, it was locked. He saw a black box beside the door that is glowing red. He inspects it and saw that you can swipe something in it. Ah! Right. He opened the briefcase again and rummaged the things inside. There, he saw nothing that looks like a card, but through all the things he saw, only one item has the same size and can only fit at the swiping box. He tried to swipe it and the black box generated a noise and the red light in it changed into green. It worked, I guess. He grabs the handle of the door and tries to open it. Tud. Oh, it opened. When it opened, he takes the briefcase and goes inside. The light opened automatically after he enters. Since he knows that no one is here, he just goes straight inside. Whoa! When he saw the whole apartment, he was amazed. Each and every part of it was amazing and beautiful. The apartment was also big compared to the one he used to live. The whole apartment was complete and full of appliances. He recognized some of it, but he doesn't have a single idea on how to use the others that screams they were from the future. He tried to ignore it for now and check all the rooms. When he entered the bedroom, he saw 3 big red cabinets. Oh, the big red cabinet. Right, it was mentioned on the note. He walked towards the cabinets and opened it one after another. Holy shiz! When he opened it all, he was surprised at the contents inside it. He saw a piled stock of money that filled every space inside the big cabinets. It's a sight that no one would think that they will ever witness in their entire life. I can literally shower myself with money, ha ha ha. I said a lot of money, but I guess he really gives me a lot, hey. Of course, this is not all the money he wished for. Inside the briefcase, he noticed some cards that has a bank names in it, so he made a guess that some of his wished money has been automatically transferred and put into some bank accounts, cause he knows that even though the money he has in front of him are many, he is pretty sure that this amount wouldn't last even for a couple of years. Sniff, sniff. Priorities comes first. He closed the cabinet after a moment of staring at it. He decided to go and check the closet. There are no clothes in it, but he saw some bathrobes. He grabs a bathrobe and goes to the bathroom and proceeds to take a shower as he felt that he was a bit sticky and smelly from laying on the ground for God knows how long. After he finished taking a shower, he goes back to bed and lay down. He did nothing but stare at the ceiling and think the things that he has gone through. So many things that have happened today. I've been assaulted by a truck, crane, and a sports car, then gets killed by an explosion from a satellite that comes from God knows where. Then I met a god that gave me wishes. And then, here I am. Sigh, I'm too tired already to worry about all the things around me. I think I'll just leave all that to my tomorrow self. Good night, me. You're really awesome, said Yuki as he slowly closes his eyes, but after a moment he opened his eyes again and looked around the room. Wait, how do I turn off the lights here anyway? Chapter 5. Tomorrow morning. Yuki wakes up early and takes a bath and eat breakfast after that. But unlike his usual routine, he didn't go outside and do his daily morning jog. Instead, he sits in front of the computer. He wants to gather information first about the world he was in and figure out everything that he needs to know about himself before doing all the things he wanted to do. Learning every necessary thing is not easy and will take a lot of time. Yuki even does nothing sometimes but stay inside his apartment and sit in front of the computer while surfing the web for the whole day. Little by little, as time passes by, he already has the basic information that he needed to know, such as the places that he might need to go in the future, or the important events that have happened and might happen around him. He also found out that the money he has right now is some kind of heritage from his long-lost grandfather. The information about this is more complex, but that's basically the surface of it. He also saw that the Yuki of this world has some relatives, but all of them are pretty distant relatives, so Yuki didn't give any more attention to them since they are no different than strangers really. Yuki also searched for the informations of the things that he might need to use right now and in the future. Not just that, but also many other more. But Yuki knows that this is not enough, that he still needs to collect as much information as possible, especially if it's connected or related about the MMORPGs that were planned to be released in the next upcoming years. But regarding about the Igdrasil, there's not much information that has been released in the web yet. Only some speculations and rumors, but this is not useful enough. While Yuki is doing some web surfing, he also ordered already a neural nano interface machine set, TROF Online. The neural nano interface is a human brain augmentation machine that allows your brain to function as a supercomputer. This interface is used to play MMORPGs by the people of this world. And, as it sounds cool to type it whenever I need to say it, it's too long for me. I will only call it NNI from now on. Unless it was needed to be mentioned in dialogue. The NNI machine that Yuki ordered is a DMMORPG set version. It means that all the things that is much better or the things that you need if you want to play a DMMORPG is already in it. It includes a neuroterminal, a place where you can properly use the machine without moving. It is much better and safer compared to the others and specially made for DMMORPG players. There are many more things that are included in the package, such as VR helmet, data chip, neurocore, and so on, and so forth. Of all the things that Yuki has searched, the first thing he searches for is the map of the area around him, as he needs to know where are the places he needs to go whenever he wants something. Yuki didn't spend the following days by just staying inside his apartment. He was also going outside from time to time to buy all the things that he needed, such as clothes, accessories, foods, and groceries, all the necessities and things that he wants and needed in his life, since if someone were to count out the appliances that is already on Yuki's apartment when he first arrived, then it's pretty much empty. So after the first day passes, he spent his following days, buying all the things and stuff he wants. The things that he didn't manage to have in his past life are now being bought out by Yuki without having any kind hesitation. In short, he was having the time of his life. But that doesn't mean that he was recklessly spending his money on everything that his eyes will land on. Just like what Yuki says to himself. That he will only spend a big amount of his money once the Igdrasil starts. Because the more money you invest in the game, the more powerful you are. It is literally a pay-to-win game. It's already been 2 weeks since Yuki was transported into this world. Oh wow, nothing beats an early shower in the morning. Right now, Yuki was coming out of the bathroom wearing nothing but a towel to cover his lower part. He just finished taking a shower, as it was his daily routine before making and eating breakfast. As he was drying his hair using a towel, he felt like he was hitting something hard behind his neck. Yo, it's been 2 weeks already, but I can't get used to the feeling of having this thing on the back of my neck. If you look at the upper center back of his neck, you could see a neural port in it. A neural port is the one that will allow you to connect on the NNI machine using a neural cord. Once it's connected to the NNI system, it will proceed on brain augmentation, which will allow your brain to function as a supercomputer and connect it to a proprietary console. Yuki already had the neural port ever since he was transported to this world. He just didn't notice it on day 1 as he was too tired and too distracted to notice it. Today was supposed to be the day that the NNI machine package that he ordered was supposed to be delivered. But while he is having his breakfast, the doorbell suddenly rang. He opened the door and saw 2 people standing in front. Oh, hello sir. Are you Mr. Takahashi? Yes, my name is Yuki Takahashi. That's my name, Yuki. Yuki proudly and shamelessly repeated his name twice. He was too happy that he didn't need to hide his name anymore whenever he was asked. Yo, okay. Well, nice to meet you, Mr. Yuki Takahashi. We are here to deliver a package that was sent to your address. Please confirm that this is yours. The delivery man shows him the information about the package. Ah, yes. I ordered it. Usually, a delivery package was being delivered using a drone. But with this kind of packages, they are sometimes being delivered personally if the customer asked for installation service, because some items like this are needed to be installed by some people from the manufacturers so it can work properly and be installed safely. But of course, if the customer says that they don't have to, they will not push it. It's still on the customer's choice. Yuki let them in and have it set up in one of the rooms that he has prepared already. It was supposed to be a spare room that most people turn into a guest room, but since having a guest in his apartment has a really lower percentage of happening, not to mention that someone will actually try to spend a night here. For Yuki, that has no plan of interacting with some of the people outside, then that's pretty much impossible. So without any hesitation, he decided to just use this as his gaming room. But even though he called it gaming room, it's not as fancy and grandiose if you compare it to others that also has a room that is called a gaming room. It doesn't have any wallpapers, anime figurines, or any different colors of LED lights in each corner of the room. It literally only had a single computer and the NNI machine that is still being installed in it. The looks of the room is plain and bland, but it's pretty clean and neat. Some might say that it's very minimalistic. But even if the room looks so boring and bland, the only two equipment that it has in is really one of the best. The supercomputer and the NNI machine that Yuki has are both super expensive that no normal person in this world could have. It takes a couple of hours before the NNI was completely installed and set. It's already been tested and proved running to its full capacity and doesn't have any problems. Yuki just signed a few papers and stuff that was given to him by the two delivery men. The two of them immediately leaves after that. Yuki even offered them some snacks, but they refused and say that they still have some items that needed to be delivered. After some exchanges of courtesy, the two delivery men proceeded to leave and Yuki was finally left alone. Out of excitement, Yuki didn't wait anymore and immediately run back to his gaming room after he closed the front door. Finally. Let's see. Yuki read the instructions manual for a little bit just to make sure he didn't miss something. He already knows how to use the NNI machine. When he was gathering some information on the internet, it was one of the first things that he has searched for. Yosh, looks like it's still the same. Now, let's give this baby a test ride. Yuki takes the VR helmet and wears it on his head. It covered half of his head, but the lower part was still exposed. He lay down on the neuroterminal and make himself comfortable. He grabs the neural cord and points it behind his neck. He used his other hand to locate the center of the neural port where the cord was supposed to go in. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Actually, even though Yuki has already searched for every information about the NNI machine, he was still nervous about putting inside the cord on his neural port. He was too nervous. Come on, you've prepared for this, come on. Inhale. Exhale. All right. Here goes nothing. He stays still for a moment, then after a minute he straightened his back and put the tip of the cord inside the neural port. He slowly slid it in and stopped halfway. He sucked in a large amount of air and for the very final one. Linku Sudatu. Then, he pushes it all in. Chapter 6. Ugh. The moment that the neural cord was completely connected to his neural port, Yuki felt like something is crawling in his whole body, but it only lasted for an instant, but the weird feeling crawls back and stayed inside his head. He can feel it. It feels like something is tickling his whole brain. It keeps going on, but suddenly, his vision started to light up. When he put the VR helmet in his head, he can't see anything as his vision is getting blocked, but now he can see. It's like he is not even wearing a VR helmet, he can't even feel the VR helmet at all. He can see the whole room, but the only difference is, multiple HUD windows are floating in front of him, it has different icons and logos in it and many other more features at the side of it. It was like you are looking at a big computer, but instead of a normal desktop design where there is nothing but an icon and logo, it's more like a PlayStation style. There are so many choices of windows, judging by the icon of every window, Yuki can guess what are they for. You don't need any mouse or controller, you can control anything using your hands. He keeps on scrolling and after a while, he stopped. He tried to reach the window with a note icon and press it with his finger. Blink. Suddenly, everything around him changed. Everything went dark, but not long after that, he slowly gained vision. It's like slowly opening your eyelids. When he completely regained his vision, he was not in his room. He was on a different room, he still wearing the same shirt. He tried to touch his cheeks and he felt it, but not that clear. It seems that when it comes to the feeling sensory, it was not that clear. Like you know that you are touching yourself but you can't feel it clearly, but it's still mind-blowing for him. Oh wow! He was too amazed by this experience. He was like here but he's really not in here at the same time. Yuki tried to stand up and jump repeatedly. He was testing if he can really freely move. He tried to observe the whole place he was in and from what he can see, it looks like he was at some kind of karaoke place. He walks towards the nearest table and picks up the mic. The moment he picked up the mic, a HUD screen suddenly appears in front of him that shows a list of multiple songs. Okay. Now I know what kind of place this is. Yuki stays there and enjoys his time for about a half hour until he decided to get out. After a half hour of fooling around, he finally decided to start his plan. The reason he bought the NNI machine as early as possible is to get familiar with the feeling of playing a MMORPG. He needs to get himself familiar somehow and enhanced his control skills so moving inside the game will feel like a natural thing to do. But that's not all. Since Igdrasil is a fighting genre, he needs to learn how to fight first before he hops onto it. He doesn't even have any idea on how to properly hold a sword or fight while maintaining your stance. Not just in sword but in different types of weapons. He knows that it will be developed naturally as you play the game but it will be an advantage if you learn already beforehand. His NNI system is connected to his supercomputer, that's why it has already a bunch of data even though it's new. He already downloaded a bunch of MMORPGs in it that he can play. He swiped the icons again and stopped at a certain window that has the title of Shadow Battle. He reaches his hand towards the icon and presses it by using his finger. Blink. Like what happened at first, everything became black. Then when he regains his vision again, he saw that he was at a completely different place. He was at some kind of dojo. It looks like a traditional Japanese dojo. Suddenly, while Yuki is busy looking around, a screen appeared in front of him and it shows Play. Training. Weapon practice. Select your desired weapon. Versus not. Beginner. Experienced. Master. Immortal. Player vs player. Unarmed vs. Unarmed. Weapon vs. Weapon. Freedom. Tournament. Okay then. So I can go against someone in real life or just with a bot. The bot might be a good start but I'll just do the training first. He selects the training and a punching bag suddenly falls down from the ceiling and a big shelves that contain different types of weapons appeared on the left side of the room. He also noticed that he was now wearing clothing that looks like a judogi. He feels like he can move better with these clothes. He walks near the punching bag and gives it a light punch. Thud. He can't still get over to the feeling that everything felt a bit real, although when it comes to the feeling sensory, it feels a bit off, it's still impressive. Like he was really here, doing some karate stuff. He decided to give it another couple of hits. After a while, he discovered that he was still affected by real-life reflexes. Even though he knows that everything that he is doing was just in his mind, he can't do anything or move as he please. He can't do any kick like Bruce Lee or do some cartwheel and some acrobatic stunts. But he knows that he will get better as time goes by, he just needs knowledge about fighting and applies it to a real, virtual, fighting situation. He just needs to keep things going and eventually, he will naturally learn it and adapt it into anything. After a couple of hours of practicing some punches and kicks, Yuki also tried some different types of weapons. He also notices that even in MMORPGs, the weapon has some weights. It's not that heavy and the weight it has is probably not the same it has in real life. It was greatly reduced, they must have put it there to just feel the reality of every weapon, that you will feel that if you are holding a sword, you will feel that you are swinging something and not just like swinging some imaginary weapon. Overall, Yuki has no problems with it. For the whole week, Yuki spends most of his time inside his gaming room, playing and diving inside the NNI. He was doing only two things for most of his time. First, he was watching some video tutorials on the internet, about learning how to move and fight like a real professional fighter. If you want to learn fast, the very best idea to do that was inside the NNI. While using NNI, it is making your brain to function as a supercomputer. You can learn things inside faster compared to the normal means. Second, after he learns things, he is applying it and practicing all of it on the training ground. He keeps on doing all of that simultaneously for the whole week. After a week's amount of hard work, he feels like he became better than usual. His moves are more decent, his punch and kicks are not that shabby anymore. He feels like his whole form looks a bit of a fighter now. He opened up the console and select the versus bot and choose the beginner as his difficulty level. He pressed play and he was suddenly transported to a wide circle arena. The whole place was covered with bamboo trees like they were in the middle of a forest. In far front of him, there's a black person standing still and straight. Its looks are completely black, not just normal black but pitched black, whole over its body. You can't see any part of him that isn't covered with black. It also has no features. Wow, this is literally a MMORPG version of Shadow Fight that I used to play back then. And I will call his opponent Shadow. Above him, a HUD screen suddenly appears with some text in it. Conditions to win. Make your enemy fall to the ground. That's it. Prepare for the upcoming battle. Get ready. Suddenly a voice rang out throughout the arena. It sounds the same to the voice you usually heard in a game like Tekken before a round starts. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The moment that the announcer said fight, the shadow man that is in far front of him, suddenly rushed towards Yuki's direction. Ho, you're approaching me? Instead of running away, just kidding. When the shadow was already at the range, it throws a punch towards Yuki. Yuki manages to dodge it by stepping sidewards, but it throws a punch again and again and again. Hey! Easy there! Yuki manages to dodge it all by jumping and leaning backward, but when he saw that he was already near the very edge of the arena, he decided to push and change his direction. I see why this is just a beginner. Unlike what I saw on the internet, it's not doing any flashy moves. It's just throwing some punches and kicks. If it's all just this, then I'll win this. Yuki decided to jump and run away to create a great distance between him and the shadow. This gives him a moment to think and also gain some momentum for whatever he is planning to do next. The shadow man immediately runs towards Yuki and throws away a heavy punch. Yuki easily dodges it by leaning sidewards. He didn't give the shadow a time to react as he takes this chance to do a light blow on his body. Yuki's hit managed to connect and made the shadow step back a little bit, but Yuki immediately closed the gap by dashing forward and following his attack with an uppercut to the shadow's jaw. He was in a lower position, so his uppercut did more damage than usual since he gains momentum from the very bottom. After the uppercut, the shadow was seemed to be stunned by it and took a couple of steps back, but Yuki didn't let it recover and dash forward again while still keeping his body lower. When Yuki was already in range, Yuki throws a punch towards the shadow's face, but even if the shadow was still in the semi-stunned state, it manages to block the attack by raising its arm. Yuki's punch was blocked, but Yuki immediately follows it up with a solid calf kick that disturbed the balance and form of the shadow. Yuki after that, gain enough time to step back little, have all his weight transfer on his one foot. Ha! And with a shout, he did a Spartan-like kick towards the shadow that successfully connected in its chest that greatly pushed the shadow backward. It almost falls towards the floor but manages to recover his balance at the very least. But Yuki didn't stop there and run towards the shadow at full speed again. The moment that Yuki gained enough momentum and force from the speed, he leaps towards the shadow and throws a heavy punch in its face. Combined with the speed and the force that is caused by the leap, the power of that punch was multiplied by a couple of times. Hey op! Asterisk dag! Asterisk! Since the shadow was still on the state of recovering its form and balance, it didn't manage to notice and dodge Yuki's attack. When the punch connected to the shadow's face, the shadow was thrown to the floor like a puppet that loses its strings. Player win. After that, a voice ranged out, and after a few notifications, Yuki was teleported back to the training dojo. Haha, that was really fun. I still need to keep this up until I beat the master level at least and proceed to the PvP to test the things I have learned in a real battle with the real person. Yosh, let's start again, Yuki said as he tightened his fist. After that, Yuki decided to have another rematch with the bot for a couple of times before deciding to finally call it quits and have a rest for the day. Just like what Yuki planned, he keeps on doing his training of learning and fighting simultaneously for every day in the entire 2 weeks. After all of that, he finally manages to defeat the bot with a master level of difficulty. It was 2 weeks worth of pure hard work. After 2 weeks he finally manages to be a bit proficient on hand-to-hand fighting. His plan was to practice and train until he was on the level that he can defeat the master level bot, and after that, he can only go for a PvP match to truly test his hard work on a real, virtual, person. Some time skips. And at last, the time has come. He finally managed to beat master level bot. He can finally do a PvP. But Yuki didn't rush things out and decided to log out for today since he want a fresh mindset when battling against an opponent that has no fighting pattern unlike the bots. So he decided to rest for today. Now, he just needs to wait for the real battle to start tomorrow to see if he can really beat a human already when it comes to a real, virtual, fight or not. Chapter 7, Chapter 7. Just like the usual, Yuki did all the things he always does in the morning before he proceeds to do all the things he wanted to do. After all that, he proceeds to go to his gaming room and dive into his NNI machine. He logged into the game that he always play. The Shadow Battle. A game where you can fight different players in one arena. You can fight using any weapon that you want or just by nothing but your fists. Yuki has been playing this for 3 weeks already and he is genuinely enjoying this game. He is not only playing this game because he just needs to learn how to fight but because he also enjoyed playing it. He can fight freely in this game, can do some stunts that he can't do in real life, and he gets to fight with someone, literally for nothing but just pure fun. Or maybe not since he has yet to fight a real person. This day was the day that Yuki is going to fight at a PvP battle for the very first time. He did some warm UPS in the training ground for about a couple of minutes and finally decided to do it after a bunch of shenanigans. Alright, let's freaking do this. He opens up the console and press the PvP and choose the battle mode where they are both unarmed, him and his enemy. After that, multiple conditions has also popped up. There are so many ways to win a round. You can choose a condition that you will win if you make your enemy fall to the ground, the same condition on Yuki's first battle with a bit, or if you manage to land a solid hit to the head first before your opponent. There are so many types of conditions. But even though there's so many of them, only one condition is commonly used in PvP battle types, and that is an HP-based battle condition. Just like what the name implied, both the player will be given an equal amount of 100 HP. Each successful attack will decrease the HP based on the part where they landed the hit on. For the head, the HP will be reduced by 20 for each landed attacks. The upper body has 8, the lower body has 5 and 3 for the arm. The arm has the least amount of decrease in the HP once it is hit. That's why most players uses their hands to block the attack of their opponents to reduce the damage. And also, throughout the weeks that Yuki played this game, he discovered that the only avatar that you can use in this game is a black shadow. Basically the same appearance that the bots has. So you wouldn't see the real appearance of your opponent, and the same for you to them. Yuki chooses the same condition and press play after it. A queuing time pops out in front of him and it only lasted for 3 seconds to finally found a match. Yuki was suddenly teleported in the same circle arena that has a lot of bamboo trees around it. In front of him, a shadow man was standing, but unlike the bot that was just there standing still, the shadow in front of him is making a bunch of gestures. Yuki didn't quite understand the meaning of the gestures, so he decided to just wave towards his opponent. Not long after that, a notification pops out above them. Conditions to win. First to make their opponent's HP to 0. A chat box suddenly appears in front of Yuki. Enemy, I'll beat the shit out of your ass UF *ing weakdard. Yuki smiled and thought. Yet I knew it, I'll definitely encounter something like this at least once in a while. It's an inevitable disease in every community, what did I even expect? Sigh, these kids, really? Yuki just shook his and thought how silly this is as he replied in the most mature way he could. Yeah, keep barking for me, dog. Enemy, mother **er. Yeah, I just did your mom last night. Immediately after exchanging some intellectual words, the voice that will signal for them to start, has been heard. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Fight. And I'll be calling his opponent Shadow as well here. Yuki this time takes the lead and rush towards his opponent. When he got closer enough, he throws a light punch, but the Shadow dodge it by leaning backward and throw a counter punch towards Yuki. Yuki saw this and immediately crouched to avoid the punch. He uses his position to rush towards the Shadow and tackle him on the ground and position himself above to pin the Shadow down on the floor. He took advantage of being at the top to immediately deliver a barrage of punches in the body and face of the Shadow. The Shadow tried to block the punches with his arms, but he failed to block some of the punches as he was focusing to cover his face to avoid getting hit there. Pug. -8. Pug. -3. Pug. -3. Pug. -3. Pug. -8. Pug. -8. Pug. -3. The Shadow keeps taking a barrage of punches and his HP was continuously decreasing. His HP was already near at 50 and still decreasing as time goes by. The Shadow knows that he needs to get out of this position to avoid the further loss of his HP. As Yuki keeps on punching non-stop, the Shadow waited for a punch on his head to come, and when Yuki was about to punch towards the Shadow's head, the Shadow opened its arms wide and leaned its head to the opposite direction. Yuki's punch missed the head and hit the floor instead. The Shadow didn't waste this chance and immediately used his left hand to grab Yuki's arm and the right arm to grab Yuki's shoulder. The Shadow rolled his body and threw Yuki aside. Although this is just a light throw and Yuki didn't receive any damage from it, it was enough for him to break out on his position and rolled towards the opposite direction and jump back to create distance between himself and Yuki. But Yuki didn't let him go as he pleased, as he immediately stands up and rushes towards the Shadow to immediately close the distance, seemingly to not give him any time to even breathe. The Shadow was surprised by Yuki as he sees that Yuki was like a wild animal that keeps on attacking without rest. When the Shadow saw that Yuki was already closing to him, he tried to meet him head-on with a throw of punch. The Shadow tried to fake a punch by throwing a light punch, then if Yuki dodges it, then he will immediately follow it up with a heavy punch to Yuki's face. Thud. 3. But instead of dodging his punch, Yuki blocked it with his right arm, and counter a punch with his left arm towards the Shadow's face. The Shadow didn't have time to think as he immediately blocks it with his other arm. Pug. 3. But the moment he blocked Yuki's punch, Yuki rotated his arm and grabbed both of the Shadow's arm, then suddenly pull him closer towards him and deliver a knee kick in the Shadow's body. Tug. 8. This made the Shadow took a step back. But Yuki didn't give him time to rest up as he immediately follows it up with a reverse roundhouse kick that successfully hit the Shadow in its head and throws him off to the ground. Tag. 20. Thud. As he was thrown to the ground, Yuki immediately pins him down again to the ground and deliver a couple of punches, but this time. Pug. 20. Pug. 3. Pug. 20. But this time, the Shadow was not fast enough and failed to block the punches as Yuki managed to hit his head 2 times, which causes his HP to decrease down to a flat 0. The moment that the shadow's HP reached down to 0, Yuki and the shadow was suddenly teleported back to their starting positions. Suddenly above him, a screen appears that had a winner written on it and a loser on the other side. While he was looking at it, a chat box appears in front of him again. Enemy, FCK your mom, FCK your dad, you are fling idiot, got to hell. Balalalal dumbass. Enemy player has been disconnected. Yuki laughs while reading. What a sore loser. After that, he just shrugged this off while focusing back his attention on the performance chart. After that, Yuki was teleported back to the training ground. Sai, looks like I perform quite a bit well than to be expected. Now I have one win on my match history. I think I will be able to fight stronger opponents as I play, so I should play PvP from now on until I'm confident enough. Yosh, let's do this again. Yuki enters again for another round of PvP match. He entered a few more times after each round and decided to end the day after that. He immediately logs out after that and goes towards the bed as he feels like he needs to sleep, cause playing MMORPGs was really mentally exhausting. After he lazily slams his body on the bed, not long after that, he fell asleep. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. It's been 10 months since Yuki was transported in this world. During these past months, Yuki spends most of his time inside his gaming room and playing different types of MMORPGs. At the first and second months, Yuki played the MMORPG called Shadow Battle. He played that game to get himself familiar with the feeling of fighting someone inside the MMORPG. Also, one of the reasons for playing that game was to learn how to wield and use different types of weapons. Well, he did not exactly learn all kinds of weapons, but he managed to learn at least 10 different types of weapons. Since it's the only type of weapons he felt comfortable with. It is also the types of weapons that he may plan to equip when he finally plays the Igdrasil. He stopped playing the Shadow Battle after 2 months. But not long after he stopped playing that game, he played another MMORPG after that. Yuki was doing this because he planned to play as much MMORPG as he could before the end of the year. He wants to completely familiarize himself first on playing different genres of MMORPG before he proceeds to play the Igdrasil. In the 3rd month, just the month after he stopped playing the Shadow Battle, he played another MMORPG called Collateral Bullets. It's basically a shooting game. If his purpose on playing the Shadow Battle was to learn and familiarize himself on fighting someone with or without a weapon inside a MMORPG, then, when it comes to this game, the Collateral Bullets, it was to greatly increase his accuracy skill in MMORPG. In Igdrasil, when the player starts casting their spell, an arcane eye or a magic sensor would have appeared in front of the caster. Afterward, the player could manipulate the sensor by sending their spell towards the desired area of their choosing to initiate its power or effect once they're ready to finish casting it. The player's right hand will control the sensor's movements, whilst their left hand directs the sensor's field of view. When it comes to skill casting, you really need to have a great focus and accuracy if you want your spell to hit. Especially if the target was moving, making it hit was extremely difficult. That's why a great skill and accuracy was needed. That's why Yuki decided to play this MMORPG. Even though Yuki is not planning on using a gun and becoming an automaton once he played the Igdrasil, it will still help him to greatly increase his accuracy inside the MMORPG. He played the Collateral Bullets for a month and a half before he stopped playing it and jumping to another MMORPG. This time, he played a MMORPG called Average. Average was a popular MMORPG. When he searched for the top MMORPG at this year, it was on one of the tops. Even though it's just one of the popular MMORPG, there's a specific reason on why did he choose to play this MMORPG. It was because, in the novel, it was mentioned that some of his guildmates played this MMORPG before they even played the Igdrasil. It even comes to the extent that one of his guildmates almost quit Igdrasil when he finds out that one of his guildmates is a higher rank than him in this game. The MMORPG Average involved players building their own power suits, and then using them to fight each other. Moreover, there are players who could utilize their own respective character build through customization. This includes a balanced type with average armor or the kind that uses paper armor, high speed, and high firepower. Yuki tried playing this DMMORPG with a mindset that he will only play this for a month or two as he also needs to test the other DMMORPGs. But during his first month, he was hooked on the game immediately. He didn't even notice that it's been a month already. Time passes by and it's already 3 months, but Yuki was still playing the game. If it is a question if Yuki had already familiarized himself on playing in DMMORPGs, then he was already too familiar with it. He even learned already the things that he was planning to learn on different DMMORPGs just by playing Average alone. All the fighting and weapon techniques that he learned on the Shadow Battle were being applied on this DMMORPG, as it also includes fighting and weapons, so he was getting better and better at it as time passes. His accuracy also improved tremendously, as the opponents that he was shooting down in this game are much more faster and agile than the one in Collateral Bullets that he played before. His senses and controls inside the game became much better, since playing this game needs a lot of mental effort and focus to play, since playing this game was like watching a camera footage of someone running while an earthquake is happening. Literally, sometimes, you don't know what is even going on anymore, as every fight became very chaotic once it starts. For almost 7 months, Yuki never played any other DMMORPG but this. He was really hooked on it, but even though he really liked the game, he didn't spend even a single money on it. But sometimes, he was already on the verge of pulling out money, especially when he saw some newly updated equipment that has been released in the shops. Nobody can blame him, as his equipment suck. He didn't spend even a single money even though he can. That's why he was so frustrated with himself. But the only thought that is keeping him positive through all this time was the moment that the official announcement of the release date of Igdrasil was released publicly. This made him shout and almost jump through the roof. His frustrations were immediately replaced by excitement for the next year. That's why he manages to hold himself for not buying anything on average, and just promised to himself that once the Igdrasil was released, I swear that I will spam click every buy button of every goddamn cash item in that game. Just you wait, Igdrasil. Daddy's coming. Chapter 9, Chapter 9. October 11th, 2125. On this day, the official release date of the DMMORPG, Igdrasil, was announced publicly. It will be released in the first week of the second month next year. Meaning, in February of the year 2126. Yuki was one of the people that saw this news first. Every time he finished playing and logged out on his NNI machine, he always checks the web if there is new news or information about the Igdrasil. He is constantly refreshing the page to see the latest updates. And on the same day when he was repeatedly doing that, it happened. But a week has already passed after the official release date of the Igdrasil was released, but only a few people and sites are talking about it. Well, it's really not that few and considered to be many. But Yuki was still a bit dumbfounded about this. Igdrasil was described as the most popular DMMORPG in this world, that if you say the word DMMORPG here at Japan, most people will immediately think of Igdrasil. So when the official date was released, Yuki was sure that it will cause an uproar on the local news and websites, but it has not. The level of attention that it was getting was no different on any other DMMORPG that will be released. Yuki think about this and decided to search through the web about this matter, and he found out that this type of DMMORPGs are pretty normal and generic already for the viewpoint of most peoples. Most people nowadays are into DMMORPGs like what Yuki played in these past months. So when people saw this, they have probably thought that, oh, it's one of those, and not care about it. In the description of the Igdrasil, the term player freedom was quite a popular term by most of any other DMMORPGs. But all of them doesn't have an actual player freedom. That term is so used that people usually think if they ever saw that in any DMMORPG's descriptions, they will immediately think that it's just a clickbait. Yuki guessed that Igdrasil maybe became famous once it was released. It is when the people have already tried playing it and talked about how the game offers a literal player freedom. It is that time when it made an uproar to the gaming community. Yuki searched for more to see if there's still any information that he can gather on the web. He keeps on sitting in front of his computer for a couple of hours until he decided to take a rest and end the day with it. For 10 months of constantly playing MMORPGs, Yuki finally decided to take a break. He figures out that needs to have time to relax and rest before he jumps again on playing MMORPG since the release of Igdrasil are already near. For the next 2 months, Yuki didn't play any MMORPGs or even use his NNI machine. He just spends his every day watching television, strolling outside, surfing on the web, and whenever he was bored and didn't want any of that, he just played normal online and offline games on his computer. Today was the first day of the new year, January 1st. While Yuki was doing nothing but continuously surfing on the internet, he suddenly received a notification. When he saw this, he immediately clicks on it and saw that he had a message. He quickly goes towards his mail, and when he first saw the sender of the mail, he got goosebumps. He saw that the sender of the message was one of the developers of the Igdrasil. Back in the last year, in the final month, before the end of the year. While Yuki was surfing the net, he saw that there is a new post on the developers' website of Igdrasil. They posted that they will pick 1,000 people to play the Igdrasil in advance in the first month of next year. When Yuki saw this, he gets so excited and wants to run outside, but he suppresses himself as he didn't want to waste any moment and immediately register himself. He was so fast that he was probably the very first person to register himself in it. He really wished that he will be chosen to join this first 1,000 batch of people that will play Igdrasil in advance. Now, on the very first day of the first month of New Year, Yuki received a mail from one of the developers of the Igdrasil. He immediately clicks on it and sees what is in the mail. Inside the mail was a message from the developers, saying that congratulations, you are chosen to be our first 1,000 batch of players to play the Igdrasil in advance. Yes! Thank God! When he saw this, he almost shed in tears. After all the wait, after all the things that he has done and all the preparation that he has gone through, he can finally play the Igdrasil, at last. At the very bottom of the mail, there's an attached link to it, that will allow Yuki to go to a private site. The link was protected, so even if you copy the link or type it manually, you will not be able to access the site unless it was from this mail. Once Yuki accessed the site, he immediately see the download button. He didn't even waste a single damn second and immediately smashed it. The downloading didn't take that long, as it was finished before Yuki can even realize it. The installation too was really quick since Yuki's supercomputer is a mythical beast. Once everything is over, he didn't wait for any more time and immediately dive into his NNI machine. In the selection of icons, a certain icon stands out the most on Yuki's vision. The Igdrasil was displayed on that icon. He slowly reaches for that icon and gently presses it with his finger. Blink! A white screen window suddenly appears in front of him, showing a lot of things in multiple terms and conditions. He read a few of them, but not all of it. Then next, the rules. They heavily implied and mentioned the rules. These rules are not only for this game but for any other MMORPGs. There are so many rules you have to follow and obey if you want to play a MMORPG, such as R18 actions were considered to be strictly forbidden. Violators would be publicly listed on the game's official website, and their accounts would be deleted, or worse. Once the records of these R18 actions were publicly released, they might be punished for damaging moral culture and thus violating the Social Order Maintenance Act. As such, most people would consider these acts off-limits. Additionally, one of the fundamental rulings which pertained to MMORPGs was that forcing a player to participate in a game without permission could be treated as a form of cyber kidnapping. As such, forcing a player to test out a game in this manner was a prosecutable offense, especially if there was no way to force quit the game. It would not be unexpected for a company to receive fines or jail time for such things. If a situation arose where a player was not able to log out of the game, up to a week's worth of game activity could be stored in a legally mandated record. This would make it easy to prosecute the company for their violations of the law. So easy to say, being Saudi in DMMORPG was not possible. There are so many things and stuff that was shown to him until he reached the login section. Since he doesn't have an account, he created an account first, then he goes back to the login section and put it in the newly created account. Yuki stopped for a moment and think about something first. After a minute, he looks at the login screen again and says, Linku Sudatu. I mean. Fake cough. Log in. Then, everything around him changed. Chapter 10, Chapter 10. Just like any DMMORPGs that Yuki have played, it all started in black surrounding. After Yuki logged in, everything became black so suddenly. Then, he slowly regains his vision as usual. Is this, where is this? When he completely regains his vision, he finds himself standing in the middle of a hall that looks like a royal palace. It was identical to the Space Guild in anime but fancier and less scary. It was like a palace for royal kings and queens. On the edge of his vision, there are multiple windows floating and following his line of sight no matter where he looks. Yuki knows what this is, it was shown in the anime in the very first episode. It was one of the Igdrasil's game interface. At the right bottom of his vision, one can see a little box that was showing a little map of the area around him. The map was really limited and cannot be used for checking long-distant places. And at the very top, there's a long rectangular window that was displaying his current location inside the game. Waiting area? Oh, right. I forgot that there's something like this in Igdrasil. The waiting area is a platform space where players can enter to meet friends before diving for a game session in Igdrasil. The area acts similar to VR chat, back in Yuki's original world. It is where players can congregate via their own avatars. In this area, Yuki was not alone. There are at least 50 of them in this area. When Yuki arrived in the waiting room, there are at least 3 of them there. But as he checks the game interface, the number of people in the waiting room keeps on increasing as time goes by. But the only thing that Yuki noticed is that all the people around him are using the same avatars. They're all using an avatar that is shaped like a human, but it is all colored white. It is like the only avatar that all players can use in the game Shadow Battle that Yuki used to play, but instead of all black, it's all white. Yuki was also using the same avatar, so he guessed that this might be the default avatar if you are new in Igdrasil and haven't created your own yet. He brought up his own console and found out that his guess was correct. He only found one thing in his console, and that is, to make his very own avatar or character first before he can gain access to his console. Excuse me. But before he can press the button to start creating his own character, someone approached him. Yes. Yuki responded to the white person in front of him. Just in case, that's not a racist word. What in front of him was a literal white person. Oh hey, is this also your first time in this kind of game? The white person asked. Judging from the demeanor of the white person in front of him, Yuki can already guess what does he want from him. Oh yeah, it's my first time too. I literally have no idea what am I supposed to do. Haha. Is that so? That's too bad. Alright, sorry for disturbing you, I'll go ahead there and try to find someone that knows this kind of game, haha, bye. Yeah. Yuki waved him goodbye and the white guy proceeded to run on the other direction to bother someone else. What is this? Sao? I'm sorry brother, but I'm not Kirito and I don't need any training montage right now. Yuki turns his focus again in the console and clicks the button so he can start creating his own character. Blink. Many introductions appeared in front of him and guides on how to properly create your own character. After reading it all, he proceeds to continue and 3 choices appeared in front of him. Humanoid race. A race that had a human-like appearance. Demi-human race. Variation of the human race with some bestial features. Heteromorphic race. Also known as inhuman or monster races. Most of these people would probably choose a human. I know that human is good and has a potential especially when maxed out, but I don't want that. I want those juicy racial classes. But if I'm correct, heteromorphic has a much better racial class stats than the demi-human. The discrimination about heteromorphic has yet to start too, so it's a pretty good start for me. If someone saw me, I think that they won't attack me if I say to them that I'm also a player. But if things go south, I'll just handle it. I'm confident about my abilities anyway. Yuki said as he fidgeted with the screen he was seeing. The discrimination that Yuki was talking is about piking other players. In Igdrasil, you will be penalized if you kill another player. Thus, in In's time when he was still playing Igdrasil, heteromorphic races were very unpopular because piking a heteromorphic player doesn't give any penalty to the player that did it. Added to that was, in Igdrasil, if you died in-game no matter what the reason was, you will drop one of your equipped items the moment you died in-game. And the rate of dropping your most important and powerful items and equipment is so high that most of the players in-game were not equipping all of their powerful items and equipment, except when they were about to raid a dungeon, since you can't clear a dungeon with a half-ass items. With the sum of all those reasons, all of that is what makes killing a heteromorphic better than a regular monster. Not that you will get more experience than the regular monsters, you will even get an item once you killed them, and you will also unlock a secret reward and class if you kill a certain number of heteromorphs. That's why in the future, discriminations about heteromorphic race will surely happen, since their role in-game was an enemy of all the players in the first place. He scrolls the list from the top to the very bottom just to see if there's some race in the game that he didn't know and much more powerful. But no, there's nothing new. It's all the same as what he thinks that would be on the list. That might be a reason, but these players around me are still nothing but noobs. Hehe. Yuki selected the heteromorphic class and a long list of racial classes appears in front of him. Yuki scrolls the list and checks every single one of them. While he was doing this, he noticed that there are many people in the waiting room already. Most of the people in that 1000 that is picked to play the Igdrasil earlier than others must have been here already. He also noticed that some of them have already created their own avatars and characters. See? I predicted it. Most of the players that Yuki saw has humanoid avatars such as elf, dark elf, rainbow eye, winged elf, sharp horn, winged human, and of course, the majority of them, humans. He did see a very few ones that picked the demi-human, but he saw no one that chooses the heteromorphic as their chosen race. Oh, they're already jumping in-game. Yuki saw that some of the players that have finished creating their character have suddenly disappeared. Yuki thought that they already dived inside the game already, since it's your only destination after you finish creating a character. I think I should hurry up. He turned his attention to the list of racial classes again and searches for a particular class. Oh, found it. The insect class. I think that this is one of the most powerful classes, just like Touch Me. And for the species? Let's see. I think I will go for a sanguine mosquito. Then I can evolve myself as a sanguine queen later, and once I go towards the new world I can breed for a lot of different types of sanguine mosquitoes to fight for me, and I can literally do nothing and let them do all the work. Kaya haha, this probably the most OP class ever, yeah, let's go with this. Yuki said as he voices out his great plan that he was planning from the start. But of course, I'm kidding, who would think of something so stupid like that? Wahaha. Then, Yuki continues to scroll until he spots his real target. Vampire. Yeah, this bad boy right here. In the anime, Shaltir was one of the strongest NPC in Nazarick. All of her stats were also balanced too. And that was just an NPC. If I play this right, I can literally do much better in the long run. He chooses the vampire without hesitation and an image of an ugly-looking creature appears in front of him. Oh wah, god damn it! They said that vampire in Igdrasil is really ugly, but I did not expect it to be like this. He look at the ugly image in front of him and think about something for a second. Looks aren't important right now anyway, so I think it's pretty fine, but if I want to make this guy a better looking one, I need a creator tool. But I don't have that yet, so I can't, but right now, I can still make this a bit more decent, or, wait, why do I need to make it decent anyway? I'm supposed to be a scary monster, a creature that people will make a run for their money the moment they see my face. Yuki said as he keeps thinking of ways to make the Strigoi like vampire scarier but less ugly. He wants it to be a thing that looks like it comes out of a horror movie or something. But he didn't also want to have a hideous and ugly looking avatar, so he is really thinking of ways to do that. After a minute of thinking, he turned his focus again on the screen and cracked his virtual knuckles and said, "Alright, let's get this bad boy in shape," Yuki said while having sinister smile on his imaginary face. Chapter 11, Chapter 11. Now that is a masterpiece, Yuki said as he looked at the image of the avatar he just designed and created. The image of the avatar in front of him looks really terrifying. It's like a combination of every descent monster that existed. Descent is a type of monster, look it up. Meh, I'm going to change it later anyway. I'll use this just for the sake of scaring the shit out of every new player that will saw me, hehe. After he confirmed that he was already finished in the character design, he pressed the finish button and another list of things popped out in front of him. But his avatar also changed into the same avatar that he designed. Now his looks and height changed and the demeanor of his character looks really terrifying, but if you hear Yuki's voice, it doesn't match his image at all. Hi! A white guy suddenly spawned beside him, and due to his extremely high luck, it turned its head to look at his side. It saw Yuki's avatar, which greatly terrifies him. He suddenly walks away because it was scaring the shit out of him. Hi. Clears throat. Alright, where should I go with this? In front of him was a list of all the worlds he can start in Igdrasil. As it can be guessed from the title, Igdrasil mainly refers to Norse mythology and has 9 separate worlds based on it, which are Asgard, Alfheim, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Helheim, and Muspelheim. While each world is a leaf of Igdrasil with their own particular traits, they were estimated to be 2 to 3 times the size of Tokyo. So even though they are called worlds, they are really not worlds apart. It was like all of the worlds in the Norse Igdrasil was combined into one continent. So meaning to say, even if you started in Asgard, you can still go towards the Midgard by just traveling on foot. But the whole map of the world is very big that even before the server shutdown of the game, only 40% of the map has been fully explored and recorded. Information about the Yggdrasil's map is extremely valuable. Every bit of information that people will discover is not for free, unlike in other DMMORPGs. Especially if it has to do with the world items. There's a site called Yggdrasil's Wiki. In the novel, it was said to be a famous site where important information about Yggdrasil is posted. Yggdrasil Wiki apparently contains 50 of the 200 world items covered in their site. All of this information surrounding it and other sorts was put there by players specialized in espionage and deceit. This correlates with how attempts to steal key information will occur, and because of that, owners of such items will desperately try to find a way in concealing the fact from other fellow players. By the following rule, owners of Yggdrasil Wiki will charge its members a fee each time they tried to gain access to certain contents and information. When spies of different top-ranking guilds found the information they want, it was later posted here in this wiki with the purpose of gathering intelligence from all opposing sides. For starters, in the novel, it states that his said strength and cards he had up his sleeve as a Yggdrasil player made himself doubtful. This was due to the fact that the wiki got every bit of information about him in their site for the public to see in the open, especially his enemies. Since the Gildans Oelgaun was one of the strongest guilds, a certain level of information about each of his guild members was extremely valuable. Of course, Yuki wasn't worried about it. He doesn't mind if his information got publicized or anything. He can even use it to against his enemies. But of course, there's no need to worry about this since Igdrasil's wiki has yet to exist in the current day. Now, in Igdrasil, if I remember it correctly, the advantageous worlds for heteromorphic players were Niflheim, Helheim, and Muspelheim. Going to other world where there's a lot of humans is not an option. Not that I can only be hunted, but I might cause the trigger of the early racial discrimination here on the Igdrasil for the heteromorphic players, and that is a huge problem. Yuki said as he don't want to cause any big impact in the game yet since it might ruin the timeline. So he think his next moves really carefully so he can avoid some nuisance. Since I choose a vampire, my weakness is quite a lot, but I think that it won't matter anymore in the long run. Back in the shadow battle, Yuki was described sometimes by his opponents as a very aggressive fighter, and like a wild animal. He keeps on charging towards his enemy whenever he saw a chance, a reason for not giving them even a time to think for their next move. That's why most of Yuki's opponent can't do anything other than dodging. Vampires have a life/blood drain, creating spawn through blood drain, powerful muscular strength, and fast healing. And as an undead creature, they are effectively immortal. What could be the best racial class for Yuki other than this? It has a life drain, so the longer the battle, the more it comes to his favor and less for the enemy since fatigue and hunger statuses doesn't affect him. As an aggressive fighter, powerful muscular strength is like a meat and potato of every fighter like Yuki. And the explanation is not already needed for the summons and fast healing. Not to mention that blood/life drain can heal much better than any type of HP potion. So where do I go? Yuki look at the list of realms he can go. He think for a couple of seconds until he finally decides what realm is the most favorable to him after comparing all the realms in his mind. For Yuki's choice, he decided to go in the realm of Niflheim. Yuki scrolls down the list and saw the Niflheim realm. He pressed the Niflheim on the list and suddenly, a circle appears below his foot. It releases some pixelated particles throughout Yuki's body and suddenly, his virtual body slowly vanished and his vision became black again. Yuki's vision is still black, but he can now saw his own avatar. He found out that he was standing in a black space. It was like the same to the white space where he met the god that gives him wishes. A small screen suddenly appears in front of him. It shows the whole map of the Niflheim area in the whole map of Igdrasil. A text suddenly appears above the screen saying, "Choose your desired spawn area." In Igdrasil, if you choose the humanoid or demi-humans as your chosen racial class, you can spawn in any type of town or city here in Igdrasil. But if you choose as heteromorphic, you can only choose the option of being spawn in any desired area you want, since the majority of the heteromorphic race is not allowed to enter in any types of town or city in Igdrasil. Well, better not be in the center. Yuki chooses to be spawn at the very bottom part of the map. Yuki did make sure that he will be spawn at the very edge of Niflheim since this is one of the 3 worlds in Igdrasil that as you go deeper at the very center of it, the more it will become much more dangerous, both the monsters and terrains. Yuki chooses the area where there are swamps. He pressed it and suddenly, everything around him changed, and not long after that, he finds himself standing in the middle of swamps. Alright, finally I'm in game. No monsters around the area other than me, and that's good. Yuki looks at his map and saw that there are no monsters around the area yet. He checked the body of his avatar and noticed that he was glowing. He looks at his status and saw that he was in invisible mode. Must be an effect if you have just spawned in the area to avoid getting killed immediately. This mode will only last for 2 minutes, so if a player found himself in the middle of monsters or PKS, he will have time to get away and hide. Yuki opened his console and goes towards his inventory and saw an item in one of the slots. Gift. He opened up the gift and he received various things. You received 10,000 gold coins. You received an EXP boost ticket *24 HRS, 1. You received a weapon cart, 1. You received a night pearl, 1. Oh, some items and an EXP boost? Okay. What's a night pearl? That doesn't ting. Before he can even check his received items, he suddenly heard a new notification on his inbox. He quickly checks the notification and presses the message to read its contents. Attention! An achievement has been achieved. You are the very first player to pick a monster class in the whole Igdrasil. You are the very first one to choose the way of monsters. It will all start with you. You will be the beginning. Congratulations! You will be rewarded for being the first one to pick the monster class. You will be given a new racial class for being the very first monster. You have unlocked a new racial class, the Origin. Do you want to use your new racial class? Oh! Chapter 12, Chapter 12. Oh! Yuki was surprised by the sudden notification, but he was more surprised when he saw the contents of it. Origin? Hey! Well, I haven't heard anything like that. It's not even mentioned in the novel back when I'm reading it. Yuki was surprised that just by being the first player to pick the monster class, the game will give you a rare racial class from the get-go. And just by judging how it was obtained, it's probably a unique class that only Yuki will have. I wonder if there's also like these for the first humans and demi-humans. Yuki pondered for a moment before immediately brushing off the idea, thinking that there's no use in being curious about that now. Do you want to use your new racial class? Though extremely excited, Yuki didn't immediately equip it since he was a bit cautious. This is a class that he has never heard of, the effects, skills, buffs, and debuffs, and what it'll do to his whole character is unknown to him. So Yuki opened up the details and information of the racial skill he just received, and a big new screen have appeared in front of him, covering his entire view. Just by looking at how massive the screen is, anyone can say that the information and details about this particular class are enormous. Sheesh, what are these? Yuki muttered with surprise as he looks at the big HUD screen in front of him that's full of texts. Rustle. Yuki was about to read it but suddenly heard some noises nearby. Thinking that it may be some monsters, and seeing that he is in the middle of a hunting zone, he closes the status windows first and moves to a safe zone nearby, a place where any kind of fighting is not allowed. Be it a duel or a PvP, obviously, monsters can't be found near this place too, since the area around the safe zone will be considered a part of it and thus making it an out-of-bounds area for the roaming monsters. Yuki didn't go to the safe zone itself and just near it since he knows that there's won't be monsters nearby anyway. He opens up the status windows again and reads the details of the racial class he just got. Wait, it offers only one skill? Isn't that too cheap? My mana capacity will have no limits? Am I reading this correctly? What is this? This is too broken. Wait. I'll lose my mana and I won't be able to regenerate it through any means? What is this bullsh***? What's the point of having no limits then? Oh, I see, that makes sense. Relieved face. I'll lose this much if I die. This is a scam. Hey developers. This is too much. You hear me? This is too much. Oh, this class is so good. Ha ha ha. This class is trash. After a couple more emotional roller coaster of ups and downs, Yuki finally finishes reading everything about the racial class he got. After that, he falls deep into his own mind. He is seriously thinking about it because he thinks that the class is super good and also super bad. The potential it has is very big and the buffs and skills it offers are OP, but the penalties it had are way too inhumane. Like every time Yuki read a skill, it's like he's in heaven, but the moment he goes in the penalty part it had, Yuki felt like hell descended just right in front of him. He feels like he just got a nuclear bomb as a power. The possibility of disintegrating any enemy he'll face is high, but there's also a chance where hell just blows himself up every now and then and lose everything. This is what Yuki feels about this class. But after a long moment of carefully considering everything, he finally decided on a choice. Alright, whatever, I'll just be very careful every time. He chooses to equip the racial class. Do you want to equip this racial class? Yes, Yuki answered with a voice full of determination. After that, his avatar glowed for a moment, then it stopped. Yuki looked at his avatar to see what are the changes, but he saw that nothing changed. Alright, let's try to SE. Ting. New job classes are now available. New skills have been obtained. Character status point bonus have been applied. Your mana capacity has been removed. Due to the penalty, your current mana will deplete down to 0. Your class origin has detected your other class vampire. The hidden function skill link has been used. Your class origin has been successful and greatly influenced your other class vampire. The skill link has detected an impurity in your class vampire and is now attempting to erase it. The attempt of the skill link has been successful and managed to remove the impurities in your class vampire. The penalties and weaknesses of your class vampire have now been removed and will no longer affect you. Your class vampire has been heavily influenced by your other class origin. The racial advancement of your class vampire might be affected due to this development. Other achievement has been forcefully delayed due to your low character level. The rewards for the linked achievements will be announced after you reached the appropriate character level. Oh, yeah, I just realized it. I'm not even level 1 yet. Yuki said with an unchanging tone. Yuki finds the situation weird since he was not even level 1 yet and he was getting so many good things already. If players were to see this, they will surely think that Yuki probably has some connections to the developers, that's why he's getting this good stuffs just from the start. But for Yuki himself, he's not that happy with this. If Yuki were to describe what he feels for this, then it was more like a relief. He's relieved that at least, he got something to back him up, because compared to the good stuff he just got to the penalties that this racial class has, then it's more like comparing earth to heaven. As his origin class grows, so do the penalties. This class has a lot of penalties, but there's one that greatly catches his attention and makes him very anxious. If you die, all the achievements, bonuses, and skill perks you received, obtained and acquired from your class origin throughout the time will be erased or reset back to the very beginning, including ongoing achievements and character status bonuses. Dying inside the game is a very common thing to happen, but not for Yuki. The moment he equipped the class called Origin, he immediately made a rule to himself. Throughout the upcoming years that he will play Igdrasil, he can't die. Unless he really needs to, which is very unlikely. After all that, Yuki checks out the system more, just to see if he missed something. He also equipped the new job classes that he manages got, though all of them are still level 0 since he has yet to level up. Earlier, while Yuki is reading a lot of notifications about his achievements, a new notification had popped out. Yuki ignored it earlier since he's pretty occupied, but now, he brings it out again to see what it is. He pulls out the notification window and checks the inbox. There, he saw one unread mail, the one remaining mail that he has yet to see. He immediately clicks on it to see its contents. The start of a journey. Since you have everything already set up, you can now make a name for yourself. You need something for everyone to remember you. Quest: set an IGN for your character. Difficulty: beginner. Reward: 100 EXP points. After that, a long empty bar and a virtual keyboard had appeared in front of him. Oh yeah, I don't have an IGN yet. Haha, damn, I totally forgot the thing that I'm looking forward to the most. Yuki said as he scratches his virtual head. Ever since Yuki started creating his character, he always waited for the chance to name himself inside the game, but up until he dives in-game, and already inside the game, the section where he would name his character hasn't shown up. But at this very moment, it finally shows itself. Back then, I have promised that once I get the chance to rename myself, I will change it to the most awesome name ever. Now, even though it was still in the game, it will be mine in the future too. Alright, let's think about this seriously. Yuki said as he cracks his imaginary knuckles and put on a serious expression, at least that's what his current gesture looks like. A good name. Let's see. In all the movies, anime, manga, and stories that I have watched and read, I have heard already a lot of good possible names, but I need to have a flexible name. Not just for this game but for the new world as well. I need a name that would fit there, a noble sounding name would be better too. What could it be? Yuki pondered for a couple of seconds but suddenly, after a moment of brainstorming, he finally remembered something. Oh, right! That wettoon! Haha, the MC is a vampire too, so it kinda fit. And a good-looking one at that. After a moment of remembering something, he turns towards the keyboard and types his desired name. IGN, Caddis Igdrasil. There, what a fancy-ass name. After he typed all the characters, he presses the accept button to make it his official IGN. Congratulations! You have successfully set your official IGN on Igdrasil. The start of the journey. Since you have everything already set up, you can now make a name for yourself. You need something for everyone to remember you. Quest: set an IGN for your character. Difficulty: beginner. Status: completed. Reward: 100 EXP points. Congratulations! You have level up. Level 0, Level 1. Your skill secret stash has been activated. Your HP has risen by 3. Your MP has risen by 3. Your PHYATK has risen by 1. Your PHYDEF has risen by 3. Your agility has risen by 2. Your Mag ATK has risen by 4. Your Mag Def has risen by 2. Your resist has risen by 2. You acquired 1 status point. Oh, nice. Alright, racial class, it's time to eat. Yuki said as he used his status point to his racial class vampire and thus, leveling it up. Every player in Igdrasil have different types of routes and style they want to follow when it comes on leveling both racial and job classes based on their chosen race. The jobs additional class levels that follow certain TRPG classes and etc., they give lower stat points than other classes in general, but often give you more skills to use. While racials are additional or starting class levels that one can take. They often have fewer skills, but compensate with higher stat points than job classes. Amongst racial classes, they can be split into demi-human racials, which can be considered less versatile but better in terms of stats to humanoid or pure job class-based people. The other is heteromorphs, which are racials that are more extreme, which have even better stat gains, in certain stats, but very drastic trade-offs. For reference, slimes have high physical defense but low on physical attack. Undead are immune to piercing but weak to bludgeoning and so on. Vampire has a pretty high and balanced character stats but has multiple weaknesses such as holy water, silver weapons, positive energy, and sunlight. And so on. Typically both don't give as many skills, but they do come with racial abilities in varying degrees. Heteromorphs tend to have more drastic racial abilities like an Overlord's undead creation and true vampire's blood pool, which can be very strong and is possible to be a Yggdrasil's meta in the future. However, heteromorphs have penalties. They cannot have certain classes, cannot enter certain cities, is fined to get isekai'd, penalties depending on race, and cannot equip certain types of equipment. Even if they take only one level, the penalty activates. Jobs that have difficult requirements would have a higher rate of a skill point increase. And there is the case of only humans being able to have that class. And rather than increasing racial class, characters that take various classes would be stronger. This is as skills are better than skill points. However, the final racial class of the heteromorphs has very high skill points. Due to the raw high skill points, strong skills will be even stronger. Crazily stronger. Overall, jobs are like new move upgrades, while racials are more stat-focused upgrades that unlock varying degrees of skills. Demi-humans are the safer stat-focused ones, while heteromorphs are the min/max ones that come at a price or clear drawbacks in exchange for powers. Instead of playing Igdrasil, most heteromorphic players don't level up their racial class since they were getting isekai'd constantly, so leveling up your racial class is not wise. They even have a certain theory back then that if one wants to make a strong character, they should not raise their racial level. That's probably the reason why humans and not heteromorphs are popular in Igdrasil. But now, there's no such thing yet. Yuki or any other heteromorphic players can still do whatever they want or level up the class they want. That's why Yuki wanted to focus on leveling his racial class, especially now that he had obtained a rare racial class. He planned to increase the level of his racial classes as much as he can during this 1 month before all the local players join and enter the Igdrasil. And maximize or at least almost maximize it, before the racial discrimination on heteromorphic players starts. Just so he can avoid a bunch of nuisance while he is grinding some experience points for his classes. After he finished it all and making sure that he didn't miss any more notifications, he goes towards the inventory and takes the weapons cart item. The weapons cart from his inventory looks like a cart-like keychain with the size of a normal human fist. Use item, Yuki said as he raised the weapon cart above him. The weapon cart in his hand suddenly breaks into blue-like particles. Then a screen appears in front of him, showing a list of different types of weapons. The weapon cart is an item that can give a weapon to a player at no cost. It will show a list of all types of weapons that is also available in the shop. Out of all the list of that weapons, you can take a single weapon of your choice. As I guessed, it all looks normal. There's even nothing above medium class item. Sigh, but I guess that this is better than the weapons I can afford with my current money on the shop. This will do for now. He scrolls throughout the list and stopped at a particular weapon. Finally, Ma Bei. He clicked his desired weapon on the list, and after that, the list disappeared and a certain kind of spear appears in front of him. It is descending from the air slowly. Yuki grabs the spear mid-air and gives it a few thrusts and swings afterward, just to familiarize himself with it. Ah, nice. It's very comfortable, it feels the same as the one I used to use, Yuki said as he recalls the spear he created and always used back when he was still playing Aberrage. He even calls it Rose. Yes, Yuki is a spear person. But of course, he knows how to use various of weapon and is very good at it too, but he's just very fond of using the spear. It's like being an animal lover, but cats. Cats for the win. It's like that. After all that shenanigans, Yuki goes towards the shop next and purchases a light armor and all the other things that he needed to complete his set of defense. Now, Yuki is all geared up. He closes his console and starts walking out of the safe zone. He checked the map a couple of times. It didn't take long until he's finally out of the safe area. Though there isn't any kind of monsters in sight, Yuki is extremely alert and cautious. After reading the map a few more times, he finally decided on which direction he should go. He decided to explore only the edge of this world since he doesn't want to go any deeper in his current state. He planned to grind and gain levels as much as he can in this area for the whole week before he starts to push slowly towards the center. He readied his spear and sharpened his instinct. He gets on his stance and closes his eyes for a moment. He looks like he was thinking about something, but in reality, he was setting his shortcut skill commands. He opened his eyes again after all that. Alright, let's start. And with that, Yuki's hunt begins. IGN, Catus Etrema de Razel. Gender, male. Race, undead/heteromorphic. Level, 1. HP, 14. MP, 9. PHYATK, 8. PHYDEF, 10. Agility, 13. MAG-ATK, 9. MAG-DEF, 11. Resist, 7. Special, 10. Total stats, 91. Vampire, 1. Origin, 0. Blood Drinker, 0. Progenitor, 0. Negator, 0. Monarch, 0. Origin. Level, 0. Type, racial class. Lore/description, Reach LVL 3 to unlock. Racial buffs. LVL 1. The racial skill secret stash will be acquired. The racial skill retrieve will be acquired. The racial skill link will be acquired. Mana capacity will be removed. The racial skill absolute status will be acquired. +5 to all character status. Killing a boss or a higher class monsters will give you more rewards and a 100% chance of item drop. Killing a player that is possessing the class hero will unlock some of the hidden features within your class origin. This will also complete a certain hidden episode in the Origins lore. Various and enormous amounts of rewards will also be received according to the completed achievement. Killing a player that is possessing the class Beast King will unlock some of the hidden features within your class origin. This will also complete a certain hidden episode in the Origins lore. Various and enormous amount of rewards will also be received according to the completed achievement. LVL 2. Contents locked. LVL 3. Contents locked. LVL 4. Contents locked. LVL 5. Contents locked. Racial penalty. LVL 1. The auto mana regeneration system will now be gone. Regenerating mana through any means other than the skills that are linked to the class origin will now be impossible. If you die, all the achievements, bonuses, and skill perks you received, obtained and acquired from your class origin throughout the time will be erased or reset back to the very beginning, including ongoing achievements and character status bonuses. You will not be able to enter some cities. Boss class monster or higher classes of monsters will have their HP and some of their stats doubled while you are in their presence. Various kinds of buffs will also be applied based on the type of monster you face. There will be a low chance that your position will be revealed after going on Midgard or Asgard for a certain amount of time. If you were killed by a player that's possessing the class hero, your class origin will be erased and deleted permanently from your racial classes. If you were killed by a player that's possessing the class Beast King, all your status and level after you respawn will decrease by half permanently. Your position will also be revealed to the player that's possessing the class Beast King for a certain amount of time every day for an entire week. This penalty can be stacked if you were killed repeatedly by the player that has the class Beast King. If you kill both the player that's possessing the class hero and Beast King, then you will be labeled as a mortal enemy for both humans and demi-humans. LVL 2. Contents locked. LVL 3. Contents locked. LVL 4. Contents locked. LVL 5. Contents locked. Secret stash. Each time that you gain levels, all character status will increase by at least 5. All the character stat points that you will get are random numbers between 1 to 5. Content locked. Content locked. Type, passive, skill. Duration, none. Casting time, instant. Cooldown, none. Activation cost, content locked. Retrieve. Every time that you kill a, you will absorb its remaining MP completely. The MP you managed to absorb will be now yours, permanently. Type, passive, skill. Duration, none. Casting time, instant. Cooldown, none. Link. Every time your class origin detected another racial class, it will immediately use the skill link to create a connection, then heavily influence it. The outcome after the influencing is unknown. The results may change depending on the type of racial class where the link has been used. Type, passive, skill. Duration, none. Casting time, conditional. Cooldown, none. Absolute status. The duration of any kind of abnormal statuses will be shortened by 2/3/4/6/10 seconds. Content locked. Content locked. Content locked. Content locked. Content locked. Type, passive, skill. Duration, none. Cooldown, none. Casting time, none. Activation cost, content locked. Chapter 13, Chapter 13. It's already been 2.5 months since Yuki started playing Igdrasil. During those days of continuously grinding EXP, so many things have happened already. Last month, the game Igdrasil was finally released to the public officially, and just like what Yuki thought, it made an uproar. In just 2 weeks after it was released, the server of Igdrasil became so packed. So many new players are being spawned in different areas in each realm. Also at that time, Yuki finally saw and encounter his first demi-humans and heteromorphic players in Niflheim ever since he started playing the game. They are all harmless, they just became scared or surprised when they saw Yuki, but that's the extent of their reactions. Some of them even thought that Yuki's avatar looks cool. Yuki, on the other hand, is very friendly towards the newbies. He even helps and guides newbies whenever he is asked for it. He doesn't help all the ones that he meets, but sometimes, he agrees to some of them. Especially if they have a cute voice and sound like a girl. He also keeps hunting on the edge part and slowly pushing his way towards the center of Niflheim. He doesn't want to take the risks since there's no reason for him to take things fast, and also the penalties for dying are such a b*tch. He can't just speedrun his way towards the whole world even though he has good items. The thing in Igdrasil is, getting levels and EXP is really easy, but losing them is much easier. That's why Yuki doesn't want to risk going further towards the center, just for much higher rewards when he's still getting a decent amount of it on wherever he's currently on. He will just decide to go further if the rewards he's getting are not enough anymore. So far, all the days that Yuki had after all these events are relatively normal. He just keeps grinding exps for his classes since he needs to level it all up before he goes to other worlds for the materials and quests. In just a half month, Yuki manages to max out some of his classes already, and of course, by doing so, he also got a bunch of new skills and new classes that are related to the class he maxed out, but he didn't equip it all, only those he deemed necessary. He even unequipped the first job classes he got since Yuki thought that those classes don't really fit for grinding exps. He also obtained and get some classes he wants by doing and accomplishing some achievements, such as Weapon Mastery and Slayer. He manages to complete all that for just half a month worth of playing. He also buys some cash item wrong. Take 2. Yuki had bought every cash item in the shop, whether it's necessary or not. An item he can use, or not. He knows what it does, or not. Literally everything that pops out in the shop. Every cash item that's getting patched and put in the shop, Yuki will immediately buy all the things as much as he is allowed to. If every player only has a buy quantity limit for certain items, he will certainly max it out. If the item in the shop has a limited quantity, he will buy it all and put the sold out icon himself on it. If the item doesn't have a quantity, then he will have at least 100 stacks of it in his inventory. Yuki is what most people call a whale. A big, gigantic whale. The majority of players in Igdrasil are so anxious whenever a new quantity-limited item will be released, especially for those who really want a bite of that particular item. They need to be quick because they know that items like this don't stay available in the shop for 5 seconds. 5 seconds before the sold-out icon appears. It's like this all the time. This phenomenon is called by most players the 5 seconds rule. This is not an actual thing, but this is still happening because of one player that likes to harvest all the cash items for himself, Yuki. Not only cash items, but Yuki also has a lot of self-made and customized items. He made a lot of his own equipment and customized some already made equipment to match it to his liking. Judging by the look of his character, someone might say that he is a warrior, but in reality, he is, and also not. He is a warrior. He does things that a normal warrior does, but for a warrior, the number of tiered spells and the amount of MP he also has, are already enough to make a full-fledged magic caster cry. Yuki has a full-plated armor and a spear for a weapon. If someone were to check his MP using a spell, they will see that he only has 10 MP stats. With these details, no one would be blamed if they were to think that Yuki is just your everyday fighter. But in reality, all of that is just a front. A front to cover what's on the back. A problematic problem that needs to be hidden. Yuki has a ring, a special one that can seal some of his stats. Not hide, but seal. This is to remove the unnecessary and unwanted attention that's starting to harbor around him. He's notably too strong. Extremely strong. Compared to a player that has the same level as him, he's completely unmatched. At the current state of every players in Igdrasil, he can literally one-shot anyone by just moving around. That's why he decided to seal off his unnecessary large stats and pull it down to a convincing amount. Except for the defense and HP stats. He needs to keep those in a high number for obvious reasons. The ring uses a sealing method to do all these things. But sealing is different than hiding. Using various means, a player can see if the other player is hiding the info of their stat. But if the stats are sealed, it cannot be seen through. Simply because, it's not there anymore. For reference, if someone asked you to show them all your money, you can only show them what you have in your wallet, but the one that's kept in the bank won't be, unless you bring it out yourself. It is like that. A sealing method is unheard for every players. The ring is not something that Yuki bought in the shop, but it was crafted by himself. A self-made item. Sealing is also a method that Yuki created, or at least the first player that thought and used such a method. So all of that is just for the safe route. Unnecessary attention will only give him a bunch of nuisance, and for the current him, it is not needed. He still has a lot to do, and being in the spotlight is the last thing he would want. He is also being careful about the very existence of the Yggdrasil's wiki, that's why he doesn't want to reveal any information about him. Especially now that the numbers players inside the game are continuously growing at a rapid pace. But so far, Yuki's everyday life was a repeating process between grinding, hunting, mining, raiding dungeons, and doing quests. One can say that it is a peaceful and nice pace. Yuki likes it, he doesn't mind doing this every day, but Yuki himself knows that this is nothing but a wishful thinking and this game is bound to be chaotic as days go by. That's the sole reason why he's working/playing so hard, to prepare for what's about to come. To prepare for the future. But for the moment, he'll just enjoy his current peaceful pace. That is actually about to end. IGN, Catus Etrama Gender, male. Race, undead/heteromorphic. Level, 65. HP, 213. MP, 10+. PHYATK, 70. PHYDEF, 172. Agility, 68. MAG-ATK, 42. MAG-DEF, 197. Resist, 100. Special, 100. Total stats, 972. Vampire, 15. Arch-Vampire, 2. Origin, 1. Weapon Master, 7. Blood Drinker, 6. Fighter, 10. Armored Mage, 4. Slayer, 5. Battle Cleric, 5. Summoner, 4. Battle Mage, 6. Ring of Suck. An accessory, ring, that can be used to absorb a particular amount of the S stats. The absorbed stats will be stored inside the equipment, ring, and can be taken out if the S wishes to do so. Type, accessory, self-made weapon. Class, divine. Creator, Codis Etrama User, Codis Etrama Status, private item. Command 1 *. Absorb. When activated, the accessory, ring, will absorb the stats of the. The exact amount and what stat it will absorb is chosen by the full seal release. All the amount of stats that are stored inside the accessory, ring, will be released and give back to the full seal mono release. All the amount of MP stats that are stored inside the accessory, ring, will be released and give back to the Command 2 Level 1 status release. 5%, 5%, of all the stored stats inside the accessory ring will be released and then given back to the Level 2 status release. 10%, 10%, of all the stored stats inside the accessory ring will be released then given back to the Level 3 status release. 30%, 30%, of all the stored stats inside the accessory ring will be released then given back to the Level 4 status release. 50%, 50%, of all the stored stats inside the accessory ring will be released then given back to the Command 3 Level 1 Mana release. 5%, 5%, of all the stored MP stats inside the accessory ring will be released and then given back to the Level 2 Mana release. 10%, 10%, of all the stored MP stats inside the accessory ring will be released then given back to the Level 3 Mana release. 30%, 30%, of all the stored MP stats inside the accessory ring will be released then given back to the Level 4 Mana release. 50%, 50%, of all the stored MP stats inside the accessory ring will be released then given back to the Chapter 14, Chapter 14. Gra'a. At a certain part of Niflheim, the icy plains, a loud cry had been heard following by a series of explosions in all directions. Yuki is currently fighting two ice trolls in the middle of this particular area. These two ice trolls are actually a group type of monsters, they always move in groups. Yuki had actually slain 4 ice trolls already and these 2 ice trolls are what's left in their group. Normally, Yuki wouldn't have that much of a problem defeating 2 monsters, but the issue within the group type monsters is, the less their number becomes, the stronger the remaining ones get. So the 2 remaining ice trolls are much stronger than they originally were before Yuki hunted them. But still, it's not at an alarming rate and Yuki knows that he can still manage. Defeating them will just take much more time, that's the only issue he currently has. Thud. 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 The ice trolls are violently swinging and smashing their ice clubs towards the ground as they try to hit Yuki, but fail as he constantly dodges every one of their attacks. He, did you really think that you can hit me with that fat belly of yours? Bag share. Due to Yuki's high agility and familiarity with the MMORPG's controls, he can dodge all the attacks and move inside the game with ease. The 2 ice trolls are having a hard time landing a hit with their ice clubs. As Yuki dodges an attack from Ice Troll number 1, Ice Troll number 2 that's standing at a very far distance, immediately opened its mouth and lunges its long and slick tongue towards Yuki at a very fast pace. Yuki saw this, but he knows that he won't be able to dodge as he is still on the momentum of dodging the previous attack of Troll number 1. But Yuki is not worried about it. Swaa. When the tongue was about to hit Yuki, a humanoid shadow-like figure had suddenly appeared in front of the tongue's trajectory, seemingly to block it from reaching Yuki. Pasha. When the tongue had hit the humanoid shadow, it pierced through. The tongue had pierced the body of the shadow figure, but that's it, it completely stopped there and didn't even manage to reach Yuki. The ice troll number 2 had noticed this and didn't waste any more time as it immediately retracts its tongue, but, before that could even happen, a spear had suddenly pierced the body of the shadow figure and completely cutting its whole body in half, of course, including the ice troll's tongue. Arg! Ice troll number 2 screams after this and retracts its already damaged tongue. Ice troll number 1 saw this and became enraged as it immediately rushes towards Yuki. Gray. It swung down the massive ice club towards Yuki and made a loud explosion as it hits the ground. But, as if it knows that it didn't hit anything at all other than the icy ground, the ice troll number 1 had lifted the ice club without even looking at the crater it had made. The ice troll number 1 is trying to look for Yuki as it knows that Yuki disappeared before the ice club hits him. But as ice troll number 1 tries to find Yuki's figure, noise from a far distance had suddenly caught its attention. Warg kkk. The ice troll number 2 that's standing from afar, was pierced in its neck from behind by a glowing spear. After that, ice troll number 2 falls on the ground as its HP reached down to 0, then slowly disintegrates into light particles. When the body was completely gone, a green but a little bit bluish line of light from the disappeared body of the troll, suddenly came rushing out towards Yuki and got absorbed inside him. Thank you for the meal. Behind the now dead and gone, ice troll number 2, Yuki is standing. While standing, Yuki used the avatar gesture and made his avatar smile, which is really not fit for his avatar since instead of making him look calm and happy, it makes him even more terrifying than he already is. His blood-colored like eyes squinted and the lamprey-like mouth of his, formed a U shape like it was supposed to be a smile. It looks so wrong since while he is smiling, the long tongue he had is swaying side by side outside of his mouth. Gray. The ice troll number 1 had released a loud roar while swinging its ice club into a random direction. Probably, due to the death of ice troll number 2. Oh geez, don't be too angry. You'll eventually follow that guy anyway. Yuki said with a playful tone. Gray. Suddenly, the ice troll had sprinted towards Yuki while still screaming out loud. While it was rushing towards Yuki, Yuki noticed that the eyes of the swamp troll had become red, and its red hair became completely white. Is that your final form? Yuki realized that it must be some sort of power-up. That's natural since this ice troll is the only remaining one in its group that is originally composed of 6 ice trolls. Yuki doesn't want to fight it up front, so he immediately raised his right hand, opens his palms, and aligned it in the ice troll's direction. Maximize magic, fireball. From Yuki's palm, a red magic circle had suddenly appeared and flames in a circular pattern had come out from it and immediately flew towards the ice troll's direction. When the ice troll saw this, it immediately positions its big ice club in front to block the fireball. Swish! Boom! The ice troll manages to block the fireball, but when it looks towards the front again, it saw that Yuki is not there anymore. The ice troll stopped from running to look for Yuki, but before it could even turn its head, Yuki suddenly appears behind the troll. Brandishing his glowing spear, he shoves it towards the ice troll's neck. Cray! The ice troll was surprised as it was suddenly attacked from behind, but unlike what Yuki thought, that attack wasn't enough to one-shot the ice troll. The ice troll had immediately gripped the ice club it holds and swung it towards Yuki. Though surprised, Yuki acts immediately to dodge the ice club as he stomps his foot on the troll's shoulder and launches himself backward to avoid the attack. TCH. Tough bastard. Yuki landed on the ground perfectly, but he didn't waste any time as he immediately rushes back towards the ice troll. Quick march. Yuki's whole body glowed and his speed had suddenly increased. The ice troll was clearly not expecting his sudden burst of speed that before it could even lift its ice club, Yuki already passes through between its legs and cut the ice troll's Achilles tendon. This made the ice troll fall on its knees. Yuki didn't waste this opportunity as he immediately jumps again and landed behind the ice troll's neck. GG. After that, before the troll could even react, Yuki plunges his spear into the ice troll's neck. Thud. After that, the ice troll stopped moving and completely falls to the ground. Like the other one, its body had also started to disintegrate into particles. When the body is gone, a green but bluish line of light from the disappeared body of the ice troll had also appeared and was absorbed by Yuki. After that, a small shiny object that looks like a crystal and a long bone tusk were dropped on the ground where the ice troll's body disappeared. Ooh, a data crystal. And a high quality at that. Lucky. The small-looking crystal that was dropped by the ice troll is a data crystal. Even though it's a small item, it is the second most important and valuable item in the whole Igdrasil. Next to the world items. It is the most sought item by all of the players because it is one of the fundamental building blocks in Igdrasil. These crystals are what make the flexible system of customization in Igdrasil possible. Data crystals can be used in customization for all facets of the game, ranging from changing the qualities of locations, crafting NPCs, designing personal weapons, altering player appearances, changing abilities, etc. For reference, items like Shaltir Bloodfallen's Spewit Lance were made by inserting a data crystal into an item skin to give it said abilities. However, harvesting data crystals is difficult as they do not usually come with the same quality as they always do. That's the reason why Yuki is happy to get a high-quality data crystal. Though it's not like he is lacking with it, actually, he has a scary amount of it because he constantly buys some data crystal in the exchange market. But not all his data crystals are high quality, so it's a pretty big deal for him. Yosh, I'm feeling lucky today. I should go and grind some more EXP before going out. Yuki decided to hunt more monsters before calling it a day, so he started walking towards the next area where new monsters should be. But before he could even leave the icy plains, the area where he fought the ice trolls, he suddenly sensed something behind the trees in the far front of him. He sensed two presents. The moment Yuki saw this, he knows that those presents are players, and he didn't even need to be an expert to realize that they are waiting for him. Pfft! Is this supposed to be an ambush? Yuki thought to himself. He placed his spear in front of him, just so he can be ready for all the possibilities. He slowly walked forward, then stopped at a certain distance between the tree where the players he sensed are hiding. That's surprising. Using a tree to ambush someone. Wow! Is that the new meta? After that, two bursts of laughter can be heard behind that said trees. Ha ha ha! Ka ha ha! After that, two players that looks to be a pair of human came out and face Yuki. One of them is wearing a robe that's full of fancy designs while holding a piece of equipment that looks to be a staff. Any player can probably guess that he is a magic caster without a doubt. The next guy on the other hand is wearing full silver-colored armor, which might be a fighter or a tank. See, told ya that it was a player. Said by the guy that is wearing a robe. Yeah, you're right, and a heteromorphic one at that. We got lucky. Said the other guy that is wearing an armor. Yuki, after hearing the armored guy remarks, has been intrigued. The fact that they are making it sounds like they are more focused on him being a heteromorphic rather than he himself, is already enough to catch all his attention. Yuki wants to know what do they mean by that. But it's not like he can ask it directly. What are you two supposed to be? A party? It's my first time seeing a human player here on Niflheim. Mind if ask what a pair of lovebirds doing in this area? Is this supposed to be a place for your honeymoon or something? Yuki said with a playful tone as a heart emoticon appears above his head. Ha ha ha, good joke buddy, but no. We just heard that there are many heteromorphic players in this world, so we decided to take a visit, and can you imagine that? In just a couple of minutes, we found you just by roaming around. The others said that you guys are really good at hiding. Haha, looks like it's just a false rumor. Said by the guy that's wearing silver armor. Oh really? Well, since you found me. What can I do for you two? Do you want a picture or something? Yuki said as a blushing emoji appears above him. Ha ha ha, no. Not your autograph but, something better. I don't know if you know it but, piking a heteromorphic player won't give us any kind of punishment. Not just do they give better EXP, they also drop items too, and you, my lucky guy, have some pretty damn good equipment on yourself. Haha, not gonna lie, they look expensive as hell. Said by the mage-looking guy while ogling Yuki's equipment. Feels bad man, but all of that will be ours now. The armor guy followed up. Team Rocket. They are not wrong, if someone were to look at Yuki's whole equipment, they'll see that what he had are all high class. From the weapon, armor, accessories, even the light armor that Yuki wears had a much higher class than the armor of the armor guy, even though his armor is much more solid than Yuki's. Well, Yuki intentionally equipped a light armor just so his agility won't be affected, since wearing heavy solid armor makes a player slow, because the weight it had will reduce the agility of the user. Haha, please don't feel bad about this, it's just that, you are so unlucky to meet us today. Said by the armor guy while pulling out his sword. Taking Yuki's silence as him feeling so miserable and bad. Oh no, it's actually fine. Yuki said while waving his hand, making the two humans so confused about this. Like, whose person would feel fine about getting robbed? But, before we start the fun, can I ask you something? Does hunting heteromorphics a trend now? Asked by Yuki towards the two. Yuki knows that these kinds of things are bound to happen, but he is so confused since he didn't expect that the discrimination will begin this early. He needs to know how big this issue had become already. No. Not really. I mean, there's some players who do this kind of thing, but I wouldn't say that it's a trend now. Said by the mage-looking guy as he points his staff towards Yuki. Yuki on the other, couldn't care less about his gesture as he looks even more relieved for some reason. I see, so it hasn't started yet, hey? Sigh, well, that's a relief. Yuki said as he wipes off his imaginary sweat. After that playful moment, Yuki looks towards the two in front of him. I will feel bad, and I know you guys are idiots, but I'll at least warn you. Yuki said as he slowly put his helm on. You don't want this fight. Haha, oh we sure do. Said by the armor guy, while the mage guy only laughed. Then, don't blame me for this. Yuki said as he raises his spear towards the two. Hearing this, made the confused duo even more confused. Hey? What are you saying? It's compel. But they didn't even manage to finish their line as Yuki lowered his body and suddenly burst forward towards the two of them. Hub. Brandishing his already glowing spear, Yuki immediately closes the distance between them and makes the first strike. IGN, Catus Etrema de Razel. Gender, male. Race, undead/heteromorphic. Level, 70. HP, 236. MP, 10 plus. PHYATK, 75. PHYDEF, 187. Agility, 80. MAG-ATK, 65. MAG-DEF, 217. Resist, 100. Special, 100. Total stats, 1070. Vampire, 15. Arch-Vampire, 2. Origin, 2. Weapon Master, 7. Blood Drinker, 6. Fighter, 10. Negator, 5. Slayer, 5. Battle Cleric, 5. Summoner, 5. Battle Mage, 8. Living Shadow. Summon a humanoid shadow that will defend the from any sort of direct attacks. The shadow will have the same amount of stats as they. The shadow will have the same amount of stats as they. The shadow will have the same amount of stats as they. Type, passive, spell. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 4 minutes. MP cost, 4. Casting time, 5 seconds. Creator's thoughts. Evrabones. Discord link in auxiliary chapter. Going sleep now. Comment. 85 comments. Vote. Chapter 15. Exhausting. Hey? What are you saying? It's compel. Duck share. They didn't even manage to finish what they're trying to say as Yuki bursted forward, then immediately closes the gap between them, startling the two. What the? Hub. The moment when Yuki arrived in front of the two, he didn't waste any moment as he immediately pulls back his spear while casting a skill. Overwhelm. Then swing it in front with a big motion, capturing the two within his attack range. The two were very surprised by this. They indeed expect Yuki to attack, but not so suddenly. They were caught off guard, but fortunately, not that much, that's why they both still managed to react when Yuki attacked. Dodge! The mage player shouted so suddenly as a spell that he had already cast beforehand activated, making him disappear on his spot then reappear a few steps back. The mage player managed to get out of Yuki's attack range instantly due to a short-range teleportation spell, but the armored player did not manage to get away as he simply just can't. With this kind of sudden attack, the armored player knows that he doesn't have any room to dodge. Within this close distance and his low agility, he'll just get hit even if he tries. So that leaves him no choice but to meet Yuki's attack head-on. Ha! The armored player raised his sword in an attempt to parry Yuki's spear. Boom! But the next thing that happened when his sword met Yuki's glowing spear, betrayed all his expectations. At first, he questioned himself, why is he flying after he parried that player's attack? But then, he immediately realized that he isn't flying. He was overwhelmed and got thrown away, violently. Tagsh! Koog! The armored player bounced a couple of times on the ground before he finally manages to stop himself, though that only happened cause he crashed into a boulder of solid ice. 3 HP. You just caught me off guard. The armored player had immediately stand up while saying something towards Yuki, but he didn't manage to do so as the moment he raised his head to look in front, he immediately saw a spear coming right towards his face. **T he thought to himself, as he knows that he cannot dodge this nor block it. But as Yuki thrust his glowing spear towards the armored player's face, intending to put him down already, he suddenly stopped midway as his gaming sense tingled. Oh no! It took him almost instantly to know why his senses tingled. Realizing what it is, he immediately leaps away, gesturing like he wants to avoid something. Maximize penetrating magic, silver lance. Swoosh! And just as Yuki leaped away, a tear spell that may cause him some problems, flew past through his previous position and immediately hit a nearby boulder. Be careful with that guy, he's also an early player like us, and probably has higher stats and levels. Said by the mage player towards the armored player as he walks right next to him while eyeing Yuki that just landed from afar. Yeah, thanks, I also noticed that. The armored player said sarcastically as he stands up then walk in front of the mage player. But I think that it will be fine. I doubt that he can take the two of us at the same time, that's probably the reason why he's trying so hard to kill you. To separate us. Anyways. Let's just be more careful this time. The mage player said with a serious tone as he takes a stance. You're the one to talk. Said by the armored player with a grumpy tone, but he clearly understood what the mage player said. Alright. Round 2. Teleportation said by the mage player as he teleports himself in a far distance. Yosh! Let me return the favor. The armored player roared as he grips his sword then rushed towards Yuki with great speed. Lesser dexterity, medium strength. The mage player that teleported from a far distance, casts a tear spell towards the armored player. HAAA. Disrupting strike. The armored player, after casting his skill, had jumped high towards Yuki while driving his sword in front, an attempt to strike Yuki from above. Swoosh! But Yuki, after seeing this, didn't prepare to dodge or anything to avoid it, but instead, he decided to meet it head-on as he raised his spear horizontally to block it. Pyajaj! The two weapons collided with each other. Yup, he has greater stats. The mage player muttered as Yuki blocked his empowered attack without any problems. Weak. Is this all you got? Yuki said as he throws an insult towards his opponent, which obviously agitated him. You piece of owa! The armored player was about to retort but got interrupted since Yuki suddenly tilted his spear, making the armored player's sword slides off towards the ground, leaving him open for a second. SHT, the armored player tried to pull his sword back, but Yuki did not give him time to do so as he immediately raised his spear and swung it towards the armored player's head. Swoosh! The armored player managed to react and dodge the attack by leaping backward, making the spear hit nothing but air. But Yuki didn't end his attack there, as he actually expected the armored player to dodge. Tugsh! Yuki closed the distance instantly again by dashing towards the armored player. Tch! The armored player didn't even have time to breathe, as he immediately raises his sword after seeing that Yuki threw an empowered kick towards him, probably to block it. God damn it! But he failed to do so. His posture is pretty awkward due to the jump he made just to dodge Yuki's first attack, making him unable to dodge or at least block properly. And since Yuki didn't even give him time to recover his stance, Yuki's empowered kick had obviously connected, making it land on his stomach and thus, sending him flying across the field, again. Dugs. AGK. The armored player crashed into a tree and received some damage. Tch. I should have brought Kamomo instead of him. The mage player had become frustrated as he watches his partner getting thrown around again. Whatever. Twin penetrating magic, fire arrows. Deciding to finally partake in the battle, the mage player raised his hand towards Yuki and cast a spell. 2 magic circles had appeared above him, and from this, big fire arrows had shot out and flew towards Yuki at a very fast pace. Yuki saw this and dodges the incoming attacks by leaning and leaping in different directions. But as Yuki dodges the fire arrows that are raining down on him continuously, the armored player had already recovered and immediately rushes back towards Yuki. You'll pay for that. Pulse point. The armored player suddenly became like a blur, and every move he made leaves an afterimage on his track. His speed suddenly increased, and almost instantly, he arrived in front of Yuki. D. Absolute edge. The sword of the armored player had suddenly glow. He then thrust his sword towards Yuki with full force. This is bad. Yuki muttered as he knows that he won't be able to block it, not with the rain of fire arrows behind him. So when he was about to get hit by the sword, Yuki dodged it by rotating his whole body. But the armored player, just after Yuki dodged, made a follow-up attack. The armored player made a vertical slash towards Yuki, but Yuki saw this and made a high jump towards the air to once again avoid it. Leave me alone, Yuki said as he, while in mid-air, rotated his spear and threw it towards the armored player. Yuki knows that his situation might turn ugly if he were to let them attack continuously, so he needs to do something to halt them from doing so. Especially now that he's still mid-air. The armored player that was about to jump up towards Yuki and do a follow-up attack, just as Yuki thought he would do, saw this and immediately stop. Ha! Noob! But since the spear is going towards his head, he just dodged it by simply crouching. Swoosh! The spear passed through above the armored player's helm and hit the ground behind him. Ha ha ha! Idiot! The armored player shouted towards Yuki with a tone full of arrogance. Yuki just threw his weapon away, his only tool for blocking the next incoming attacks, so it's natural for them to think that this is a stupid move. But Yuki thought otherwise. Now, that mage guy's turn. Yuki thought as he turns his head towards the mage player's position, wanting to disrupt any spell that might come from him, but surprisingly, he didn't saw mage there. Asterisks wee. Asterisk. OSH asterisk T. Yuki suddenly heard something from a different direction. He just realized that the mage player must have teleported earlier in a different position to relocate. Yuki rotated his body to where the sound is coming from, and surely, he saw the mage player there, casting a spell towards him. Yuki was about to pull out something from his inventory, probably an item that would interrupt and stop the spell from being cast. But he's a bit too late. Chronosphere. The casting time is over and the mage fired off his spell. After this happened, Yuki's whole body got engulfed by a big, grey, and transparent dome so suddenly. He didn't manage to do anything as it happened almost instantly. He just noticed that he stopped falling, not just that, but he also can't do anything at all since he was in a stunned and petrified-like state. This is troublesome, Yuki muttered to himself as he looks around. Ha ha ha! Finally caught you, you slippery bastard! The mage player shouted at him while laughing maniacally. Just right after that, the mage player hurriedly brought out some mana potions from his inventory and immediately consumes them, then he raised both his hands towards Yuki again, prompting that he'll cast another spell. Sigh, alright. Guess I'll fight seriously. Yuki said with a heavy sigh, like he really doesn't want to do what he's about to do and just has to do it because he has no choice. Though what he said failed to reach the two as they are both busy talking **t about Yuki. Ha! F***ing die. Over-maximized magic, concentrated explosion. The mage player had cast a spell towards Yuki. The spell that the mage player had cast is a 9th tier spell. It is an AoE spell that deals damage to a wide range of areas. This spell is powerful and has enough damage output to decrease Yuki's health by a lot and put him in a dangerous situation. If it landed on Yuki, that is. That's only the extent of this spell, even though it was enhanced by over and maximize magic already, but the mage and armor player thought otherwise. They both thought that this is a sure kill spell, that there's no way Yuki can survive this. They already know that Yuki is stronger than them, but they refused to think that it would be by a large gap. They also saw that Yuki did not cast any spell or notable skill throughout their fight, so they thought that Yuki is a min-max player. If that's the case, then Yuki has no way of surviving the spell. But sadly for them, that's not the case at all. But they didn't manage to know this because right before the spell can be cast, the magic circle of the spell broke apart like shattered glass. Hey? What just happened? The mage player knows what happened. His spell got cancelled, but he's confused as to why it happened. He's pretty sure that he didn't cancel it by accident. His MP has been consumed too. If he cancelled it, then the amount of his MP won't decrease and stay the same before he cast the spell. It's not supposed to work that way. The mage player said with a tone full of confusion as he navigates his game panel to look if something went wrong with the game system itself. Tut. But as he busied himself with his own business, completely forgetting the fact that he's in the middle of a battle, he is suddenly interrupted by the sound of notification and saw that a small window panel had popped out in the corner of his vision. This caught his attention immediately as he looks at it and read what it says. What? Right after reading the context of the window panel, he hurriedly looks towards his partner's spot, the armored player. 1 down. Chuckles 1 to go. When the mage player looked at his partner's position, he saw that his partner isn't there, but Yuki is. A green and bluish line of light was also getting absorbed towards Yuki's body right at the moment. The mage didn't know what it is and God knows how much he wants to, but he throws off the idea since he has no way of doing that. How in the world? The mage said as he looks at the free and being able to move Yuki. The mage player shifted his gaze and looked towards Yuki's previous position and saw that the chronosphere he had cast earlier, the one that holds Yuki in his spot, is now gone. He doesn't know how or why, but right now, that's not his biggest problem. He looks back to Yuki and surely, he's still there. Looking at him like how a hunter looks at his prey. He doesn't know if he's just thinking this because of Yuki's creepy avatar, but right now, on Mage's vision, Yuki looks very intimidating. He also noticed that Yuki was now holding a new set of weapons. A stiletto. He has each of them on his both hands. Looking at his current situation, the mage already knows that he can't face Yuki head-on. He is alone, and being alone as a mage isn't really a suitable thing to do, especially when facing a fighter. His MP is also very low now. He can still cast a bunch of low-tier spells, but he only has enough to cast 1 or 2 high-tier spells. He can consume potion to make up for what he's lacking, but there's no way that an opponent will just watch an exhausted mage consume some potions in front of him. Ting. Message. Sender, Shining Yorawi, Party. I'll be up in 30 seconds. I'll use teleport scroll after that to go there. Hang on. I need to stall time. The mage player thought to himself as he saw the armored player's sudden message. If he stalls enough time, the armored player can make it here again. With the two of them together, he will be able to consume potions and continue the fight. So with that thought in mind, he made the first move. "Sigh, fine. You got me. We lost, I surrender," the mage said as he sighed in defeat, raising both his hands in the air. But Yuki, while looking at the mage, laughed lightly. "Oh, how nice of you. But I'm still going to kill you though," Yuki said, emphasizing the last part. "I thought that you're a merciful person," the mage said, acting very disappointed. "Well, you're not wrong. It might appear thoughtless to you at first, but I'm sure that it won't take long for you to understand that, yes indeed, I'm going to kill you, but I'm doing it mercifully," Yuki said with his best saint-like impression. The mage player after hearing this dropped both his hands and sighed deeply. "I see." And just after this, he immediately raised his right arm towards Yuki. Freezing lance. The mage player, seeing that his forfeiting act didn't work out, had chosen to do it in a hard way, which is to fight. His MP is surely low, but he's pretty sure that he can last for 30 seconds at least. Hey! But as he tried to fire his first spell off, for some reason, it didn't come out. It's the same as what happened earlier. The magic circle for the spell came out, then broke like shattered glass. His MP decreased too. Fireball. The mage tried casting another spell again, but as he expected, it ended up with the same fate as the previous ones. Seeing that it happened, again and again, the mage lowered down his hand and looked towards Yuki. Somehow, he's starting to realize what's happening. "Is this your doing?" the mage asked Yuki with a very serious tone. Yuki, after hearing this, chuckled then answer him. "Who knows? Then the mage player is about to say something more, probably to keep the conversations going since he needs to waste time, especially now that fighting isn't an option. "I'm bored already. I know that you're just stalling time anyway. Whatever. Let's just keep things going, shall we?" "Way." The mage wants to talk, but Yuki doesn't seem to be interested in chatting anymore since he vanished already within his sight. This caused the mage to raise his guard. Tack! But suddenly, he heard someone appeared behind him. He heard it and noticed it. He managed to react and was about to cast some short-range teleportation spells, probably to get away and dodge whatever's coming behind him. He reacted fast, but there's one problem. Whoever appeared behind him, it's too close. Pishk! Before the mage player could even do anything, he was suddenly pierced by a weapon as he saw something coming out of his right shoulder from behind. TCH. You think this is enough? When the mage turned his head to look behind, obviously, he saw Yuki, holding the stiletto that pierced through his right shoulder. But fortunately, he didn't die instantly since it is not that fatal. Obviously, he saw this opportunity to do a counterattack. The mage player had immediately equipped the small knife from his inventory quick equip slot and throws a stab on Yuki's neck. But pathetic. Asterisk tzzzzzzzz. Asterisk. Before the knife could even reach Yuki, he activated the ability of his weapon. The moment he did that, a strong surge of electricity had suddenly burst out from it and electrocutes the whole body of the mage. What? The mage player had suddenly received a shocked and paralyzed status that made him unable to move for a certain amount of time. Giggles. Oh, I'm not done. Yuki after this, brings up his other stiletto and pierce it through the mage's other shoulder. No. No, please. Don't. At least give me 10 no. 5 seconds. Just that, and you can kill me. Come on. I'm begging you. I want to say something. An important thing, so just wait. The mage said as he begged Yuki. All his main items are still equipped. All of it are so important. If he is killed by now, he'll surely lost some of it, and chances that it will be his most valuable item are really high. That's why he begged Yuki sometimes so the moment his abnormal status ends, he can quickly unequip all of it. All he just need is a couple of seconds. Smiles. But he immediately realized that there's no way that could ever happen, even just for a couple of seconds, since as he continues his plead, the smile on Yuki's face, avatar, grows. As if he's enjoying what he's seeing. Hey, I said don't you piece of sh*t. Ag, the mage roared as he struggles to release himself, but even he knows that such a thing is impossible. Ha ha ha. What a pathetic person you are. Yuki said. Where are you, you useless piece of sh*t? F***ing help me. While the mage continues his struggle. Now I'm excited to see what reaction you'll make when I kill you again. Yuki said in low voice. After that, he finally decided to end the mage's suffering as he activates the other stiletto's ability, but instead of electrical surges, flames had suddenly erupted and covered the mage's whole body almost instantly, thus, bringing his HP down to a flat 0. Tut! With a sound, the avatar of the mage player had suddenly disappeared like it was not even there in the first place. Funny enough that the monster has this particle-like effects when they died, but when it comes to the players, they just disappeared in a blink of an eye. Yuki had put back the 2 stilettos on his inventory after this. The stilettos that he used were one of the items he personally made. He made the stilettos based on Clementine's weapon in the anime. Yuki just found it cool to also have something like that, that's why he made one. The concept isn't really that hard, for a game where a sword that can open black holes and spit icy breaths exist, a stiletto that can release fire and lighting isn't something special. And the reason why it's said in the anime that Clementine's weapon doesn't exist in Igdrasil is that the weapon stiletto itself doesn't exist there. It doesn't belong to any melee weapons. After he put the 2 stilettos back, he walks towards the place where the 2 players died. When players die in Igdrasil, they dropped an item from one of their equipped items before that moment. In this case, the item that has been dropped on armor player's equipment is a necklace item, and the mage player is a ring. The items looks really good, but Yuki's items is still much better, so he decided to just check it all later then put it all away in his inventory. Like what he usually does. He looks around the area and spotted his spear that is laying on the ground. He walks towards it and picks it up. I'm sorry about what happened earlier, I didn't mean to use you for something like that. Yuki said as he touched and caressed his spear. Right after that, he put the spear back inside his inventory. Clears throat. All right, now let's continue the haul. Yuki said as he brings out a scroll item from his inventory slot. After that, Yuki brings forward his one hand and activates a spell. Locate. Suddenly, a map appears in front of him and it is showing 2 red dots. Oh, there you are. Yuki brings up the other scroll and opens it up too. Use item. Gate. Zwuyas. On a certain area in Niflheim, 2 players are standing in the middle of icy plains. The mage player and the armored player. They are talking about something. Or more like, arguing about something. The mage player sounds so frustrated and angry as he keeps shouting out loud, again and again. Arg. F***ck. Of all the items, I have. Why? Said by the mage as he punched the poor tree in front of him, repeatedly. Thud. 0. Thud. 0. Thud. 0. Hey, it's fine. We'll just get our revenge later and get better things. We'll make sure to find that guy again. So calm down. Said by the armored player as he tried to calm down his friend. Shut the FCK up, you useless piece of SHT. I'll promise that once we find that guy again, I swear to God that I'll. But before he could even finish what he's saying, a black circle, near the 2 of them, appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, a terrifying face had come out from it and stare at the duo. Obviously, it's no other than the very subject of their argument. Yuki. Hey. Fancy meeting you here. Yuki said as he completely got out of the gate. Why you? Wait, how did he? The two of them were so surprised that Yuki managed to find both of them that fast. The two of them were playing Igdrasil for a while now, but they don't know that this kind of thing was possible. In the future, this kind of move might be a really common move. That's why some of the players in the future, after they have spawned, they will immediately move out of the area and hide to avoid getting spam killed, since they can be tracked by the one that killed them. But since Igdrasil is still a pretty new game, this kind of strategy has yet to be made. That's why the two of them were surprised and unaware. Both of them raised their weapons, but they know that fighting Yuki will be much harder, and being killed once again has a high possibility of happening. Especially now that their levels decreased and one of their important items was dropped. Hey, we can talk about this man. No need to take things this far. Said by the armored player. Yeah, you can just let us go and we'll promise to not bother you ever again. Let's just act like nothing happened, that we didn't crossed paths. But if you do this, trust me, we'll come back here in group and hunt you down forever. Said by the mage player, sounding very serious as he gives off a threat. Surprisingly, the mage's tone turned completely different. Now, though sounds a bit too serious and threatening, he looked calm and composed compared to how he was a couple of seconds ago. Just trashing around while shouting like a madman. But even if it looks like the mage has an intention to negotiate, his actual real intention remains unchanging. Cause no matter what Yuki chooses, either he fights them again or lets them walk away, the mage player will still call his friends to hunt Yuki up as an act of revenge. But, even though he was given a threat, Yuki doesn't seem fazed by this. Instead, he just busted out laughing. Ha ha ha, Yuki laughed for a straight 10 seconds, then sighed heavily. Though Yuki laughed, one can obviously see that his laugh is pretty fake, that Yuki laughed to just mock the two of them. Sigh, your jokes are good, as expected of a professional clown. Yuki said with a tone full of playfulness, and this pissed the two. But when the duo is about to retort, Yuki spoke again, but this time, in a completely different tone that made the two shut their mouth. Do you see me as a pushover? And just after Yuki said this, he disappeared. Swoosh! And reappear behind the mage player. Tashk! F***sh. You suffered catastrophic damage. You are now dead. These are the two words that the mage player saw before everything around him became black. He didn't even manage to react or defend. Immediately after that, Yuki disappeared again, then instantly reappeared just before the armored player's face. They're staring at each other at a very close distance. No homo. HAAA. The armored player tried to raise his sword in an attempt to attack Yuki first, but Yuki's faster. He raised his spear with little to no effort and penetrate the armored player's chest, which had deal another catastrophic damage, resulting in his HP going down to rock bottom. You suffered catastrophic damage. You are now dead. The armored player died. But before he disappears and gets teleported to another area and respawn, he managed to hear Yuki's parting words. See you in a bit. Yuki said as he brought out a scroll from his inventory, with a charming smile on his face. Avatar. Overwhelm. Can be applied to any weapon. Once applied, the next attack of that particular weapon will be. If the attack has been parried or blocked, a effect will be applied in the same attack. Type, enhancement, skill. MP cost, 7. Duration, 10 seconds. Casting time, instant. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Absolute edge. Can only be applied to bladed weapons. Once applied, the next attack that the user will make using that weapon will be an attack. The attack will ignore all the S defense stats. The will be in a end state if they received damage from the attack. Type, enhancement, skill. MP cost, none. Duration, 5 seconds. Casting time, instant. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Chronosphere. Creates a big transparent dome, trapping any that has been caught inside it. Any invisible that has been caught inside the dome will be revealed. Type: active, spell. MP cost: 9. Duration: 20 seconds. Casting time: 8 seconds. Cooldown: 00, 18, 30. Negating impulse. Upon activation, a single pulse of a wave will be released in every direction. The wave will travel at a distance of 20 meters, starting from the user's position. Any kind of working spell that the wave passes through will be instantly. All isekai'd spells will be converted into MP stats, user. The amount of converted MP for each converted spell will be different based on each converted spell's MP cost. A fireball spell has 3 MP cost. So if I nullify a fireball, then I'll get 3 MP. Get it? Type: active, skill. MP cost: none. Duration: none. Casting time: instant. Cooldown: 00, 10, 30. Any kind of tier spell from 5th tier and below that has been by the user will be instantly. The user can learn or acquire any form of spells that had been. Any unique formats and conditions of the acquired spell will be changed according to the user's fitting. Can be instantly. Can be a chance to be able to or. Content locked. Content locked. Content locked. Content locked. Content locked. Type: passive/active, skill. MP cost: none. Duration: optional. Cooldown: none. Casting time: instant. Activation cost: content locked. Any kind of buffed attack, be it by a spell or a skill. A force that can push a target away. Continuously damages a target's health for a certain amount and a certain time. Lower down the target's agility and narrow the target's vision for a certain amount of time. Targetable entity. Forcefully stop a spell or a skill. Anything within a player's vision. Will be added to a player's arsenal and can be used already. A player only has a chance to earn it or not. If successful, they will acquire it. If not, they will be given a penalty. Chapter 16, Chapter 16. It's been 2 years already since the release of the DMMORPG, Igdrasil. As time goes by, the game itself became much more bigger and famous, causing more players to join and play the game. Almost every week, Igdrasil is the hot topic for every gaming enthusiast in Japan. Unlike the first months, the game now is much livelier. Back in the day when Yuki just started playing the game, he rarely has encounters with other players, even if he goes to another world. The player base is just that few back then. Yuki even feels lonely sometimes. He feels like he's the only player in this game. Not that it bothers him that much. He's so used to being alone anyways. But ever since the game became so popular, he can now interact with players in every part of the area he was in as much as he can. He even made new friends inside the game. Occasionally, he will go and join party with them, then go for some dungeon raids and quests. Events too if Yuki needs them. If an event has been announced where one needs to have a team first before being able to join, then Yuki will immediately find some team he can join. But if being solo is fine, then Yuki will join alone. Through all the months and years that Yuki played the game, he didn't play alone every time. Unlike what he originally wants to do. But it's not like he did not, it's more of a, he simply just can't. As he ventures deep towards the center of a world, the difficulty rises that even Yuki himself finds it too dangerous already, that he can't proceed without having a team to assist him. Currently, Yuki can still manage the level of difficulty he's facing. But he knows that he cannot take everything alone, since being a level 100 inside the game doesn't mean that you can beat anything already. But in the current standards of every normal players inside the game, Yuki is way too ahead already. There's a reason why his only worries are the monsters and bosses he might face inside the game. But for the players, even though he's being hunted occasionally by multiple parties of angry players, he couldn't care less. He's the current rank 1 in the overall ranking list. The one that tops everyone in any aspect. The hailed strongest player. But this is not a surprising fact. Since Yuki played Igdrasil like a madman with minimal breaks and spends a ton of money on it, this is an inevitable outcome. Unlike other players that have other things to do in real life, Yuki is the opposite. He spends his whole day playing Igdrasil and takes only a break if he needs to sleep or gets hungry. He grinds exps as much as he can and buy all the strong and good items that he might need, or basically buying everything off. He also has a lot of strong items, unique spells, powerful skills, jobs and racial classes that only he has. He has a lot of resources that obviously, many players don't. And that's what makes Yuki strong. During those 2 years of playing, nothing really special happened. Everything is normal, grinding exps, raiding some dungeons, and occasionally, he will encounter some unfortunate pikers. Not just normal pikers, but those players that do PK for a living. In the first year of Igdrasil, the discrimination about the monster class had grown worse to the point where it almost became part of the game. Many players kill and hunt heteromorphic players regardless of the situation just because it's what they call the efficient way. Thus, the age where heteromorphic players were being hunted down by groups of players has officially begun. Many heteromorphic players had started to hide or go towards the worlds where they can be safe, where least pikers can be found roaming around. But the most common world where the majority of heteromorphic players choose to hide is the Niflheim. That's the most popular world where many sought sanctuary. When Yuki first heard about this, he was confused. Hey, why the Niflheim? Yuki was really confused about, why would the players see Niflheim as a safe world for heteromorphics? Yuki searched for the reason on the internet. Once he found his answer, he was surprised. Apparently, there's news about a strong heteromorphic player that likes to PK every humanoid players there. It likes to roam around the edge part of Niflheim, that's why whenever a humanoid player goes there, they will be immediately attacked. Many players have already become a victim, that's why a lot of humanoid players avoided that world. There's even a rumor that says, it is really not a real player but a guardian of the heteromorphic race in that world. Because it only attacks the other race and not the heteromorphics. There's still a lot of articles regarding about the subject, but Yuki can probably guess already that all these articles talk about him. He indeed encountered and piked a lot of humanoid players, but he is not going around killing all humanoid players he sees like some bloodthirsty psychopath. It's just that all the humanoid players he had met so far were either pikers, or some angry dudes that want to personally hunt him down. And it's not like human is the only race he PKs, there are others too. Just like any other pikers, Yuki also has the same status cause he too PKs a lot. Not just human but demi-human and heteromorphics too. For demi-humans, Yuki encounters them a lot actually, since the majority of normal parties consist of at least 1 or 2 demi-human. Same for pikers parties. For heteromorphics, are just a bunch of morons that tried to fight Yuki after seeing his equipment. Yuki is a neutral player, before someone decides to attack him or do PK when he's around. But at that moment, Yuki finally understands the reason for the Niflheim being the safe haven for the heteromorphic players. Heteromorphic players thought of him as a means to scare off the pikers. But more heteromorphic that choose to come here, many pikers would come and takes no mind about Yuki's existence as the protector. But for Yuki that sees every pikers as nothing but a walking bag of exps and items, this is a win-win situation. On Yuki's apartment. Yuki expressed as he eats a spoonful of fried rice, followed up by a slice of meat. Diam, dish ish guv. Yuki just logged out from the game a moment ago and is currently having lunch. Asterisk aa o chan. Aa yama yamat kyodase. Yada asterisk. While watching some anime on the TV. Moments later. Thank you for the food. Yuki said as he clasped both his hand. He just finished eating. Then he does what he does every day. His usual routine after eating lunch. He took the plates, clean the table where he ate, then washes the dishes. After this, he changed clothes then go outside for a stroll. An hour later, he comes back. He puts aside all the things he bought, does some more things, appreciates life, watches more anime, and when all those things are done, just then, he'll finally go into his gaming room. Alright, Sai, let's grind as usual. Yuki said as he lay down on his NNA machine, planning to dive back into Igdrasil again. Toot. But when he was about to put the VR helmet on, he suddenly heard his phone's notification. He opened up his phone to see what it is. Mail +1. What's is this? He saw that one of his friends inside the game had sent him a mail. Normally, they wouldn't contact him this way if it isn't important, but since they did, Yuki immediately checked what's the mail about, feeling excited already. OSH*T. Finally, ha ha ha. Yuki laughed like a madman. When he read the context of the message, he was really happy about it. Yuki knows that the content of the mail is good, but not this good. He's expecting some new event, quest, or boss location, but turns out, it's more than that. What's inside the mail is the thing that he is waiting to happen ever since he started playing Igdrasil. It's one of the major events that he's constantly preparing for. After all this time, out of all the long text that is written inside the mail, Yuki is only focused on a certain part. World Tournament Event. Finally. It's here. Chapter 17, Chapter 17. Login. Today is Yuki's awaited day. The day of the World Tournament event. It's been 10 days already since the first announcement of the event. The day when it was announced, many had been so hyped up to the point that the majority of players in Igdrasil have been expected to participate. The only reason why there are still some players that did not is either because they are still low level, or don't have any good types of equipment. But the ones that are almost or already at the peak and have really good equipment, will surely join. There's no way that any player will let this event pass through them without even joining or at least trying. Especially after the rewards have been announced. Not only the winners will get a unique job class, but the developers will also give a special piece of equipment, befitting the status of a world tournament champion. That's why all the players are going crazy. They're doing all the things they can just so they can make themselves even more strong. They're grinding materials, buying all the important stuff, and leveling up all the classes that they need to level up. Every participant is desperate. If it's an item that might increase their chance of winning even by the slightest, they'll do anything to get it. Anything just for the sake of winning. Of course, with this kind of environment, Yuki wasn't an exemption. Even though he's expecting this day and already planning about it even from the very first day he started playing this game, he still did some last-minute preparations just in case something did not go as he planned. He still doesn't know the rules and the criteria, so there might be something different compared to what he expects the world tournament is going to be like. Even though he already knows that this event will happen at some point, he's still going in with a blind eye, just like any other players. But his preparation compares to the others is pretty minor. It's just all about checking some leaked informations and stuff. Nothing about his character or anything like that. He did grind and find materials, but he's always doing that, so what he did during these past days is not really for the tournament. Unlike anyone, he had long prepared the pieces of equipment he'll use for this very day. Like at least a year ago. He's just making some constant upgrades and variations in it. It's like a year-old pair of items that have been carefully brewed with high-grade materials till this very point. But since the awaited day is finally here, none of that matters any longer. Now is the day of revelations. Yuki can finally see if what he did during these 2 years are already enough. The outcome of this event will change Yuki's upcoming decisions and plans for the future. Even the plans he already made will be affected as well. But either way, Yuki has no intention of losing this event. Murmurs. Now, where are those idiots? Yuki is currently standing in the middle of the waiting room inside the Igdrasil. He can see a lot of players around. Some are meeting with their friends, some are minding their own business, and some are just doing nothing at all, which is weird. Tut. While looking around, Yuki suddenly received a notification from his console. He opens up his console and checks the notification list. You have received an invitation from your friend, Brad Pitt. Accept/declined. Oh, there they are. Yuki pressed the accept button and just right after that, he suddenly disappeared in the waiting room. Yuki, after vanishing, had found himself in some small plain room with a long table and many chairs in the corners. Brad Pitt, there you are, Razel-san. Lalat, yeah, you're quite late today. Bacon, that's very unusual for you, consider that you have nothing to do in your life but play games. Kentucky cried frickin', ha 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 ha. He was suddenly greeted by a bunch of heteromorphic players that occupied this room first before Yuki. But obviously, Yuki knows who these four are. They are his friends. Though he has yet to meet them in real life, they already know each other inside the game and have been playing together for a while now. All their avatars are different, highlighting their different racial classes. Brad Pitt is an automaton, therefore his appearance is a robot. Lalat is an insect, so his appearance is a giant insect. Bacon and Kentucky cried frickin' are both slimes, but due to a cosmetic skin, their appearances are also different. Well, what can I say? My girlfriend won't let me sleep last night. Face savoring delicious food, Yuki said while gesturing like he's saying what can I do about it. Bacon, yeah right, good joke buddy. Unamused face. Kentucky cried frickin', sigh, well, that aside. We're lacking time already. Let's talk about the most important stuff, shall we? I still need to prepare after this. Brad Pitt, oh yeah, about that. What world did you choose, guys? 'Cause I'm thinking of choosing Nidavalier for this tournament. You know, just for the change. I haven't been in any other worlds besides Niflheim, so. /__/. Lalat, well, you do you. But for me, I'm still sticking on my good ol Niflheim. I'm quite a patriotic man, you see. Relieved face. Bacon, yeah me too. I don't think I can win in another world since there's a lot of skilled players there. They're going to destroy me. What can I do? I'm just a cute slime. Kentucky cried frickin', well, I'm also the same. Going to another world is too risky, but since you have a lot of battle skills, I think that you'll be fine. Brad Pitt, yeah, but I'm still thinking about it though. I might change my mind later once I see the selections. Anyway, how about you, Razel-san, what world did you choose? Well, of course, Niflheim. Yuki said so casually. Lalat, wow, Razel-san. Are you that desperate? Kentucky cried frickin', I never thought that you were this low. Bacon, did you ever thought about the efforts that we know? All the players in Niflheim just to prepare in this tournament? Join in another world. Brad Pitt, why yeah, that's a bit all like cheating, Razel-san. Make it good. Yuki shrugs them off. Bacon, you are just lucky that you played earlier than us. What can I do? I can't trust Niflheim to you guys. Your asses will surely be demolished. Since that's the case anyway, might as well do it myself. Lalat, wow, this guy doesn't have trust in us. Bacon, game on B*TCH. 1v1 me right now. I'll show you how strong I've become. Ha ha ha. Go away, kid. Learn how to walk first before you spit some *T. Face with tears of joy. Brad Pitt, guys. Calm down. Bacon, what? You're on this guy's side? Brad Pitt, no. I mean, Razel-san is probably correct. You know, I searched it up on Igdrasil wiki last night and I saw that there are so many players from other worlds that plan to choose Niflheim as their base world for the tournament. Admit it or not, Razel-san is the only one who can face them. Lalat, well-bred San has a point. That would suck if the winner and chosen to be the world champion of our world is not even from Niflheim. Bread Pit, they're probably taking the advantage of the fact that there are only a few strong players there. Not just in Niflheim, but in Helheim and Muspelheim too. So, now that you guys know this already, I suggest that you should just pick another world as your target. Those 3 worlds are taking all the aggro. All the strongest in other worlds are probably going to flock around there, so you should avoid it and pick another one. Just leave Niflheim to me. Kentucky cried frickin', sigh oh well, it's not like we can do any more about it. Bread Pit, yeah. That's what I plan to do anyway. Bacon, no. I'm still staying. I've been preparing for this too, you know? At least if you lose, the Niflheim still has me. Face with look of triumph. Ha ha ha. Alright then. Do your best. Lalat, then if tha. Ting. A noise had suddenly rung out and grabbed all their attention. It was a notification. They all look at their consoles and to see what it is. The World Tournament will start in a few moments. To all players that wish to participate, please navigate your console to pick a base world you wish to join. Well, looks like it's starting. Bacon, yeah. Lalat, alright, looks like after this, some of us might meet each other as enemies. Bread Pit, unfortunately, yeah. Bacon, give it with all you got or I will destroy your asses. Kentucky cried frickin', oh well, can't afford to get late. I'm getting tense already, so I think it's time to cut our little meeting here. Yeah, let's just talk after this event. And be sure to congratulate me cause I'll surely win this one. Bread Pit, yeah. You better be. Bacon, if I lose that is. Hi. Lalat, anyway, I'll be going ahead, I'm also excited about this. Bye everyone. Bread Pit, yeah, see y'all on the stage. Bacon, okay, good luck. Kentucky cried frickin', yeah, best of luck everyone. Bye. Yeah, see y'all there. After that, they all vanished into the room one by one until no one is left. After leaving, Yuki appeared in the position he was in earlier. Just like the notification stated earlier, Yuki navigated his console and looked for the menu where he can enter the World Tournament. After a couple of moments, he finally saw what he's looking for. He then filled up everything that he needs to fill and after that, a button had appeared on his screen that he need to click so he can enter the event grounds. He didn't click the button right away as he needs to do one last thing before that. He pulled up his inventory console and arranged something on his items and equipment for a moment. After a moment of fidgeting with his screen and making sure that everything is in place, he goes over to his status console and changes some of his equipped classes. Alright, that should be it. He looks at it for a moment just to make sure that everything is in order before closing it and going back to the console window where the entry button is located. Alright, let's freaking win this **T. Yuki said with a tone full of confidence, as if he just did something that made him the winner already. After that, he finally clicks the enter button without any hesitation then vanishes once again. Fireworks SFX. But for some reason, after he vanished, confetti and small fireworks had sprung out from his previous spot that greatly surprised the nearby players. IGN, Catus Etrema de Razel. Gender, male. Race, undead/heteromorphic. Level, 100. HP, 489. MP, 50+. PHYATK, 100. PHYDEF, 420. Agility, 100. MAG-ATK, 100. MAG-DEF, 447. Resist, 100. Special, 100. Total stats, 1956. Vampire, 10. Arch-Vampire, 5. Origin, 5. Weapon Master, 10. Blood Drinker, 10. Progenitor, 5. Eternity, 5. Negator, 5. Monarch, 5. Fighter, 10. Armored Mage, 5. Elementalist, 10. Slayer, 5. Striker, 5. Prince of Niflheim, 5. Chapter 18, Chapter 18. After clicking the entry button for the World Tournament, Yuki just found himself standing in the middle of a small white room. Wow, this room is so lively, Yuki said as he looks around and sees nothing but white walls. He is alone in the room. Yuki even thought that the room looks like a confinement cell for crazy people. Tut. Suddenly, while minding his own thoughts about the room, a timer had appeared above him. Please be prepared within the given time. 10 o'clock. It is the timer that indicates the start of the event. But for some reason, the timer isn't counting down. Is it a bug? Yuki said as he tried to think of some possible advantages if what's happening is really a bug. Blink. But sadly, that doesn't seem to be the case. Cause just after that, a screen suddenly appeared in front of him. In it, is a list that shows all the 9 worlds. And above the choices, is a note that tells Yuki to choose the world where he wishes to fight. Asgard 0089/5000. Helheim 0248/5000. Jotunheim 0074/5000. Midgard 0059/5000. Muspelheim 0321/5000. Niflheim 0559/5000. Niflheim 0187/5000. Vanaheim 0213/5000. Alfheim 0128/5000. At the corner of each choice, it shows a column of numbers that rapidly increase as the moment goes by, and it didn't take that long before each column had 4 digits already. So, only 45,000 can join. Any person can tell that these numbers indicate the capacity of players that can only join in a particular world. It hasn't been a minute since these choices appeared, but Niflheim is almost at the peak of its capacity already. And so the other choices. Asgard 3579/5000. Helheim 4248/5000. Jotunheim 3774/5000. Midgard 2959/5000. Muspelheim 4821/5000. Niflheim 4859/5000. Niflheim 3187/5000. Vanaheim 4213/5000. Alfheim 4428/5000. *T. Yuki hurriedly pressed the enter button and choose Niflheim. He dozed off for some reason and forgot that he has yet to pick his choice, but thankfully, he managed to enter before it became full. And in a few seconds after that, all 9 worlds had reached the maximum capacity. Toot. 9:58. Then the timer above has finally start counting down, indicating that after it hits 0, the tournament will officially start. A screen had also appeared in front of Yuki. In it are the rules and information for the upcoming tournament. The rules are not that long. I see. That's something. Yuki read the rules and information really quickly. It didn't even take him a couple of seconds. Although he seemingly just schemed through it all, Yuki had understood everything. The rules for each fight, how the tournament is going to be, and what are the multiple conditions. It's the same as how he thought it would be. It's all within his expectations. Good thing that they didn't change something. Yesterday, there are many leaked information that has been sold on Igdrasil's wiki, and Yuki obviously, is one of the people who bought some of it. Although the authenticity isn't sure, Yuki doesn't care. All he wants is some knowledge that he can use for comparisons. That's why when he saw the official rules and informations, he already know what each of them means, cause even though it's not exactly the same, it's quite similar to what he bought yesterday. Alright. Let's bring out the bad boys. Yuki said. He closes the window panels in front of him and brought out his inventory. What Yuki's intent by doing this is so that he can equip an armor. Ever since he logged in earlier, he's not actually wearing the equipment he intends to use for the world tournament. What he's wearing up to this point is all normal looking, that is if you were to compare it on what he likes to call the overpowered sets, the same sets of equipment that he wanted to use for today's event. He clicked and swiped some stuff and operates the panel for a couple of moments, and right after all that, all of a sudden, his whole body got engulfed with light. The light started fading after a couple of seconds, and once it does, Yuki's whole body got revealed, together with his new pair of armor. But if someone, that knows Yuki well, sees him right now, they'll surely notice that Yuki is wearing a different armor. Not just for this moment, but an actual different kind of armor. Unlike the usual, Yuki isn't wearing light armor. Right now, he is wearing a full black plated armor, from head to the very bottom. This whole thing is an armor that came from his overpowered sets, an overpowered armor. But some might question, why is it a full-plated one? For Yuki that likes using light armor to choose a full-plated one, this is a very weird and sudden turn. But it's not like Yuki hates full-plated armors in the first place, he just has more reason to wear the light ones. Based on the image of Yuki's current armor, it really is different from the light armors that Yuki used to wear, but for the capabilities, this full-plated armor has something similar to what every light armor has, the something that makes Yuki use light armors in the first place. The lightness. Even though this armor is a hard-plated armor, it does not affect his agility at all, in fact, it's even being boosted. There's a reason why players that have classes that rely heavily on their agility, do not wear plated armors despite the great defense it offers. It's due to the weight. The higher the defense of an armor is, the heavier it gets, and the heavier your armor is, the slower you become. And for Yuki that speed is everything, that's a big no. But his current armor, no, not just his current, but all his overpowered armors are different. None of his OP armors are light armor, all of them are full-plated ones, and each has the same properties of not affecting his agility once wore. The current armor that Yuki's wearing is a divine class item. That means, it is an item that Yuki made. The amount of data crystals and rare materials that Yuki spent on each equipment that belongs to his OP sets are already enough to make any players in Igdrasil lost their minds. The armor that Yuki currently wears is packed with buffs and effects that literally made the equipment a nonsensical item. For example, Yuki decreased the weight of this armor too much that it's almost non-existent. He made it this way so it would feel like he's just wearing clothes, while he still had a defense that is much greater than most heavy armor could offer. Good. Yuki muttered as he stretches his arm in some direction, seemingly to try the armor's flexibility. Though he just made it out of habit, cause he himself knows that there's no way a flexibility problem would occur. Seeing that his armor looks relatively fine, Yuki looks at his inventory again, wanting to pull out his next equipment. Yuki reached out his hand towards the panel, and right after he did that, a long weapon that looks to be a spear had come out. Just like his armor, this spear is also a part of the overpowered set, has a lot of buff and effects, and is different from the one that he usually uses. After giving the spear a few thrusts and swings to familiarize himself with it, he then equipped the remaining items that he still needs to equip. After all that, he pulled out a mirror and stand in front of it to look at himself. Damn, I look good. He takes his time, appreciating his own piece of work. After feeling enough, he then decided to finally put the helm on his head, covering his whole scary face. 12:11. Once he looks at the timer again, he saw that it's almost time. Alright. Let's meet my first punching bag. He readied himself and take a quick look at his console for one last time just to check if everything was alright. 12:03. 12:02. 12:01. Midnight. Here we go. Toot. The preparation time is finally over. Yuki prepares himself as he suddenly disappeared in the preparation room at the same time when the notification sound had rung. Swoosh! Yuki suddenly arrived in a big white room. It is massive and has a similar build as the preparation room, but 20 times bigger, and the ground is made of dirt. But this time, Yuki is not alone. When he glanced in the far front of him, he saw that someone is also standing there. He and that someone had arrived in this room at the same time, and obviously, this is Yuki's opponent. The World Tournament had officially started. His opponent is a demi-human, a minotaur to be exact. His build is much bigger than Yuki, and his body was much more buffed due to the full armor that he is wearing, but unlike Yuki, his head was exposed. He is not wearing any type of helm. He is not holding any weapon, but he has a pair of giant gauntlets. Let's see a legacy or a relic class? Meh, either way, it looks pretty weak. Yuki said as he looks at his opponent's equipment. Though what he said isn't 100% sure since he did not and cannot use any detection spell. What he said is just purely based on his own opinion. 10. 9. Suddenly, a timer had appeared above them again and started counting down. It didn't need to explain everything since all the players had already been given a list of information and rules about the tournament, so Yuki and every participant are expected to know what to do at this moment already. 2. 1. Yuki clenched his spear and positioned his feet for a stance. 0. Thurrying. Dugsh. The moment that the timer hits 0, Yuki immediately bursts and rushes towards the Minotaur. Haste, quick march! Yuki immediately chant a tear spell and his body glowed twice. Yuki's speed had increased and he is now moving towards the Minotaur at a very fast pace. That's right, come right at me, said by the Minotaur. The Minotaur wasn't surprised by this. He immediately reacted by raising his arm and throw a heavy straight punch towards the incoming Yuki. But since the punch was aiming towards Yuki's face, Yuki easily dodges it by going all fours on the ground. Yuki immediately raised his spear from the side and made a slash towards the legs of the Minotaur. The Minotaur was not fast enough to block or dodge the attack. This should be the case, but when Yuki's attack is about to land, a barrier had suddenly erupted and covered up the Minotaur's whole body. Tagsh! The barrier managed to block Yuki's attack, but right after that, the barrier shattered like glass, surprising both Yuki and the Minotaur. Oh! Yuki is surprised because his attack was stopped, while the Minotaur is more surprised about the fact that his barrier had been cast. **T. The Minotaur, for some reason, after this, had become extremely anxious as he immediately pulled back his arm and punched down towards Yuki. But like a frog, Yuki immediately leaps away to dodge the attack. The punch hits the ground and the moment it did, it was like a bomb has been dropped there. Boom! Whoa, a min-max player! Yuki was once again surprised about this since the power of that punch was no joke. Yuki thought that the Minotaur had invested the majority of his points on physical attack, that's why the punch was so strong. Then this is even more easier. But Yuki was not feeling scared or nervous about it, in fact, he feels even more at ease. After all that, Yuki didn't waste any more time and immediately rushed back towards the Minotaur and engaged in a fight with him again. Yuki didn't have a hard time dodging all the Minotaur's attacks since his agility was really high. He can also land his attacks successfully. Anyone can see that this fight is pretty one-sided, that Yuki will have no problem winning this one, but the fight was prolonged for some reason. The fight lasted for another minute before the winner was finally announced. Yuki finished the fight by impaling the Minotaur's head from the back of his spear. Yuki didn't even drop a single virtual sweat at this match. If more, the moment the fight ends is like Yuki saying that he doesn't want to fight any longer. Yuki had only treated this match as his warm-up round. That's the only reason why this match lasted for a whole another minute, since Yuki can finish the match right from the very beginning if he wants to. You won. The two of them suddenly vanished from the big white room after it announced that Yuki is the winner. Yuki was teleported back to the preparation room and he sees that another 10 minutes had appeared on the timer again. Sigh, that was pretty easy. Yuki said as he brought out a chair that he could sit on. Tut. Suddenly, a screen had popped up in front of him and it shows an enormous bracket of players that also joined the world tournament. Ting. 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 Together with a joyful sound effects, it zoomed in at his column and saw that his name, Igdrasil, had moved up to the next round. Hat, looks like they're winning too. Yuki said as he looked up his friends' names in the brackets and saw that they all won their first matches as well. A couple of minutes had passed, Yuki looked up in the timer again and saw that it's almost time for the next round already. 12:03. 12:02. 12:01. Yosh, here we go again. Midnight. The moment the timer had hit the 0, he suddenly disappeared into the preparation room, again. Yuki's image with his current armor and spear. Click here. Turtling Bracer. If the would take damage that is strong enough to be lethal, a shield that can absorb a fixed amount of incoming damage will be cast. 150, HP based. 5 seconds. 10 hours. Gain 10 bonus physical damage whenever the does a bludgeoning attack. Plus 10 magical defense. Plus 5 physical defense. Durability, 85%. Chapter 19, Chapter 19. The tournament for each world is composed of several brackets. For reference, in Niflheim, all the participants were separated into 4 brackets. After the winner has been decided in each bracket, the first part of the tournament will end, then the semi-finals will officially start. The 4 players that have managed to win each bracket will have a PvP, a one-on-one battle to determine who will move up for the finals. After the 2 remaining winners have been decided, they will go up for the finals and have a PvP one last time to compete for the title of the World Champion. After Yuki's first fight, he fought a lot of different opponents for the incoming rounds. He fought a lot of demi-humans and heteromorphics, but he also meets some humanoid players in the rounds he has been through. His battle between the heteromorphics wasn't that hard of a fight since he's undoubtedly the strongest heteromorphic player. For the demi-humans, some of them have put up a good fight against Yuki and managed to make him a tiny bit serious, but in the end, none of them had stood a chance no matter how hard they fought. And as for the humanoids, Yuki only faced 7 of them. 4 humans, 2 rainbow eyes, and 1 winged human. Even though Yuki only meets 7 of them, all of them gave Yuki a bit of a hard time, since all of them were maxed level players and at least have a 2-digit number as their player rank within the overall player ranking list. During his fight with them, Yuki didn't take them lightly and fought them seriously from the very beginning since he saw that they all have an item that is ranging from legendary to divine class items. But in the end, Yuki managed to defeat all of them without any problem. The only reason why Yuki had a hard time against all of them is that they're much harder to kill compared to the others. But when it comes to strength, for Yuki, they're not that threatening. But unlike his fight with the others, he didn't manage to end the fight untouched. He still received a few hits and blows, but did he suffered from it? No, not at all. His HP regenerates much faster than the damage he accumulates. But either way, it's not really a big deal since once the players return to the preparation room, all the amount of HP and MP that was used or had decreased during their last fight will return to its original amount so that no one will be at a disadvantage for the next upcoming fight. The items and equipment's durability too will also return to their original state once a player reaches the preparation room after the fight. But items and equipment that have been consumed or destroyed during the fight will be exceptional. Anyway, Yuki won all the rounds in the bracket he belongs to and passes through all the levels much faster than anyone. His name keeps going up whenever he won a fight. Many names of different players are also rising at the top, but the number of participants had dropped as they all reach the higher stages. The number keeps decreasing until 2 names are the only one that's left at the very top of Niflheim's bracket, and one of the two names that are displayed is Yuki's IGN. Sweeting. Tink. Sounds of clashing metals are to be heard echoing across the big white room arena. Inside, one can see two players fighting against each other at a very aggressive pace. One of them is wearing fiery black armor and has a spear for a weapon, while the other has a shining golden armor and holding a big red halberd. Obviously, Yuki is the one with the black armor and the golden one is his opponent. TCH. Swoosh. Yuki right now is more serious than he ever was in all of the fights he has been through. Whenever he swings and thrusts his spear, it comes with an intent to finish the fight. Clang. You're so goddamn annoying. The golden armor player shouted as he blocked Yuki's attack, then do a counter. Clang K. Oh, how strange. Because I feel the same thing too. Yuki retorted as he blocked the counter attack and throws back his own counter too. Clang. The whole fight so far is like a never-ending, orchestrated dance. Someone will throw an attack, the other one will block it, then do a counter, then the counter will be blocked by the other, then do a counter too, then it will be blocked again and then counter, then repeat. It's like this throughout the fight. None of the two are trying to break the pattern since they know that they'll end up in the same situation anyway, so they just do this and wait for the other one to make a mistake. One might question why they're just going head to head against each other and not using any skill or spell. Well, it's all because of the sudden fight rule that had been implemented before the match had started. Rules. For this round, the use of any kind of spells and skills are not allowed. Yuki expected this kind of thing to happen because it's written within the information and rules, but still, it is too sudden. Yuki did not think that this kind of fight rule will appear in the final stage of the bracket. Not that it's a problem, but if both of them agreed on one thing, it's very annoying. Thanks to the rule, this current fight that they're having is the longest fight they ever had on this tournament. But actually, Yuki can finish the fight if he manages to land a clean hit, but that's easier said than done. Yuki's opponent right now is a player that's within the top 10 of the overall player ranking, so he just can't have an easy fight like he always had. It's the same situation for Yuki's opponent, but the only difference is, even if he lands a hit, the fight will still continue. Clang. Clang K. Clank. Clang. Both of them are just stuck in a loophole and do the same thing again and again for the next couple of minutes. None of them are planning to give up and keep going at each other vigorously. No one's planning to let anything get through their defenses, or at least that's the image they want to show. But one of them is still destined to make a slight mistake. **T. Yuki said as he seemingly tripped while doing an attack. Finally. The moment has come when one of them made a wrong move and fell out within the pattern. Ha! Finally. Yuki made a slight mistake and the golden armor guy didn't miss this opportunity to do a possible lethal attack. He immediately raised his halberd and swung it hard towards Yuki's neck. Yuki just got tripped and extremely open for all sorts of attacks, and due to his awkward stance, blocking the golden armor guy's attack is not possible. Yuki will surely get hit. Swoosh. Or so it seems. CK. Yuki, for some reason, suddenly regained his balance, then dodged the incoming attack by leaning backward. What? Now, the golden armor guy's whole body, who just made an attack, is the one who's so open now. How the turned have tables. Not wanting to miss the chance, Yuki, while still in the same position, had thrust his spear on the golden armor guy's head with full force. The golden armor guy tried to block the attack with his hand, probably a desperate move, but it did nothing as the spear continued to slash and pass through the golden armor's defense and still reach and penetrate through his head. Swish. Thankfully, this game doesn't have any realistic effect or this scene will be extremely gruesome. The golden armor guy's head was skewered by Yuki's spear, completely erasing his face. One of his hands too has been destroyed. GG. Yuki said as he knows that his attack just finished off this fight. And just as he expected, Yuki's name has been announced as the winner right after that. F***ck. I'm so close already at the semis, man, goddammit. I didn't know why I fall for such a cheap bait. Ah, F***ck my life, said the golden armor guy in frustration. It's cheap. That's why. Yuki said towards the golden armor guy, adding more fuel to the fire. Ha? King sh. The golden armor guy was about to retort, but he didn't manage to finish, as the next thing he knew, he's already at the preparation room while a big screen that says "You lost" is in front of him. Which frustrates him even more. While on the other hand, Yuki is just madly laughing. Yuki was also teleported back to the preparation room. After he got back, a bunch of notifications had assaulted him from his console too. Finally, it feels like forever, Yuki said before he opened up his console to check the new notifications. You are the winner for the third bracket. You will now move up for the semi-finals. +5. Yuki read it all, and what he saw was nothing but all congratulations on winning the whole bracket, and his next fight will be in the semi-finals. Nothing new. Sigh. Yuki sighed deeply as he closes all the window panels and walks towards the lone chair in the room. Let's see. Yuki sits on the chair while bringing up his status window. After looking at his status window, for some reason, Yuki sighed deeply again. I wonder if I could keep this up without using a large amount of MP. Sigh, I doubt that, but I hope that it wouldn't be that much. In the previous matches, Yuki doesn't hesitate to use spells and waste MP, because once he got back in the preparation room, he'll have them back anyway. But in the next upcoming rounds, both for the semis and finals, that won't happen anymore. All HP and MP that had lost during the fights won't be given back any longer. Yeah, only 2 fights are remaining, but in those 2 rounds, Yuki will face the same players that won their brackets as well. In short, they're strong. Yuki is much stronger, but he knows that can't just spear his way through. That he'll end up fighting the edgy way. But that's what worries him the most. Is how much he could potentially lose just to win the fight. Whatever. Yuki decided to stop thinking about problems as he opens up his console again. He decided to look for his friends' IGNs within the bracket. It took Yuki some time because some of them joined in another worlds, but he still manages to find them, and there he saw that all of them failed. Weaktards. A few minutes after that, all 4 players that managed to win each bracket have finally been announced publicly. Yuki saw his name rising in another bracket, but this time the bracket was small and only 4 names were there. Yuki clicked the listed names on the bracket to look for informations, and there, he saw that all he's up against are nothing but humanoids. Oh well, so much for a world that is full of heteromorphics. He looks at the ceiling again for a couple of minutes before he heard the timer again. He looks at the timer and saw that it's time for the semi-finals already. Sigh. He stands up from the chair and pulls out his spear. He watches the timer as it reached down to 0. 6. 5. Sigh, here we go again. 1. 0. Tying. The moment that it reaches down to 0, he suddenly disappeared into the preparation room. Again. Chapter 20, Chapter 20. After he disappeared in the preparation room, he reappears in a large circular arena. It's the same as the white room in the elimination rounds, but this time, it's surrounded by waters. It doesn't have any land that anyone could step on other than the big circle arena in the middle. The purpose of this stage was to restrict the movement of the battling players. Unlike in elimination rounds where one can run around as much as they want, here once they step outside the circle and fall into the waters, they're automatically disqualified, in other terms, they lost. But still, the circle is quite big, there's still a lot of space to run and room to dodge. Falling outside the arena by accident is near impossible unless you did it on purpose or you were blown away by your opponent. Well, I like this more. What Yuki hates the most is an opponent that likes to run around instead of fighting head-on. Yuki commends the awareness, but still, he's pretty annoyed by it. So with this much constricted stage, going against those kinds of opponents will be less annoying than it used to be. But I guess that I won't have that kind of problems with this guy. Yuki said as he looks in front to see his supposed-to-be opponent. His opponent is wearing a full armor that's bulkier than what Yuki wears. It's pure silver with a bit of gold in the designs. He is holding a platinum-colored sword in his right hand and a golden shield on the left. Just by looking, one can see that this player is a fighter. The one that likes to face everything head-on at that. So he is that paladin guy, huh? Yuki muttered as he remembered that earlier, from the list, he saw someone that looks to be a paladin. Toot. 10. A couple of seconds after that, a timer suddenly appears above them. 9. 8. And, I will be calling his opponent human here since I'm very creative. Yuki didn't look at the timer anymore and just focus on his opponent. The human also did the same as it looks straight towards Yuki and put up a stance. He positioned his shield in front and raised the sword in the corner. From his stance, it looks like he will immediately rush towards Yuki once the round starts. An aggressive one, huh? Yuki chuckled lightly when he saw this as he likes to fight a pretty straightforward opponent, cause those types tend to die faster. After this, Yuki did the same as he also put his spear in front and do a stance. 1. 0. 3. The moment when the round starts, both of them vanished from their spots and rushed towards each other. Yuki was the one who takes the first action as he immediately raised the spear above his head and swing it hard down towards the human. The human saw this and raised the shield above to block Yuki's attack. Psang! A loud noise had rung when Yuki's spear and human's shield collided, but Yuki didn't take any breather as he immediately raises his right foot and delivers a strong kick towards the unguarded stomach area of the human. Ah! The human groaned as he steps back a couple of times due to Yuki's kick. But it doesn't look like Yuki's done with his attacks. Ha! He made an immediate follow-up by swinging his spear hard towards the human, again. UGK. The human saw Yuki's attack and position his shield in front to block it again, but this time, something different happened. Swoosh! Yuki's spear suddenly flickered and changes direction halfway through the attack, shifting the direction towards the human's left leg. The human managed to make a single step back to avoid it, but the spear was too long that it still reached him. You received great damage. 39 HP. You are bleeding. You have been poisoned. HP will decrease by 2 every 10 seconds. What? The human was so surprised. The spear only grazed his leg and the damage he received is equivalent to a direct hit. How is this possible? But the human doesn't even have time to process what just happened as he saw that Yuki throws an attack towards him again. Hub! But this time, he easily avoided it by jumping high in the air. You became extremely cautious all of a sudden. I wonder why is that? Yuki said towards the human as he noticed that this time, he didn't block the attack but dodge it instead. TCH. Yuki's remarks had agitated the human a bit. He knows that Yuki noticed that he is now aware of him, why he chooses to dodge and maintain distance instead of blocking. He's getting irritated about this very fact. Throughout all the fight he has been through, he's the one who's always going forward without worrying about the incoming attacks. Now, all he thinks is that he shouldn't let any Yuki's attacks hit him. Shut up! Extended slash. The human, after he jumps away, sends a bunch of harmful projectiles towards Yuki. Swoosh! Yuki dodged all of it with ease, but the human sends another barrage of extended slash towards Yuki again. TCH. Yuki managed to dodge the majority of extended slash, but he was still hit twice. Though the damage isn't great, and his HP became full again before anyone could realize it, it's still pretty notable for Yuki since this is the greatest amount of damage he had received so far. Alright, fine. Quick march, haste, swiftness. Yuki chanted a couple of spells and run towards the human at a fast pace, but as he run towards the human, Yuki raised his left hand and aim it towards the human. Twin maximize magic, Thunder Lance. From Yuki's hand, 2 magic circles appeared. From the 2 magic circles, 2 lightning-like lances have erupted and shoot towards the human at a very high speed. Wait, you're a magi. The human didn't manage to finish what he wants to say as he need to immediately raise his shield to block the incoming spells. Pshuz. The impact from the spells didn't even make him budge, but the moment the spell hits his shield, Yuki, almost instantly, suddenly appears above him. Whoosh! Yuki pulled his spear and thrust it hard towards the human's chest area. Tch. Sunlight Fortress. But before the spear could even reach the human, he was suddenly enveloped in bright yellow light. Zik. When Yuki hits the light, the spear was deflected. It was hard, Yuki felt like he tried to pierce a metal wall using a rod. The human, while still covered by the light, raises his sword and swings it towards Yuki in an attempt to attack him. But Yuki saw this as he immediately kicked the human's shield, and by doing so, he repulsed himself backward, getting himself out of human's range. A feint. But before the human can even make a full swing with his sword, he stopped. Yuki immediately understood that human's attack was nothing but a feint. The human didn't continue his swing anymore as he immediately rushed towards Yuki before he can even land on the ground. Ha! Shield's radiance, shield bash. Suddenly, human's shield was covered in the same bright light, it expanded and shoot out a shield-like projectile that is made of light towards Yuki. Yuki, while still in mid-air, put the spear in front of him in an attempt to block the attack. But when the shield-like projectile touches the surface of the spear, it suddenly exploded in a shockwave-like manner. The moment when the explosion happens, Yuki was immediately thrown away across the whole arena. He was thrown away so aggressively that he can't maintain his balance or even stop himself. He continues to do so until he reaches the edge of the arena. He wasn't able to stop himself as he continues to roll and fall towards the waters. The light that is surrounding the whole body of human had slowly died down. He watches Yuki as he was completely thrown across the arena and falls outside the stage boundaries. But he didn't lower his guard and maintain his stance since he knows that Yuki is, for some reason, a spellcaster, so he can just use fly or use any type of spell to get back in the arena. But while he's staring in the direction where Yuki had fallen, he suddenly detected an appearance behind him. **T. He tried to move away but he was too late. Surprise! Before he could even gather enough force on his feet, a spear suddenly pierced through his chest. You received catastrophic damage. UK. The human saw his HP became non-existent all of a sudden. From a whopping 56 HP to a flat 0 HP. F***CK. Skill, Recall of the Bright Heart. But thankfully, the human still has something within his sleeves. While still being impaled, the human was suddenly, once again, coated by a bright light, but this time, he disappeared instantly in a speck of light. Hey! Yuki was a bit baffled by this. He looks around to look for the human but he didn't see anyone around him. He's the only player within the arena. At least at that moment. Weeing. But not long after that, a big magic circle had made an appearance in the sky and fired a ray of light towards the arena. It wasn't directed towards Yuki, but to a certain spot instead. The ray of light had slowly died down and the big magic circle above had also disappeared. But in the spot where the ray of light was fired, the human is there, standing. Yuki frowned a bit when he saw the human since he looked different now. His armor is glowing with bright light, the same for his shield and sword. But unlike earlier, the light wasn't in his whole body, covering him entirely, no. Right now, the light was only covering the equipment, it's like the armor, sword, and shield was purely made of light. Whistle, is that your final form? Yuki asked the human with his favorite question. Stop talking. I'll end this now. The human answered him, then raised his shield in front. What a main character. Are you final? But while Yuki's talking, he suddenly saw that human disappeared in his spot. Yuki immediately raised his spear and gets on with his stance, but he's a bit late to prepare as human appeared right in front of him while brandishing his glowing sword. Swoosh! Yuki tried to defend himself from the incoming attack, but failed as he didn't anticipate the sudden burst of agility of the human. Pooshk! Yuki was stabbed right in the chest by human's glowing sword. Hey, you are not supposed to do that while I'm still talking, Yuki said, seemingly not bothered by the fact that he just got stabbed. Yuki suffered damage, it was greater than any damage he had received so far, but not enough to kill him. They're both standing near to each other, so right after he said those words, Yuki took the opportunity as he immediately raised his spear and thrust it towards human's neck. Yuki expected human to dodge his spear, but he did not. The human just stand still and let the spear reach him. Clang K. Hey! Surprisingly, Yuki's attack has no effect. For some reason, after the spear hits human, it didn't pierce through like it always did. It just stopped on the surface like it met an unbreakable wall. An immunity. Yuki muttered as he saw that human is preparing for another attack, but this time, with his shield. Yuki isn't a fan of taking attacks, he always does that part. So what he's in right now is pretty displeasing for him. Hey, wait! Yuki said. But human ignored what Yuki just said as he proceeded to attack Yuki again. But before he could do so, he noticed something on Yuki's armor. Zwee! He saw that it's changing color and releasing some odd noise. For some reason, it's starting to look like a burning charcoal. As moments go by, it's starting to shine at a rapid pace. But the way it shines isn't the same as human's armor. **T. The human realized that this might be dangerous as he tried to back off and pull the sword out of Yuki's chest, but Yuki saw what he's planning to do. You're not going anywhere, Yuki said as he held onto the sword, making the human unable to pull it out from his chest. Tch. The human had put more strength as he pulled the sword out even harder, and since Yuki is holding the sword's edge, he didn't manage to get a good grip and eventually lost the tug of war. Oops! The human manages to pull the sword out of Yuki's chest, but it's late already. Yuki holds onto the sword not because he doesn't want the human to have it, it's because he needs to buy time, and just as he wanted, he successfully bought one. **T. Yuki's armor shone brightly as the human tried to escape, but the next thing that happened had still caught him. Boom! The part where the human and Yuki stands had been engulfed by a massive whirl of fire followed by a large explosion. The human manages to get away, but he still got caught up, though it doesn't seem comparable to how it would be if he's in the center of what just transpired. The wildfire and explosions lasted for just a couple of seconds before completely disappearing like it's a lie. After it disappeared, Yuki was revealed in the center, looking so unharmed. Bonus damage, HP, and agility. You also got immunity for any kind of physical damage. You have high magical defense, but you don't seem immune to it. I don't know if I got everything, but I guess that's pretty much it, Yuki said as he informed the human about what he had found out about his skill. Tch. But the human said nothing as he just displayed his irritation towards Yuki. After that, he raised his sword and shield, seemingly wanting to do an attack again. Now, I'm still doing my speech. Skill, crying hourglass chronosphere. But Yuki doesn't seem to like that as he cast a spell towards the human before he could even move. The spell immediately appeared after Yuki cast it, which the human didn't expect. Vroom! All of a sudden, a big, grey, and transparent dome had appeared around the human and he got caught in it. He didn't manage to do anything as it happened almost instantly. The human tried to move, but he found out that he can't do any movements at all. Skill, unstoppable radiance. Seeing that he's trapped within a crowd control spell, he immediately uses a skill of his that would free him from this. But this skill isn't an instant cast. It would take 5 seconds before it could be cast out. But thankfully, Yuki doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. A quick reaction, that's commendable. Though it seems that you're taking me a bit too lightly. Yuki said towards the human with a bit of a serious tone. After that, Yuki throws his spear back in his inventory, then brings his right arm forward. You said you're going to end this fight, right? Go on, end it, I dare you. After Yuki said that with the same tone, for some reason, the ring on Yuki's middle finger reacted by glowing faintly. Use item level 1, MP release. After Yuki said the command, a big magic circle had appeared on Yuki's wrist, then it immediately cracked like glass and slowly break apart. The human doesn't know, but for some reason, he feels that his situation became more dangerous. Don't worry, you don't need to tell me that. I'll end you now. The human said, still with a tone full of confidence. And immediately, right after he said that, a bright light had burst out from his body, shattering the transparent dome that's keeping him from moving. The skill he had cast earlier had finally been cast out. Now that he can finally move, he does not want to waste any more time and prolonged what Yuki's trying to do, as he immediately raises his shield and was about to blink in front of Yuki again. But before he could do that, he didn't notice that Yuki's hand is already pointing in his direction. Skill, rewind skill, crying hourglass chronosphere. And immediately after that, human found himself in the same situation again. Inside a transparent dome and cannot move. He did not even manage to get out of his position before being trapped again. How the f***ck? He cannot understand what just happened. Go on. End it, I'm waiting. Yuki laughed madly while looking at him. His arsenal is now empty, or at least he can't use anything to get himself out of this situation. He can do nothing but watch as Yuki continuously makes fun of him. Now. Let's play a game. Let's see how many spells you can take in the next 20 seconds. Yuki said laughingly as he raised his hand towards the human again. Let's start. Yuki said as he fired off the first spell. IGN, Catus Etrama. Gender, male. Race, undead/heteromorphic. Level, 100. HP, 489. MP, 1584 plus. PHYATK, 100. PHYDEF, 420. Agility, 100. MAG-ATK, 100. MAG-DEF, 447. Resist, 100. Special, 100. Total stats, 1956. Vampire, 10. Arch-Vampire, 5. Origin, 5. Weapon Master, 10. Blood Drinker, 10. Progenitor, 5. Eternity, 5. Negator, 5. Monarch, 5. Fighter, 10. Armored Mage, 5. Elementalist, 10. Slayer, 5. Striker, 5. Prince of Niflheim, 5. Sunlight Fortress. Once cast, the will gain for a certain amount of time. Type, active, spell. MP cost, 6. Casting time, instant. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 6 minutes. Recall of the Bright Heart. Upon activation, will be in a state called. While in state, will gain multiple buffs throughout the entire duration. Plus 10 PHY. Damage. Plus 10 mag damage. Plus 10 special. Plus 10 PHY. Defense. Plus 10 mag defense. Plus 20 agility. If the died while in a state, the death will be invalid, then will be revived again with full status. After being revived, will gain multiple buffs and immunity to physical damage throughout the entire duration. Plus 20 PHY. Damage. Plus 20 mag damage. Plus 20 special. Plus 30 mag defense. 2 minutes. After being revived, all items will gain a status bonus throughout the entire duration. Type: active, skill. MP cost: none. Casting time: instant. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 3 hours. Vengeful Plate. Once cast, a whirling fire and explosion will occur. The base damage of the fire and explosion is based on the amount of damage received in the past 10 seconds. Type: active, spell. MP cost: 12. Casting time: 5 seconds. Duration: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Rewind. End the for each spell or skill that's on a state. Type: active, skill. MP cost: 16. Casting time: instant. Duration: none. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Crying Hourglass. Upon activation, reduce the casting time of the next spell or skill. Type: active, skill. MP cost: 14. Casting time: instant. Duration: none. Cooldown: 1 minute. Join my Patreon. You will be able to read the advanced chapters and support the handsome author. Type: active. MP cost: 10. Casting time: instant. Duration: 1 month. Cooldown: none. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Look, I am aware that super tier spells don't use mana. I am aware. But still, what happened in this chapter still happened, so use your common sense. There's gotta be a reason behind it. A reason that will be explained later, so just read in silence for now. Sigh. Same old room. We meet again. Yuki said as he was once again greeted by the gloomy, plain, and sad white walls of the preparation room. The semi-finals just ended and the finals are about to start in a couple of minutes. Yuki just won the last round, in other words, he won the semi-finals. Though it took him quite a bit some time, he still won in the end. Ha damn it! Though for some reason, Yuki is not that happy about his last fight even though he won. Tut! Yuki sits on a chair as he brought out his console and look at his status. Psi 500 MP, gone, just like that. That's like 1 week's worth of hunting. Yuki said in a regretful tone. During his last fight with the human, he spent too much MP than he's supposed to. The human has immunity to physical attacks, so as much as he doesn't like to release his MP, he just don't have that much choice. Yuki always seals his MP because he has some complicated skills that can activate on their own and eats away his MP. That's also the reason why some of his skills are not activating, because he always doesn't have enough juice to make it run, whenever it wants to activate itself. Which is pretty convenient for him. But he is not sealing all of it completely, he always left a certain amount for some of the spells he likes to use whenever he's hunting or fighting. So, on his fight against the human, he really need to release some of his MP to fight like a magic caster, since he didn't leave enough MP to cast that many spells. In fact, he's pretty much out already when he decided to release his MP seal. Originally, he planned to end the match as quickly as possible, but he didn't expect the human to be so tough. At first, he belittled him by casting only a bunch of 5th to 8 tier spells, but seeing that he's withstanding them, Yuki upped his game and start cast 9th and 10th tier spells, but at that time, the human had started fighting back, so the situation became harder for Yuki. But in the end, he still managed to end the fight. Not after unleashing 3 super tier spells and a bunch of 10th tier spells, he also cast a lot of high tier spells along the way. All of that had drained him a bit too much than he expected. If Yuki foresaw how the fight is going to end originally, then surely, he'll cast 1 or 2 super tier spell without any hesitation in the very beginning and immediately end the fight right there. That way, he could have saved more MP. But all in all, Yuki managed to learn something in that fight. A lesson that might be important for the future. That, he needs to decrease his edginess in every fight. I need to think straight and take everything seriously from now on. Yuki promised to himself, a promise that he'll just forget in a couple of minutes. After all that, Yuki proceeds to seal away his excess MP again. He doesn't want to fight anymore with his huge MP so exposed like this. And besides, Yuki already saw his next opponent through the bracket list. Yuki is so sure that in this upcoming fight, he won't need his MP. He's pretty confident about it. The finals is a free win anyway. Yuki said as a magic circle had appeared on his wrist, indicating that his MP was now sealed again. I should celebrate later. What food should I order? Yuki said as he continued browsing through his console. Wondering where he could waste his money on. Yuki stayed like that for a couple of minutes until a sound had rung, grabbing his attention. Tut! A new notification had arrived and a window had popped in front of him. Get ready! The finals is about to start. It's about time already, hey! Yuki said after he read the content of the notification. After a couple of minutes of doing nothing but sitting, Yuki noticed the timer above him. 12:13. It was about to end, and the next round, the final round, is about to start. Yuki groaned as he slowly and lazily stands up from the chair. He then grabs his spear back from the inventory. Alright, let's win this. Immediately after that, the timer hits 0 and he disappeared into the preparation room. Again, for the very last time. Not so long ago, the winners of the semi-finals for every world has been officially announced. Each name of the players that will compete for the finals has been publicly announced. The last round is already the next event and whoever wins this time, will be hailed as the official world champion of the particular world they choose to represent. In Niflheim, 2 names were displayed above the list of players that will fight in the finals. And obviously, Yuki's IGN is there. His name was publicly announced as a player that managed to reach and will compete in the last round. When his friends saw this, they all have mixed emotions. Happy, angry, glad, and jealous. Happy, because they're happy for their friend. Angry, because they lost and didn't even reach the semis. Glad, because one of them who's originally from the Niflheim manages to reach the finals. And jealous, for very obvious reasons. The venue for the finals is the same arena that was used for the semi-final round, but the difference this time is, there's a massive audience or crowd that will watch the fight, live. The water, where no one could go to, is the one that separates the spectator area from the arena. Currently, the arena in the middle is still empty. But the spectator area on every far side is full already. The whole place is bustling with a ton of players that came to watch the final round. The final round here on Niflheim, that is. The majority of players that are here are the ones that were defeated in this tournament. They came to watch the 2 strong remaining players that manages to rise to the very top and beat all the players they faced. On a certain spot in the spectator area, there's a group of heteromorphic players that are discussing something between themselves. Brad Pitt, I knew it. I knew that Igdrasil will reach the finals. Kentucky cried frickin', yeah, I kinda expected it already. He's the rank 1 for reasons. Relieved face. Bacon, well. He just got lucky. Kentucky cried frickin', oh yeah. I heard you faced off against him at some point. How'd it go? Bacon, well, a pretty close fight. Lollet, ha 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 ha. Close fight my ass. I bet you got your ass kicked together with *T. Bawa ha ha ha. Bacon, you little b*tch. Brad Pitt, oi, calm down you two. Kentucky cried frickin', anyways, I'm kinda disappointed when I saw that all players that reached the semi-finals are all humanoids. Of course, except Igdrasil. Brad Pitt, true. Even Demis didn't make it. Lollet, yeah, that's also why I'm hoping that he'll kick this one's ass so hard that he'll feel it in real life. Brad Pitt, hey, that's enough. Look, it's starting. They all paused their discussions and focused their attention on the arena. The arena glowed for a moment and a lot of fireworks and unnecessary effects had happened before two magic circles appears on both sides of the arena. After a moment, from the magic circle, two players had arise. Of course, this is Yuki and his supposed to be opponent. Ealalat, hoo. Beat his ass. Bread pit, good luck Razel. Kentucky cried frickin', you can do it Razel. Burber bacon. Yuki's friends have cheered for Yuki, but not just them but many players that know Yuki had also cheered for him. Yuki is pretty famous in Niflheim, almost all player in that world knows who Yuki is. Not personally but they know him because Yuki was trashing every pikers that came to Niflheim just to PK some heteromorphics. So many heteromorphic players know him as their protector or some sort. But the audience was halved. The half cheered for Yuki and the other half cheered for Yuki's opponent. The ones that cheered for Yuki's opponent were, of course, the humanoids and some demi-humans since, either they lost to Yuki or they are his victims. Either way, they all share the same feeling. They hate Yuki with every fiber of their being. Shouting FX. The crowd cheers for the player they're rooting to win, they keep shouting towards the arena but actually, the two battling players in it cannot hear them. There's a barrier that surrounds the whole arena. That barrier prevents any audio that comes from the outside to reach the participants. It's all to avoid unnecessary distractions. But the two participants, Yuki and his opponent, can see that the audience is cheering for both of them. It's just that they can't hear anything. They all know this already since they have already been notified before the event so they're not that surprised. Bread pit, on another note, I'm pretty sure that Razel-san can win this match easily. Burber bacon, what do you mean? Bread pit, look at his opponent. It's a magic caster, hee. Burber bacon, oh right. I see. What an unfortunate guy. Kentucky cried frickin', haha Yuki eats magic caster for breakfast. That's the worst matchup. Ealalat. Looks like Yuki won this already hey. Sigh lucky bastard. Bread pit, anyway, that guy is still a finalist, so probably he can still stand against Yuki. Kentucky cried frickin', then, if that's the case. I would like to see how he is going to do that. Bread pit, then, let's just watch. After that, they all stopped talking and focus on the arena where a match is about to start. After being spawned in the arena, Yuki looked around him just for him to see a massive number of players that came to watch the finals. He was in awe. He keeps on looking around, trying to see if he can spot someone he knows. There's too many. Can't see those idiots. He finally stopped looking around as he looked in front of him and see the figure of his opponent. A magic caster indeed. Yuki said, seeing the giant witch hat and robe that his opponent wears. After a couple of seconds, a timer suddenly appeared above them, and start counting down. They've all seen this many times by now and it's almost an instinct to prepare once the timer hits 0. The mage stand prepared and so Yuki too. 10. 9. 8. 3. 2. 1. Ingug. The moment when the timer hits 0, the sound that indicates for them to start fighting has rung throughout the arena. Yuki immediately rushed towards his enemy while brandishing his spear. On the other side, the magic caster, just like Yuki, acted fast as he leaped backward to gain more distance then cast an immediate spell towards his surroundings. Maximized penetrating magic, cliffhanger. Chapter 22, Chapter 22. The moment when the timer hits 0, the sound that indicates for them to start fighting had rung throughout the arena. Yuki immediately rushed towards the magic caster while brandishing his spear. On the other side, the magic caster, just like Yuki, acted fast as he leaped backward to gain more distance. As if he knows that Yuki will immediately try to close distance with him the moment the round starts. Ha! This bunch is too predictable. Thinking that this kind of thing always works against us. Stupid! Muttered by the magic caster before raising his arm towards the incoming Yuki. Looks like I don't need to change my strategy hey. the magic caster said before he readied himself to cast a spell. I just need to let him get a bit more closer before I cast Storm's Fury. He thought to himself while seeing the incoming Yuki. Duck share. Yuki then suddenly, while running towards the magic caster, stomped hard on the ground, rocketing himself from his position towards the magic caster. This very thing is a bit unexpected, but the magic caster, though surprised, still managed to react. Now! The magic caster shouted inside his mind as he started casting the spell he's preparing to cast. Skill, True Silence. But before the magic caster could even do that, it seems that Yuki managed to cast something ahead of him. Storm's Fury. The magic caster had also cast a spell at the same time. Yuki is just ahead by a second. But that second made already a big difference. What? The magic caster finally reacted when he saw that nothing came out of the spell he had cast. But that's the only reaction he can make, as he can't forget about the fact that Yuki is already getting near him as moments goes by in a rapid pace. He thought that he need to gain a breathable distance first before analyzing what just happened to his spell. TCH. Greater teleportation. Hey! The magic caster voiced out his confusion when the teleportation spell he had cast didn't work as well. The magic caster finally gave in to his overloading curiosity as he looked at his console to see what's going on with his spells. What the f***ck? There, he saw the reason. His greater teleportation spell, no, not just that, but every displayed available spell on his console, all his spells, got grayed out. Meaning, for some reason, at this moment, it's all unusable. What is happening? The magic caster wanted to know what is going on, but it seems that for a moment, he forgot the reason why he wanted to get out of his current spot in the first place. Swoosh! Yuki finally reached the magic caster as he appeared in front of him. What's the problem, magic caster? Can't cast a spell? Oh well. Too bad. Yuki said with a mocking tone before raising his spear, then thrusting it towards the magic caster's head. Shoo! Kook! The magic caster had managed to narrowly dodge the attack by stumbling towards the ground. He did it with just nothing but pure reflex. **T. The magic caster cursed as he hurriedly stands up. But it seems that Yuki doesn't want to give him any time to breathe, as before he could even fully stand up, he immediately made a follow-up attack. The magic caster saw this, but he knows that he can't do anything about it. He just dodged Yuki's first attack, and that was nothing but pure luck. This time, Yuki's attack was faster and in a point-blank range. Dodging is almost impossible. Tack share. But the moment when Yuki's spear hits him in the chest, for some reason, a smile on magic caster's face had appeared. Hey! Yuki saw that his spear failed to pierce through the magic caster. It only takes an instant for Yuki to realize that it's probably the magic caster's robe that protected him. Die! Suddenly, immediately after that happened, the magic caster pulled a staff-looking item in his inventory, then swung it hard towards Yuki. A magic caster that can't cast a spell is practically useless. A walking loot bag. But that's what it is in the past. Right now, magic casters had already made some countermeasures in that kind of situation. Not being able to cast spells is a common scenario for them, because the moment they exhaust their MP, that's what happens. It's the same for Yuki's opponent. What he's doing right now is one of those countermeasures. The artifact he had pulled out is probably effective against Yuki. He just needs to hit him with it. Thad. But there's a problem. AGHK. Yuki is much faster than him. Before he could even hit Yuki with the staff, he was already sent flying across the arena. He's just too slow for close combat. Thud. 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 The magic caster can't stop himself. He keeps bouncing across the arena. F***ck. The magic caster cursed as he hurriedly takes something out of his inventory. Use item. Stabilize. In an instant after that, the magic caster stopped. Like what's happening to him a moment ago is a lie. It's all thanks to the magic item that he used. It's because of that, he managed to regain balance just on time. That's close. The magic caster said as he looks down below the edges of the arena, that's also a few inches away from where he's standing. He was glad that he managed to stop himself immediately. He knows that if he is late at least by a second, he will surely fall in the waters. Sigh that f*ck high. But the moment when he returned his attention towards the arena, he was surprised to see Yuki's smiling and uncovered face in front of him. Since Yuki is much taller than him, Yuki is currently bending his body down just to meet the magic caster's face within the same level. Hey, nice view isn't it? Yuki said with a playful tone while displaying the most friendly smile he could muster on his face, Avatar. The magic caster was really surprised, shocked, and scared to see Yuki's face in front of him. Since Yuki's avatar looks like a face that came out straight from a horror movie, and the magic caster is just seeing this now, this almost gave him a heart attack. It's like a real-time jump scare from the magic caster's point of view. Haha, did that scared you? Yuki said laughingly. Clearly amused by the magic caster's reaction. Why yeah sh the magic caster was still caught off guard and tried to catch the breath he lost. His real-time heartbeat had literally skipped for a couple of times. But Yuki is not that forgiving. The magic caster didn't even manage to finish what he's saying when Yuki suddenly pulled back his right arm and delivered a strong punch towards the magic caster's face. Since Yuki was standing close to him, the magic caster didn't even manage to react or even dodge. The next thing he just knew, is the sight of the furthering arena. You dirty bastard! The magic caster was sent flying outside the boundaries and is now falling down towards the water. Use item. Fly. But before he reached the waters, he managed to pull out a magic item again from his inventory, then cast the spell fly from it. He managed to stop himself, just a few inches before he hit the waters. Like before, if he's late even by a second, everything will be over already. I need to get back up there before that guy does something again. The magic caster said as he looks up towards the arena, just to see Yuki looking down at him from the edges of it. But at that moment, just like he predicted, he suddenly saw Yuki raised his finger and pointed towards his direction. **T. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Judging from what keeps happening a moment ago, Yuki will surely do something again. With this kind of thought, the magic caster had immediately burst up towards the arena. But Yuki fired off his spell before he could even do that. Skill, Dispel. Suddenly, right after that, while in mid-flight, the magic caster's body glowed for a moment before slowly losing his ability to fly upwards. I will kill you. He continuously shouts and throws curses towards Yuki while he's trying to reach the edge of the arena so desperately. He just need a few more inches, but he didn't get that as he stopped flying upwards already just before that, then slowly fall down again towards the water. He tried to pull something out of his inventory again, probably something that would get him out of his current situation, but it seems that Yuki didn't have a plan to let him do any of that this time. Flash freeze. Before the magic caster could even reach out to his inventory, Yuki had already cast a spell towards him. The spell covered his whole body with ice, preventing him from doing any kind of movement. Now, the magic caster can do absolutely nothing but stare at Yuki while he's falling down. King Chia. Splash. The magic caster didn't even manage to finish what he's saying as the water submerged his whole body. Gigas. Yuki said laughingly as he stared towards the spot of the water where the magic caster had fallen. Tut. Immediately after that, the sound that indicates the fight is over, had rung. Yuki was then announced as the winner of the World Tournament and the World Champion of Niflheim. Many confettis and fireworks are to be seen in the sky of the arena. But for some reason, unlike what someone would usually expect, the spectators outside the arena that is watching the fight from the very beginning is very quiet. Not just now, but it's like this throughout the whole fight. What is this? What is even happening? Is this even the finals? Is he win trading? Give me back my bet. This doesn't count. So much for a finals. They all know that the magic caster is strong. The magic caster will not reach the finals if he wasn't. He's expected to be at least within the top 10 of the player rankings. But he didn't even have a chance to cast at least one single spell throughout the fight for some reason. And the most depressing part of it is that he lost because he fell outside the arena. A single-digit player lost the world tournament by falling outside the arena. He's a magic caster at the top of that. A funny story to tell. But in this event, some of them felt either happy or angry that Yuki won. But all of them share one opinion regarding about the match they just watched. An opinion that will spread throughout the whole Igdrasil after this event. That the player called Razel is a scam. Storm's Fury unleashes a blast that knocks back all nearby. Type, active, spell. MP cost, 6. Duration, instant. Cooldown, 10 minutes. True silence. Prevent the from casting any throughout the whole duration. Type, active, skill. MP cost, 30. Duration, 4 minutes. Charges, 2/3. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Dispel. Cancel all working that the had used. Type, active, skill. MP cost, 10. Duration, instant. Charges, 4/5. Cooldown, 16 minutes. Chapter 23, Chapter 23. In the game Igdrasil, there's a certain space called private platform. This platform is not accessible to any players unless they're allowed to by the administrators themselves. Though this platform has no exact purpose. In fact, throughout the whole time that the game has run, the private platform has only been used twice. The first is when a player used an item that allows him to contact the administrators themselves, and the second is, today. The day of the World Tournament. The World Tournament had just ended, and there's a total of 9 players that was hailed as the winner, or in other terms, the World Champions. Each World Champions will get 2 things for winning the event. The job class called World Champion, and the World Champion item. Both of these will be given by the administrators themselves. And since the winning prizes of the tournament are not something they can just give straight away due to its complexity, they will have to meet each winner face to face. And that is where the private platform comes into play. That is where the winners of the World Tournament got dragged off to right after they won the final round of the World Tournament. In the middle of Tokyo, there's a certain building called Takayama Building. This building is where the developers and everyone that is involved in the game Igdrasil works. Right now, everyone inside the building is pretty busy. Though all of them are pretty much busy every day, today is much more busier since a big event is currently happening inside the game. On the 6th floor, the floor where the administrators are located is more busier than the others. They have much more work since they don't just have to work on the surface of the game, but today, they also need to interact with players too. Today, they will give some players a class and an item as some sort of reward. Giving players a class is not much of a problem, though it will still be a lot of work. It is still not comparable to the sheer amount of work they have to do for the item section. The item that they will give is something that the players themselves will decide. Whatever the players want, they have to work on it on the spot. It's not the same as the other events where the reward items are already decided. All the admins' faces look dead tired. At this current time, they're on a short break, that's why all of them are to be seen out of their offices. Or at least not all of them. Intense typing SFX. One of the admins who, if one were to look at his face, anyone can see that he looks far younger compared to the other ones, are still inside his office typing something on his computer while looking visibly irritated. "I'm really going home late tonight," he said as he sighed heavily while still typing continuously. Creak. Suddenly, the door of his office opened up and his coworker, who's also an admin, peeks inside and says something to him. "Oi Satoshi, you aren't going out? Break is about to end already." I'm still pretty busy. I'll just catch up later once this ends." The admin, who turns out to be called Satoshi, looks towards his coworker and said with a sorry face. Okay then. Just don't overwork yourself," his coworker said before he proceeded to leave the room and go outside. Thud. Now, as the door closes, admin Satoshi is alone in his office again. "Arg. It's all that guy's fault," Satoshi said as he slammed his desk lightly. If one of his coworkers were to see him right now, they'll surely be confused, since this morning, he's still looking pretty happy, then suddenly, this moment, he's already so angry. F***ck. Satoshi said as he bring his attention back to his computer. Extreme typing SFX. This goes on for almost an hour. Admin Satoshi didn't do anything but his computer. He did not stop typing about something on his keyboard or even move. If someone were to look at a video of his during this past hour, one will see that he did nothing at all or even change his position. What he is an hour ago is the same with him right now. Tururut. This kind of thing will most likely continue if he didn't get interrupted by the sudden sound of his communicator, which indicates that someone is calling him. Tut. Hello. Satoshi said as he pressed his communicator to receive the call. Is it time already? All right, I'll go now. Tut. The call didn't last. Satoshi only exchanged a short series of words before ending the call. But he seemingly understands what's the call for already, as immediately after that, he stands up and grabs some helmet-looking thing on a nearby table. This helmet seems to be a VR helmet. He goes back to his seat and puts the helmet on his head. After that, he then grabbed some cable-looking thing on the corner of his chair. He pulled the cable all the way to the back of his neck, then without hesitation, plug it in his neural port. Ugh! As he plugged it in, his VR helmet glowed and his vision changed. Almost everything around him became dark and all he see is a selection of many things. He scrolled the whole windows of selection and only stopped when he reached a certain window that has the word Igdrasil written on it. Alright, let's meet that bastard. Satoshi muttered to himself before fidgeting something within his vision. After seemingly done with whatever he's doing, he then rests his arm on his chair. Log in. After he said that, his whole surroundings turned dark. A few seconds after that, he regained his vision ever so slowly, only for him to see a different place, though it seems that he's not new to this as he already knows what this whole thing is about. Yo! It's been a while since we last meet like this, Satoshi-san. Suddenly, before he could even regain his whole vision, he heard a voice, in which, if someone were to judge where it came from, it will be right in front of him. A few seconds after that, Admin Satoshi finally saw the whole vicinity and who's the owner of the voice he just heard. Yuki, you ungrateful bastard! Satoshi said towards the player with a tone full of hostility. Of course, the player in front of him is no other than Yuki himself. He just won the world tournament, and just like the other world champions, he got dragged in this place, immediately right after the event ends. What? Why? Yuki said, acting like he know nothing. Bam! After Yuki said that, Satoshi slammed the tiny table in front of them and looked towards Yuki. Though his avatar doesn't have any features at all, Yuki can see that Satoshi is looking at him with murdering eyes. I gave you the favors you want in the past, and now when it's my turn, you did me like this, hey? Satoshi shouted madly towards Yuki. But I really don't know what I want last night. Yuki said as he proved himself innocent. Bullish *T. But Satoshi seems unconvinced as he throws his hands in the air. Look, all I want is a break. I just asked you to simply tell me what your item is going to be last night so I can work with it already and leave early today, but you son of a b*tch. I don't really know, okay? And besides, It's not like I'm sure that I'm, going to win? I rather believe that Santa Claus is real than what you're trying to say. You're not going to win? Wahahaha. Slap, that's the best joke I've ever heard. Satoshi said while laughing out loud, though one can tell that it is just a fake laugh. Did you really believe that someone can beat your ass, hey? You are like the cockroach of this game. No one will be able to kill you, unless I personally click your kill button. Wait, let me try it right now so you can see. Satoshi said as he hurriedly operates his own console. Wait. Yuki quickly tried to defuse the situation. He can take anything but dying. Dying in-game for Yuki is a pretty big deal due to his penalties. So when he heard dying, all the lights in his head goes red. Though he knows that Satoshi is just scaring him, he still needs to calm him down since he can really do that thing and don't give a f***ck. Okay, alright. It's my fault, I just forgot about what you said last night and fall asleep. Yuki said in an apologetic tone. TCH. Satoshi was still looking pretty pissed, but he still withdrew his hands on his console. A good sign for Yuki. I'll just make it up to you in another time, okay? This time, I will not forget about it, I promise. Yuki pleaded more as he walks towards Satoshi and gives his virtual shoulder some virtual massages, though he himself knows it's pretty unnecessary. Come on man, seeing the unwavering Satoshi, Yuki pleaded more. Sigh, but Yuki's plead this time seemed to have worked. Whatever. Satoshi said in a grumpy tone as he swat Yuki's hands away from his shoulder and gestured for him to go back on his sit already. Though looking pissed, he now sounds pretty calm. Yay! Yuki said happily as he jumped back on his sit. Let's just get this over with. Satoshi said tiredly as he reaches out to his console and operates it again. Throughout the whole conversation they just had, if someone were to hear it, they will surely speculate that the two of them had a not-so-good connection. But the truth is, Yuki and Satoshi are pretty good friends, both online and in real life. That's also the reason why Yuki knows who Satoshi is right at the very beginning. Okay bastard, I already gave the class to you. Satoshi said after a minute of operating his own console. Ooh, nice. Good job. Yuki said as he clasped both his hands. But there's a catch. The class had immediately adapted to your whole character alignment. Therefore, it changed into something else. Who really? What it turned into? Yuki asked with an excited tone. It changed into a world terror. It sounds cool in my opinion. Satoshi said in an unchanging tone. What are the differences though? Yuki asked, wanting to know what is the difference between the normal one to what he just got. Well, that's for you to find out. Satoshi said, wanting to move to another section already. Now, let us go to your world champion item. Just tell me what you want. Hearing this, Yuki pondered for a second before answering. Alright, I want an accessory type. A ring to be exact. A ring? Why a ring? Satoshi asked, though he's already working on it as right after he asked, his hand is already processing Yuki's choices on his console. Well, I already have my OP sets anyway, so I want an OP ring this time. Alright, what does it do? Oh. And for the love of God, please, just make it simple, okay? Oh, don't worry, it's pretty simple. Yuki said, reassuring the worried Satoshi before explaining what the ring he wants to have does. Yuki's explanation about the whole capabilities of the ring didn't last long as he's done in under 5 minutes. So how's that? Yuki asked Satoshi about his opinion about the details he gave. It's acceptable, but I'm still thinking about it. Satoshi said as he keeps pondering about Yuki's ring. Come on, it is pretty simple, what would you even think about it? Yeah, that's the problem. It's so simple. So I'm thinking what could be the hidden advantages that this will give you. I better stay vigilant around you or you might end up breaking the game or something. Satoshi said as he knew that all of Yuki's main items had at least 3 pages of description, so a simple item like this that has a simple description is pretty suspicious. Alright, think about it as hard as you can. But you'll surely find nothing. Yuki said as he slumped his body on the chair. Satoshi pondered about it as hard as he can. But after a couple of minutes of thinking and ended up with nothing, he finally gave up then agree on Yuki's idea. Fine, we'll go with this. Satoshi said as he operates his console once again. But while he's doing something with his console, Yuki asked a question. So, about the thing I asked. Is it possible? I don't know. I'm still not sure about it until the new patches came out officially. It might be risky for the both of us if I were to work on it now. Satoshi said without even looking at Yuki as he just keeps his attention on his console. Alright, just tell me if it's possible. Yuki said as he sighed deeply. A couple of minutes had passed when Satoshi was finally done with whatever he's doing with his console. Alright, done. You'll probably get it by tomorrow or even today if yours was the first to work on. Satoshi said as he stands up and start walking away. Gesturing that his work here is already done and he now wants to leave. No problem, thanks for the hard work. No big deal. Satoshi said as he stopped walking and bring up his console again. On his console, a logout button had pop out. He's about to press the logout button, but before he did that, he looked back towards Yuki, looking like he just remembered something. Oh, right. Someone caught my attention the other day. It's a very peculiar player. At first I even thought that it was you, but I found out that it wasn't. That player even got some interesting things on his hand. A perfect recipe for disaster. Satoshi said with a serious tone. What does that mean? Yuki asked, completely intrigued about this. If my speculation is correct, he's going to a path that leads to nothing but being a world enemy. Yuki, after hearing this, frowned. He was about to say something, but like his mind got read, Satoshi immediately followed up. No, I know what you're thinking. I can't tell you who it is exactly even if you give me all your money. What I'm doing right now is already considered a breach in our rules. I might be fired, you know. Yuki, after hearing this, frowned even more. He then starts pondering deep within his thoughts. I'm not even surprised that you're not asking what the world enemy is despite it being a supposed to be unknown information for everyone other than us. Satoshi sighed as he got used already on his friend's peculiarity. Oh well. What I just want to say is that, you might find yourself in a sticky situation all of a sudden, so, be careful out there. Satoshi said in a mysterious tone before focusing his attention back on the console and finally pressing the logout button. Catch you later. And with that, Satoshi finally left the place, leaving only Yuki in the darkroom while still deep within his thoughts. Chapter 24, Chapter 24. The Bounty. 6 months had already passed since the World Tournament happened. After that event, Yuki became more popular than he already is. And by being popular means, being chased by more players that want to do nothing but kill him. Usually, while Yuki is in the middle of grinding, a group of players will always pop out of nowhere and start throwing hands at him without saying anything. Though Yuki always wins with ease. That's right. This is a normal event for Yuki's life in Igdrasil. Normally, this kind of thing happens for at least once, twice, or rarely thrice a week, but ever since the World Tournament, Yuki had to face this kind of thing every single day. Sometimes, he even had to deal with 2 groups of players that wants to kill him at the same time. And unless he chooses to hide, this won't stop. Yuki became something that many players like to call a bountied player. A player that if killed, the killer will receive something great. No, the word great is an understatement already. 720 million gold, a unique job class, a total of 558 unknown items, and a 100% inventory item drop rate. That's Yuki's current bounty. Yuki is known for his cruelty, especially to his hunters. It is rumored that he won't let someone go until they're stripped naked, which is true. This fact scared most of the players that wants to go after him, but the bounty changed it all. Many had become crazy enough and decided to just risk it all. For the gold part of Yuki's bounty, it is a growth type. At first, it's just at 20 million, but as time goes by, it reached its current amount. The unique job class is unknown, but many guessed that this is very great. For the enormous amount of items, no one knows what is that, but many had thought that it's just a bunch of basic and common items. It's such a great number to have something great in there, it just sounds too good to be true. The gold class and a bunch of items are great, but what drives everyone crazy is the 100% inventory item drop. In Igdrasil's community, Yuki has different titles that every player likes to call him. Each differs based on the topic he's in. One of those titles is where he's known as the Hoarder. As the title suggests, he likes to take everything for himself and it has to be in large quantity as much as possible, and since this is his title in the market section means, everything that the market offers, he probably has it in his inventory already. But what came out of the market is just a tiny part. What Yuki can offer is much more than that. It is already a piece of known information that Yuki is a world item holder. He holds multiple world item. No one knows the exact number, but it has to be more than one. This very fact made every player thirsty for Yuki's head. No homo. A 100% inventory item drop rate to a player that holds multiple world items? Yuki just became a walking fortune for most of the players. A fortune for both in-game and real life. So for the next months after the World Tournament, Yuki experienced a non-stop hunting galore. If a normal player had been put in this kind of situation, they will surely choose to just quit the game. But Yuki isn't a normal player. Despite his situation, Yuki is still logging in Igdrasil for every single day with a full smile on his face, welcoming all the players that came for his head with an open arms. For some reason, he is very glad about his situation. A void might ask, why is that? Well, that's because, the bounty that Yuki has, is his own doing in the first place. Yuki's bounty, as many had thought that this is a punishment, is actually a feature that was given to him by the game system itself. Though it was given to him, it was originally his idea. He's the one who suggested it. Of course, through his own connection inside the game itself. Even though the bounty looks like a one-sided thing, this is actually a challenge. Not only his killer, but he himself will also benefit something from this. Yuki's bounty for others is a quest type. They have to accept a certain quest first before trying to kill Yuki, because if they did not, even if they managed to kill Yuki, they won't receive the bounty price. For Yuki on the other hand, it's more complex. First, he can actually remove his bounty whenever he wants. It's not a permanent thing. As it was described, his bounty is a feature. But if he chooses to remove it, the bounty feature will be gone forever. It's only a one-time thing. Second, for Yuki, his bounty is an all-rounder. If someone accepted the quest for killing Yuki, they will become a quest holder until they choose to give up on the quest, at least that's what it is to them. But from Yuki's perspective, he doesn't see the quest holders as a quest holder but a bountied player. Someone who also has a bounty in their heads. In short, Yuki too became a bounty hunter from every quest holder's perspective, but the difference is, they don't know that. What's actually happening is, whenever Yuki kills a bountied player/quest holder, he will receive their bounties, and the bounties he received are adding up to his own bounty. That's the reason why Yuki's bounty is growing so big as time goes by. So the gold on Yuki's bounty is actually a sum of his and the bounties he had received so far, and the 528 items are the items that each bountied player/quest holder had dropped whenever they're killed by him. Third, Yuki received a quest. A quest that involves killing a certain amount of human and demi-human players. An amount that will take him too much time unless he roams in different worlds and start genociding the sh*t out of every players he encounters. The quest is a class quest, and a quest that was given to him by his origin class itself, so Yuki can't say no to this unless he wants to have some punishments he wouldn't want to have. So the reason why Yuki thought that his current situation is very favorable to him and why he has yet to remove his bounty even though his life is becoming more stressful is because of these facts. And he is getting some handsome amount of rewards and accomplishing some things along the way, so he's actually the one who's getting the most out of this. Back then, before Yuki had even begun playing Igdrasil, he already made some plans that he'll do once he's finally inside the game. He already thought about it carefully. About what are the steps he'll make, or paths he needs to take. All of it is based on the knowledge he has in this world. But once he finally got inside the game, he found out that he actually need to be more careful about what he's trying to do, since he realized that even though he has a lot of knowledge about this world, there are many unknown variables to him. Some things that he needs to be cautious of. For example, the crucial events that happened in the original story of Overlord. He knows the majority of it, but the problem is, he doesn't know when it all exactly happened. He's sure about some of the things, but some of the most important ones happen to be included in the he doesn't know part. If Yuki holds something very important, then that is his knowledge of the future. It might be something that he should not worry about, since it's not like he'll put himself in danger if the future has been changed. But just like his original intention for choosing this world, he has a lot of things he wanted to do, but he only wants to do all of it in the future he knows and grown to like. So after knowing that the plan he made will greatly disturb the timeline, he decided to just postpone it. If someone knows these reasons, then they will surely understand why throughout the years that Yuki played the game, he only stayed in Niflheim. He made himself known in Igdrasil, but he's not affecting the flow of the original timeline inside the game. At least it's not affected up to the point that Yuki wouldn't be so sure anymore if the events he knows will still happen in the future. In other terms, it will be like this. The whole timeline is like a room full of quiet people, and Yuki's plan is similar to shouting out loud. He can't do that because he will be kicked out of the room. It's just too quiet for him to start something. But actually, there's a point within the timeline where even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, it wouldn't matter any longer, since at that moment, everyone became so noisy and the loudest people had already arrived inside the room. Yuki likes to call this part as the Goldilocks point. A time where he can finally start rolling out his original plans without worrying too much about everything, or anyone. The Goldilocks point that Yuki likes to call is known by many people as the World Tournament. And since this event already happened quite a while ago, means Yuki can now start doing his long-awaited plan. The go signal has been fired and Yuki bursted out without any hesitation. All the things he had done throughout these years are nothing but a preparation for this very day. The day where he can finally take off the chains that are holding him back and run free. But of course, it's not like he can actually just run off like that, because the first step of his plans is going towards the world of Helheim. He needs to do something and find someone in that world. But going there means, he will need to leave his turf. The Niflheim. But leaving Niflheim all of a sudden is like going on a one-year trip in another country while leaving your house wide open. Niflheim for Yuki is like a home. He grew up in that place. He loves that cold, freezing, and snowy world where anywhere you look you'll see nothing but ice. He's the first player that steps foot on its land, he is its world guardian, he is the first player that managed to completely explore it, and most importantly, he's its king. Officially. So it's not that wrong to say that Yuki owns Niflheim. Though he doesn't govern it like an actual king, he still has a sense of responsibility. To protect the players that dwell within his turf? Well, that's just a part of it, but it's actually to drive the garbages out of his land. If the news about him going to another world and leaving Niflheim has been circulated throughout the community, a massive group of pikers will surely pay a visit. Yuki doesn't want to be bothered by that, so he decided to get some dogs that will guard his home while he is not around. By dogs means his friends. Unlike the other worlds, Yuki protected Niflheim, or at least that's how it looks like, from pikers. Though he's not 100% successful, he still drove out the majority of them. It's not like someone will blame a single person for missing some groups that entered in some part of the whole world. But thanks to Yuki, compared to others, the players in Niflheim or the heteromorphics in general, are much stronger cause they managed to focus themselves on hunting and gaining rather than worrying about the pikers. And fortunately, the majority of these players are Yuki's friends. Though fighting and pushing pikers out of Niflheim is pretty much what they're doing already, since all of them became strong a long time ago and decided to help Yuki out, Yuki still asked them about it personally. Nonetheless, all of them promised to do what Yuki asked them to do, especially about the specific area that only Yuki's close friends knows about. But of course, Yuki still made something that sealed the deal. Dogs need a reward so they can be loyal after all. So Yuki didn't ask them this as a favor, but as a job. He paid some of them with money and some are some things inside the game. So in the end, everyone gets to gain something out from this and Yuki can finally go on with his business with ease on his mind. And at that moment, after all that, Yuki finally took his first step. A step where the actual story begins. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Thud. In the middle of a forest-looking area, a giant monster suddenly falls to the ground and slowly disappears. From the area where the monster disappeared, a line of bluish light had suddenly erupted and flown towards the player who killed the monster. Of course, this player is no other than Yuki. It's been 4 months already since Yuki arrived here on Helheim, and Yuki's days here are obviously not peaceful. Just like how it is normally. He encounters a lot of pikers in this world. Helheim is one of the common PK hunting grounds after all. He also sees a lot of heteromorphic players here, most of them are all new in the game, or at least that's how it looks to be. Helheim is one of the most common hunting grounds for pikers because this is one of the most common choices for heteromorphic players. It's either Muspelheim, Niflheim, or this. But the usual choice for most heteromorphics is Niflheim for obvious reasons. In fact, all heteromorphic players would choose to go to Niflheim if they could, but they can't because they simply cannot. Each world in Igdrasil has its own type of environment. For example, Niflheim is extremely cold, Muspelheim is extremely hot, and Alfheim is filled with greenery, etc. All of those serve as a feature for those who fit in that particular world. But as there's someone who fits, there's also someone who cannot. Not everyone can go to a certain world as they please, or in this scenario, not all types of heteromorphics cannot go to Niflheim because if they do, they'll die before the pikers could even get them. They won't survive the environment of that world, let alone the pikers. So they just don't have any choice but to choose the world that their characters fit the most, and of course, one that has fewer pikers. During these 5 months, Yuki made a lot of friends and enemies already. Since this world has a lot of heteromorphics, surely it also has a lot of pikers, and since Yuki and every pikers are not on good terms, Yuki's enemy list is always rising. But since this kind of thing happens every single day, which is not a normal occurrence in Helheim, Yuki made himself known. A very strong heteromorphic player that can fight a party of players with ease and mainly hunts those who only do PKS. If someone were to tell this kind of story to someone without any context, then they'll surely say that this can only happen in Niflheim, a world where Yuki and other strong heteromorphics reside. But since this is Helheim, someone will surely connect the dots about what's happening. And that's what exactly happened. The news about Yuki had started to spread throughout the whole Igdrasil's community in just a few weeks of Yuki's madness in Helheim. After knowing this, many pikers avoided Helheim. They either did this because they're scared of Yuki's presence or just simply because they prefer going to Niflheim instead since Yuki finally left that world. But still, even though many players have already avoided Helheim as their target area for piking, there are still many pikers who did not. But the only reason why they didn't leave or still comes to Helheim even after hearing Yuki's name is that they either don't care about Yuki at all, or simply because he is there in the first place. But even though all of that happened, nothing really changed on Yuki's everyday life inside the game. Except for one thing, that is, ever since Yuki started playing Igdrasil, he don't stay in any group or parties for a long amount of time. He just joins some parties for a single activity, and after that, Yuki will immediately leave. Yuki made himself known as a lone wolf. He doesn't associate himself with anyone for more than what he intended. Even his friends are no exception to these kinds of treatment. But in Helheim, all of that changed. In 5 months of staying and playing in the world of Helheim, Yuki played or partied with someone repeatedly. Something that didn't happen before. This started happening 1 month ago when Yuki is fighting a group of giants in a particular area near the edges of Helheim. While Yuki is fighting a group of giants, one of those giants threw an attack towards him, but since Yuki is in an area that a lot would consider as a beginner's area, Yuki doesn't really need to dodge it or felt the need to in the first place. In his perspective, it's like he's a college student in an elementary school. Everything is so basic. He can stand around in this area for a whole week, tank all the damages he receives, and still won't die. This might be the case for him, but to others, that isn't how they would see Yuki's situation. For others, this might look like a newbie making mistakes for challenging a group of strong monsters by accident. And since Yuki is wearing a very basic equipment at that time, one can't blame anyone for thinking that way. So when the attack is about to hit Yuki, something suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the attack. Hey! Yuki is a bit surprised by this as someone interrupted the attack he's expecting. When Yuki looked at the thing that suddenly jumps in front of him, he saw a pink-looking weird slime. It had a grotesque feature and a weird shape for a slime. A shield slime. Yuki muttered to himself after seeing the one who seemingly protected him. Yuki was familiar with this type of slime. One of his friends back in Niflheim was also a shield slime. But for some odd reason, Yuki felt a strange familiarity with this particular slime. He started going deep inside within his thought as he tries to figure out, why is that? But while Yuki is in the middle of his thoughts, the slime suddenly looked back at him and said with a high-pitched voice. A voice that sounds like it came out from an anime character. To which, surprised Yuki for a bit. I'm okay, go attack them, I'll hold them off, Knight's challenge. Immediately after that, all the giants' attention turned towards the blob in front of Yuki. The slime seems to have attracted the giants' aggro on purpose. Ugh! Mega impact. Suddenly, the slime jumped from a far distance to get away from Yuki and activated a spell that makes the slime's body bloated. Now! Attack them! The slime shouted towards Yuki as all the giants started throwing punches in every direction. This scene looks really funny for Yuki since it looks like the giants were ganging up on a talking rubber ball. But Yuki didn't immediately act up because as he watches the comical scene in front of him, he suddenly realized why he felt the hint of familiarity towards the slime earlier. I finally found one of them. Hey! Yuki muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his virtual imaginary face. Hurry! The slime shouted frustratedly cause while this is happening, the giants are still throwing punches non-stop. Hat! Yuki chuckled a bit before releasing a defeated sigh while shaking his head lightly. Alright. Hold on a second. Yuki suddenly brought out his inventory and threw away his current spear. After doing so, he pulled out a new one from the same inventory slot. Swish air! Immediately after that, the slime heard a strange sound, and the next thing it knew, all the giants around, vanished and turned into a weird green and bluish light that flew towards Yuki again. Hey? What the hell was that? Wait! You're strong! The slime said as it suddenly jumps towards Yuki. The slime looks towards Yuki's spear and scans all over it. And look back towards at him again. Hey, would you like to form a party with me? I'm actually looking for someone to play with, but all the ones that I asked refused. I don't know why though. But I'm a shield slime, I'm very useful. I can aggro some damage and attacks too, and also, I may not look like it, but I'm really experienced at playing MMORPGs, so I'm not a complete newbie at all. Said by the slime in a very smug tone as it desperately asks Yuki to form a party. But Yuki on another hand is just standing there, doing nothing. The slime too did nothing as he waited for Yuki's response. Sure. Why not? Yuki said in a very casual way as a smile emoji appeared above him. Sigh, like I thought, you will also refus. Wait. Did you just said, sure? The slime said while looking so bewildered as it keeps walking around Yuki. Yeah, let's do it. You're sus. You're the one who asked to party, did you not? Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Anyway. Cough, yes. I finally managed to form a party. Thank you so much, I promise you that you won't regret this. Said by the slime in a joyful tone. Yeah, I know. Yuki opens up his console after this and sends a party invitation towards the slime in front of him. After that, the slime accepted the party invitation, and the party between these two players have officially been made. Oh, alright then. By the way, I know that my name is pretty long, so you can just call me whatever you want. I don't mind. Well, my name is pretty long too, so you can just call me Razel. Just like how the others call me. Yuki said towards the slime in front of him. Alrighty. Anyways, it's already shown there, but I'll introduce myself anyway. Just for the formalities. The slime said as it stands in front of Yuki and do some poses, or at least that's what it looks to be doing. Hello, I'm Byukyubuku Kagama. Nice to meet you. I know that I'm pretty annoying sometimes, as the others told me, but I hope we can get along. Please take care of me. The slime said with a joyful and playful tone as it bowed afterward. Yeah, nice to meet you. Chagama-chan. Nice to meet you too, Razel and II-chan. The slime said in a completely different tone as a winking emoji appeared above her. After hearing that, Yuki flinched a bit for some reason. He didn't expect that one to come. And with this, these two's journey in the world of Igdrasil has finally begun, and Yuki's reason for coming in this world has finally been achieved. A part of it, that is, but he'll surely see the full picture of it, and he can feel that it won't take too long before that finally happen.
Thanks for listening.